Alright, I'm back and we're doing Gamescom. Delete the title right as I'm making it. Right, there's that. Alright, I'm gonna let this play for a minute and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Yeah, while it's playing. Oh, oops. I forgot to pull up there. Right, I'm gonna let that play for a minute. I'll skip ahead once I'm back. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Shouldn't take that long, so let me speed it up. Oh shit. Alright, here we go. Set it to 1080p. It looks like ass. Oh, these streams always look so bad. That's my only issue with them. Like 4K, where... Kind of reminds me of Assassin's Creed back in the day when you played multiplayer. A little bit, anyways.
Herzlich willkommen hier aus Köln. Welcome to Gamescom.
Oh, I was like, wait, what?
Xbox Game Studios, Activision, Blizzard,
I
and
was like, that
Bethesda
sounds like
are coming
German.
together here in Cologne to bring you what you want. More new games.
And we've got our work cut out for us this week as we showcase the more than 50 titles on display and the many ways to play that makes Xbox the best place for gaming.
And to do all that, we've assembled an international squad because with this many titles, we need reinforcements.
That's right, Lena. You need a crack team of gamers willing to play and properly fan out over the latest titles. It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
So get yourself ready for some interviews, live gameplay, and some big announcements across Xbox consoles, PC, and cloud, plus all the latest titles from Game Pass and PC Game Pass.
You know, in fact, Henry, we've already seen the brand new game mode reveal for Forza Horizon 5, Hide and Seek, at the top of the show. And remember, that launches on September 10th on Forza Horizon 5.
But first, it's over to Charlie.
To help kick off our show, we've got some very familiar faces here with us. It's Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer. Thank you so much for joining us today. First question, how does it feel to be here at Xbox's Gamescom presence?
It is so much energy here. It's been fantastic to see the fans, to be part of Opening Night Live last night, and to see their reaction. This booth, and I have no idea why we're calling it a booth, because it's not a booth. It's an entire wonderland.
It really is. It's an underestimation calling it a booth, right?
With experiences, with games that you can play, things you can see, incredible photo opportunities is fantastic. So to see folks pouring in and experiencing it, and it reminds you of what makes this industry special, which is all about celebrating games, the joy they bring, and the people who make them.
It's, for us, our first Gamescom with Activision, Blizzard, Bethesda, Xbox all here together. So there's definitely something special. All the teams have gotten together, and I think there's just such great representation. I'll also say the industry has gone through a lot of transition with our shows, and seeing Gamescom as strong as ever with fans, consumers coming in, all the creators that are here.
You know who I miss?
Strength
I
across
miss
Europe.
Major Nelson.
We need
I wonder
more
if he's
of this
all right.
in the industry.
I haven't
I'm
even
glad
seen him tweet
we're
in a
here
while,
supporting. And it's just awesome to see how the gamers show up to support this show.
Bigger and better every year. We love to see it. Before we come to the booth, though, I actually want to talk. I saw you both were at Opening Night Live yesterday, and there were some pretty amazing reveals and news in there. So what was it like? I couldn't get a ticket, unfortunately, but what was it like to be in the room with that live reaction?
There's nothing better than being in the room with the live reaction and to just see people marvel at the things that are being made. All the work being showcased, and folks put so much work into bringing that forward. I'd say for me, it was really cool to see Game Pass titles in the show. I think we had over a dozen titles that are coming to Game Pass in the show. We just have a fantastic, fantastic lineup. But I was especially excited to announce that Genshin Impact is coming to Xbox.
Oh, yeah. That's my one.
There's some pretty cool Game Pass rewards that are going to be part of that.
Nice.
There's going to be full cross progression, and it's also going to be on cloud. So that one was a real highlight for me. I know so many fans are excited to enjoy that on the Xbox.
I love when creators are making new things, and you have to be really brave to come to a show, maybe before you're done, show your game, get the feedback. Teams that are creating new games. I thought the diversity of games at the show was awesome.
Oh, absolutely.
From big, huge games to smaller games, things we've heard of, seen, things we hadn't heard of. I also have to say Genshin, we got to meet with the MiHoYo team earlier in the day, and they had such excitement for their announcement, and it was nice to be able to support that.
Oh, fantastic. And obviously we can't talk about Opening Night Live. We saw some amazing new stuff from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as well as that exciting release date. We also saw the news about PlayStation as well, which is really cool. I'm really interested in that. So I want to know how this connects back to Xbox's perspective on how and when this approach happens to other titles.
I mean, I'll start just saying Machine Games is doing such a nice job with that game. I thought it showed really well. And that's the most important thing, is quality of the games, teams that are getting support. that can go build the game, and it was just nice. The long gameplay segment that they had, I thought was fantastic. Going to the PlayStation announcement, obviously last spring, we launched 4 games, 2 of them on the Switch, 4 of them on PlayStation, and we said we're going to learn. We said we'd watch, and I think at Showcase, I might have said, from our learning, we're going to do more. What I see when I look is our franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So I look at it and I say, okay, our player numbers are going up for the console platform. Our franchises are as strong as they've ever been. And we run a business. Like, it's definitely true inside of Microsoft. The bar is high for us in terms of the delivery that we have to give back to the company, because we get a level of support from the company that's just amazing in what we're able to go do. So I look at this, how can we make our games as strong as possible? Our platform continues to grow, both on console, on PC, and on cloud. And I think it's just going to be a strategy that works for us. And the last thing I'll probably say is I think as an industry right now, there's a lot of pressure on the industry. It's been growing for a long time, and now people are looking for ways to grow. And I think us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more change in how some of the traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change. That's going to change for all of us. But the end result has to be better games that more people can play. If we're not focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as Xbox, health of Xbox, health of our platform, and our growing games, most important things.
Oh, that sounds perfect. Lovely. Now back to the booth. I saw you both walking around earlier before you joined me up here, sneaking some pictures with devs at Frontier, Sega, and GSC Game World. So I want to know, Sarah, specifically what it's like to be working with our partners here in Europe, and what kind of evolution we can see from these partners in the future.
The partnership we have with here in Europe is fantastic. We have over 2,000 partners in EMEA actively building games.
That's a lot of emails.
I know, it is a lot of emails for Xbox, PC, and console and cloud today. We've got over 20 of them here with us, here in the booth. And it's just been great to walk around, to see what they're doing. 2 Point Museum for Sega Europe. We've got the Stalker 2 team, GSC Game World, back with us, supporting them over the last couple of years has been a real highlight.
Stalker.
So to get to be able to play their game again here is fantastic. We just walked over and checked out Winterboro,
Gamma playthrough. Because I didn't get that far last time.
They look so cute. I'm very excited
before
for that.
I got distracted by some other games.
And so it's great to be able to grow here with the partners that we have in Europe.
Amazing. And it also comes, as well as the amazing support you've got for local devs, is there's such a huge play base here in Europe as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what kind of special stuff are you seeing from us over here?
I mean, Europe's always been really important to Xbox. It used to be we treated this almost solely as a PC show. Well, I'm old enough that I'll remember we used to kind of take E3 and just show it again. Like, this was back when we didn't really treat Gamescom with the respect that it deserves. Then we were focused more on PC. Now what we find here is putting our games on PC, on console, really matches to the diverse player base we see in Europe. Like, some of the strongest franchises on PC are from here. You have great console support. So the most important thing for us is to show local support for creators, to put games in the hands of people. One thing that's great about Gamescom is you can come and you can play the games. You can feel what it's like to play Stalker or Vessel of Hatred from Diablo. Like, you get your chance here.
Warhammer,
and I think that's something special about this show.
Space
and
Marine
it's so
2.
accessible to so much of Europe.
I want to play it so bad.
The way we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the sheer scale
I think it comes out, what, next
as well,
month?
as you were saying earlier, Sarah. Absolutely.
With our little city here.
Yeah, the little city that we're building. We're the mayors. So I want to speak a little bit more on hardware, as we've gone over it a couple of times here. Since I've not spoken to you since the showcase at all, which is criminal in and of itself, but we saw the 3 new options for the Xbox Series X and S. So I was wondering if there's a little bit more information we can share about that.
Well, pre-orders are starting today.
Yes, Sarah.
All right, get yours in. We're launching on October 15th in select markets, and we also have some very cool accessibility options, which we're going to be talking more about later today. And for holiday and the rest of this year, some very cool console wraps that you can get to adorn your console as you may choose.
Christmas list sorted then. Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay, console options done. We're going to hear they'll be coming just in time for Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which is amazing.
Cannot wait for that. Did last night in the show.
Yeah,
Black
my
Ops
goodness,
6.
it was
The
just
campaign
silence.
from Raven, I thought was just awesome.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Talking of games, I do want to know though, So what are you going to be playing? Is there anything you've got your eye on?
Space
Last year we spoke about Brotato,
Brotato, yeah.
and I wanted to give you an update and
September
everyone at home
9th,
that I have now 100%ed Little
yeah,
Kitty
like
Big
2
City.
weeks.
And it is quite possibly the greatest game of all time.
Oh,
but yeah, is there
gonna play
anything
the
on your
shit out
backlog
of
that you
it.
need to catch up on or anything coming up soon you want to dive into?
Like, you already
Well,
know.
the Game Pass lineup is making the backlog extraordinarily long.
Unforgivable.
And it's getting even better this year, both on console and PCs. We've got Aura coming. We have Age of Mythology, Flight Sim 2024.
That's
which
right, they're
looks
bringing back Age of
incredible.
Mythology.
Black
That's
Ops
something I'm
6,
excited
of
for.
course. Indiana Jones, Stalker 2. Like, it's all like, what? Every month there's something pretty amazing.
a lot of games.
There's a lot of games. We like games around here. But I would say, from a personal perspective, super excited for Diablo 4, especially because my father is probably the biggest Diablo fan. So Vessel of Hatred and that coming up. Yeah, the fact that Vessel of Hatred is coming up is pretty big in their world. And then I am excited to play Genshin Impact on Xbox, and particularly to check it out over the cloud.
Yeah, very good. We'll have to duo for that one. That sounds grand. Yeah. Love it. Perfect. Phil, anything for you?
Well, P3 on Xbox Live, people can see what I'm playing. A lot of Diablo 4 right now. My rapid fire rogue is L100.
Oh, I remember
all my
whenever it was
gifts,
nuking
21.
his Fallout
having a good
76
time
house
with
a while
that.
back.
I mean, I just love the game playing with my friends. Path of the Goddess, Kinesugami.
Nice, yeah.
Like our partners at Capcom doing new IP. It was awesome to be able to partner with them. It's something in Game Pass. As they're investing in new, like, we can actually come in with some financial funding to help support them investing in. And I just love the color palette, the boss design. Just a really, really fun game. Some old school kind of tower defense mechanics. I love that. One of the things I get to do every month is I go through the ID selects with the team and we vote internally on games from different ID developers. Daydreams is a game I'm really liking. Little boy and his toy teddy bear, and kind of a single player type co-op game. It's fun.
I'm sold.
I think a couple months ago, High Water was a game that's really good. Like I love when I get a list of games from creators and teams I haven't seen before and get to dive in. I think there's like 15 of them. I play them, and my vote's just like anybody
whatever's
else's
in the
vote in terms
background
of where
is
they
just
rank.
throwing off my
But that's fun.
tinnitus right
A lot
now.
of great games, a lot of kind of new things and things that have been around for a while. Oh, and I'm here, so I'm not doing it. My buggy in Starfield. I'm looking forward. I've been asking for Todd for vehicles. Come on, Todd. I want vehicles in this game. I'm tired of walking around this planet. And I thought the trailer for that looked really good last night, so I can't wait to drive around planets and Starfield.
Wonderful. And talking of driving, I'm personally, if anyone's wondering, super excited. Forza Horizon 5 is over there.
Yeah.
It's the game I cannot put down. Absolutely adore it. So if they've got something new cooking, I desperately need to see
New
what
gameplay
that
mode.
is.
Yeah.
So excited. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Thanks so much for the chat. Please enjoy getting your hands on our lovely city we've got here. But I'm going to speak to these guys here because if, like me, you've been eyeing up those new consoles, then buckle up because we want to help you win one. Now, over to Bex with more information.
Well, thanks, Charlie. So not only are these honeys available for pre-order right now, anyone watching the broadcast has a chance to enter to win either the 1TB Xbox Series X All Digital Edition, by the way, the 1TB Xbox Series S, both in Robot White, or the grand prize of the 2TB Special Edition Galaxy Xbox Series X. I mean, look how gorgeous that is. To enter, just head over to twitch.tv/Xbox, check out the rules and all the info in the chat. And best of all, good luck. So, next up, we saw Forza Horizon 5's new gameplay mode reveal at the top of the show, the hide and seek. We are now going to look at some new wheels that have been inspired by Dallas Maverick star Luka Doncic and, best of all, blessed by the GOAT himself, Michael Jordan. So let's have a look.
They're not even streaming. Wait, let me go back real quick.
Michael gonna gameplay Xbox. Check
Yeah, there's nothing even happening.
out the rules and all the info. And Maverick himself, Michael Jordan. So let's have a look.
Oh, I forgot. Special events is a thing now. Didn't mean to do that. Why is it doing that? Okay, there we go.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor to be here at Gamescom, representing the incredible work of our teams around the world. We have a lot going on here in Cologne on the show floor. Right here behind me, attendees can experience the demo for the Diablo IV Vessel of Hatred expansion. We are also excited to be speaking with our global community
Wish I had the money to do all
here
these
on the
events.
Xbox broadcast over the coming days. During opening night live, we shared that this is a massive year for Blizzard,
is happening over
particularly
there?
for World of Warcraft, the most ambitious creative endeavor for the team since the game's initial release almost 20 years ago begins tomorrow, with early access kicking off for our latest expansion, The War Within. And tomorrow, Senior Game Director Ian Hazakostas and Associate Art Director Tina Wang will be sharing more about the team's work on the expansion and the role it will play in the 3-part World Soul Saga. Last night, we also gave an overview of some new features coming to Diablo IV, Vessel of Hatred. And we know you have a lot of questions. So Diablo General Manager Rod Ferguson will be getting into the details of the new features coming with this expansion, and we'll share more about what's coming to Diablo Immortal. We're so excited to be here at Gamescom with Xbox and with all of you. Gaming is at its very best when we share our experiences, and on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being a part of our legendary worlds alongside us. Now, before I go, I want to leave you with a parting gift from the Overwatch team. The origin story for our latest hero, Juno, now available in Season 12. Enjoy.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine, but you have to hurry.
Careful. I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that.
Okay.
Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay.
Okay.
Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
I wonder if I've seen something about this before, or is this a premiere? I feel like I've seen it before.
Okay. All right. I have all the tools I need.
The fuck are those shoes? They're so poofy. Why?
Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too,
Look
Mom.
like May.
Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Overwatch is a really weird,
Unknown craft. Halt your
like,
approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars. And my name
oh, so
is
not that far.
Juno.
That's neat.
It's one of the fastest selling games in Blizzard's history, and it just made headlines again at last night's opening night live. And here to give us an exclusive look at Diablo 4's newest expansion, please welcome General Manager Rod Ferguson, Systems Designer Aislinn Hall, and Lead Game Designer Rex Dixon. Welcome, guys, to Gamescom.
Thank you for having us.
How you guys all doing? Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Now, for those of the people out there that might have missed what happened last night, why don't you clue us in? What exactly did you just do?
Yeah, well, last night was exciting. So our game director for their Vessel of Hatred expansion, Brent Gibson, got on stage and he talked about something that we've been going even deeper on the expansion. You know, we've talked about the Spiritborn, the class, we've talked about the new zone, Nahantu, talked about the new story campaign, but we're like, there's even more in the expansion than that. And so we really want to get into like different ways that people want to play the game. And so we introduced the Undercity of Kuras, which is our new dungeon, which Rex will talk about. We have our new Dark Citadel, which is our multiplayer co-op. And then the big thing was our trailer last night for our Mercenaries.
Ah, Mercenaries. Now, let's talk about them for a sec, because this is a brand new gameplay feature. We'll talk about new class and all that kind of stuff in a sec, but Mercenaries seems really interesting. You showed off like this vignette with 4 different characters. I mean,
Excuse me?
Introduce us to them. Who are these people?
Oh,
Why
okay,
did it
that
feel
was
like
on
the
their
right
end.
time?
I was like, is that me? No.
The game. There's 4 mercenaries that you can recruit. One is Rahir, one is Variana, Subo, and Aldkin, the demon child, which everyone got very excited about at the show the other night. And so there's a lot of depth in mercenaries. So you'll meet Rahir in the campaign. He'll introduce you to this hideout called the Merc Den. And within the Merc Den, you can find these quests. You have to go on these story-based quests to actually acquire the Merc in order for them to party with you. So each Merc has his own backstory, his own personality.
Oh, another thing that's coming
and then
out
once
like
you acquire
next
them,
week
you can bring them
is
into your party with you. And it
new Star
essentially
Wars
facilitates a way that solo players never have to feel like they're alone
Still
again.
trying to figure out
now they have this friend,
if I
this
want it or
partner who
not.
can
I'm
adventure
definitely gonna
with them.
play it,
And so
might
one
as
of the
well get
ways
it.
that you progress your Merc is you have each Merc has their own skill tree. And you can sort of pick and choose which skills you want them to have. And it's a really nice way to complement your build. So whatever build you're trying to go with, you can have the Merc set up so their skills kind of match and overlap with your own. We also have a system called rapport. The more you work with a Merc and the more you adventure with them, the more they can sort of give you more benefits and they can kind of grow in power. And so once you go back to the Merc Den, you can actually get custom rewards that you can only get by progressing your Merc, building up that rapport in order to access these really awesome rewards at the end.
And then, so I'm going to have to be best friends with a demon child if I want to see the good stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm in.
And then this last feature we have is called reinforcements, where let's say you don't want to have a Merc in your party at the all the time. You can actually say, when I use this skill or perform an evade or something like that, I want this reinforcement Merc to jump on the field, perform an action, and jump back out again.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of depth, a lot of fun, and some great storytelling in the Mercs feature.
Just to check, so Mercs, you can equip one at a time to complement your character, but you can access all of them and try them all out, see which one works best for you.
Correct, and you can mix and match your combo, so you can have 2 Mercs, one is your main Merc and one is your reinforcement.
Oh.
And if you're in a party, the party leader can bring a Merc with them.
Sick.
Yeah.
So 5 things happening, because there wasn't enough on screen already.
I agree.
Yeah, great. Well, have you got any particular favorite Mercs that you like playing alongside?
For me personally, Rahir, because Rahir's a dad, and his daughter is introduced in the campaign flow.
Oh.
And so I kind of like associate myself with him because I'm a dad as well. I got 2 boys.
Oh, maybe we're not talking about...
But also, like, I have a problem when I play Diablo. I'm always speccing into damage and DPS at the expense of my defensive skills. And so Rahir has this buff called resiliency, which actually increases your armor, increases your defensive buffs. And so I actually rely
maybe
on
it's
that
like a
to stay
new
alive when I'm
expansion to
playing
the
the game.
campaign.
Nice. Aislinn, how about yourself?
Yeah, I
Because for
absolutely
years
love
they didn't really
Ariana.
do much
She's
of
just
that.
totally wild. She's a butcher who's also a former cannibal, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
And I love playing aggressively. You know, I love building momentum and moving forward, forward, forward. And she has a kill streak mechanic, and that complements that very nicely.
I like it. Rod?
I mean, the Demon Child. I think it's such a unique character in our world, and that explosive power, and the fact that it has the sort of the two sides, the human side and the demon side, is really cool to sort of complement the variety on the battlefield.
Okay, well, you've picked 3. I'll take the one left over.
Yeah, Subo.
Yeah, I'll pick Subo.
I mean, who doesn't love a drunken archer, really? I mean, that's...
Exactly.
You know,
Thank you. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun, but now, as promised, why don't we cover some behind-the-scene looks at the making Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Check this out.
Yeah, for years all it ever felt like was they were only expanding the multiplayer stuff, and that's the boring bit. I was all about the single player of the
Vessel of
Diablo
Hatred,
games.
we travel south to Nahantu, a region with both deep ancient jungles and vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch of land in Sanctuary's eastern continent, and we've packed it full of experiences for every type of player. In this expansion, there's a whole lot to explore under the dark canopy of Nahantu.
Nahantu is the southernmost region of the eastern continent that Diablo 4 has been taking place in. It's the last region that we haven't visited yet so far in the game, but it is one that we've been to before in Diablo.
There's lots of new areas. We have 6 in total. 4 of them are jungle themed, and then we have 2 that are Red Rock Canyon, but each one of them has their own unique identity. When you first arrive in Nahantu, you're in this place called Lingering Hatred. This is high treetops canopies where you're almost walking amongst the branches high above the jungle floor.
Imagine a thick canopy that the light is just barely poking through.
The whole area has been infected by this thing called the Hollows infestation. The Hollows are a new enemy that's associated with Mephisto. They themselves are kind of like a tar-like substance creature born straight out of the depths of hell.
It feels a little twisted. There's a sickness to the area itself.
Humans have ventured into this deep part of the jungle where there's all this poisonous plants and flora. The dregs actually started experimenting with eating these hallucinogens, and it put them into this aggressive psycho rage.
The dregs were pretty fun because we were able to push
That's
more
a really
variety
cool
in the monster
effect.
family. You have one of these tall dregs and then half of a body of another dreg on top of it, kind of controlling it and telling it where to go and tossing poisonous
See, and that's the
bombs at
funny
the
thing.
player.
No one really
across,
pays
it's
that
very
much attention to the character
And
design
then we've also got
because
the
everyone's too busy just slaughtering
where you've got
everything
the
on
Tengazi
screen.
Plateau, which is full of these red rocked plateaus and canyons.
At least that was my experience with Diablo over the years. Like in the early Diablos, you notice the character design a lot more.
Monsters could
But in
live. It offered
like
up a
3
lot
and
of
4, not
opportunity to bring
really.
back
It's
a
just more
monster
like things are
family like
walking
the
at you, you
Lakunai.
just make sure they're dead.
We're bringing them back
You-
in a new
you make
way
the
here
blood
as a fully
splat, it
fleshed
makes
out
you
monster
happy.
family with multiple classes.
What a more brute force looks like, what a caster looks like. They are very much apex predators, and we're definitely in their territory. And then there's a little sub-area called the Skittering Earth.
The name alone makes your skin crawl.
And it's bug infested, and you can see how the bugs have destroyed the jungles and kind of input their influence on it. Within the Field of Giants,
Why do
we
they
have
keep
these
doing that
giant
sideways
corpses of these
camera,
long-dead
like,
demons that humans have begun to mine
Kinda
away
dumb,
at for
to
their
be
resources.
honest.
While they've got a lot of use out of them, they're also toxic to the land around it.
The notion of
Like, even on
massive
him, it just looks
demons
weird,
walking
like,
sanctuary
why?
1,000 years ago is really thought-provoking.
Plateau's also got just this beautiful color scheme to the lighting. It's really lovely to be there. And then horrific at the same time, you know, it's great.
The mercenaries in Vessel of Hatred are a group
Like they're
of
just
people
moving the
who
camera around to
we
make
like
it
describe
cinematic, I
as
guess.
ordinary
It's just
people
so
with
weird.
extraordinary
Even like right
skills.
here, they
They
just
have the same level of will to fight against.
I'm no
demons of hell.
cinematographer, but
There's
what the
4
fuck?
mercs that you can collect over the course of the campaign. Starts with Rahir, a blacksmith and a shield bearer, is a more defensive fighter.
He's able to go
Oh,
in
he's
there
Captain
and soak up
America.
damage, use his shield as a bulwark against the enemy.
You meet him early on in the campaign, and he's one who introduces you to the mercenary network. You end up finding acquisition quests for 3 other mercs that you can find throughout the course of the story.
Subo, the Drunken Archer, is going to work really well for people who want someone who's out of the main melee, in the back, offering utility and that kind of range support.
Then we
I
have
love that she
Ariana,
talks like
Berserker
medieval.
Crone, who's a melee combat
a lot of
fighter,
words she
close
uses,
range,
just like super
really cool
old
combat
school.
meter,
Like no
a
one's talked that
massacre
way since
meter
like
where
the
you need to keep
1800s.
killing enemies to get the meter to be filled.
Just got a bunch of really interesting utility skills that you can kind of build in.
Finally, we have the demon child Aldkin, who's a magic user who can transform himself from human form to demon form and join you in combat.
That's fun.
There's this really great reinforcement ability where you can take one of the mercenary skills and attach it to one of your powers so that when you use that skill, it calls them in to do a specific skill.
With the mercenaries for Vessel of Hatred, one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For Diablo 3, you had a very basic type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your character build, I think that's where the fun in the mercenary system really
It only
lies.
took them like 6 years to put that in. Or, yeah.
The Dark Citadel is a new in-game feature that's coming in
Diablo
Vessel
4
of
come out?
Hatred. It's an entirely cooperative player experience.
2023,
All the mechanics within it
Could've
are
swore it
based
was, like,
around
2018,
you working
wasn't it?
together with your party members to solve the challenges
Wait.
and face the first Khazra hordes
When
within.
did Diablo
One
3
of the
come out?
outcomes of the Mage Wars. It's this giant crater and all the souls that were kind of lost in it from those wars.
The
There's no
goal
way it was
of
last
the
year.
first Khazra, who are kind of the original Khazra, they're using the powers within the Citadel found within this crater to perform experiments to try and bring back their Dark God.
Only recently, people have started going missing. They head into the Khazra region, they disappear, never to be seen again.
says
So it's clear that
2023,
whatever
but I
they're
don't
planning
think
is about to
so.
come to fruition, and your job as the players to get in there and stop it.
Citadels are a place where we take what is the best part of Diablo, combat, and we test it in a different way, which is adding in cooperative mechanics that you have to manage on top of that.
For example, a boss has an attack, and as a player, you have to collect an item that allows you to reflect the attack back at him. So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, we're each responsible for reflecting that shot once, so we all have to sort of master the timing of that move. You can't do that kind of thing without coordinating as a team, and that's sort of the example of what Citadel gameplay feels like.
When designing the Citadel, we designed a lot of really cool bosses. And so one of the things that we did is we took that design and made like armor sets for each of the classes. That way you feel like you
Yeah,
took
I
their
guess it was
armor and
2023.
you feel like
Weird.
you're wearing
I swore it
a
was,
little
like,
bit of them
2018.
after your victory.
We also have a currency that's dedicated to the Citadel, where as you play through, a vendor can be
Diablo 3
interacted
release.
with to buy custom cosmetics that
It's
are
saying
unique to the
2012, but I
Citadel.
could have swore
You can play
Diablo
with
4
two
was
people,
available
but
before even
the
COVID.
ideal experience is for
I
4.
played it.
In order to facilitate that, we've built an all-new party finder feature,
not gonna
and the
think about
community has been pretty vocal about wanting this for a long time.
was like a DLC
It made
for
a lot of
3 I'm
sense
thinking
to
of.
us to pair it with this new Citadel mode.
It really is an activity that's geared towards people who love to play
Okay,
together with
last
their
one
friends
was
or with
okay.
strangers
Yeah, I was right.
and enjoy
Rise of the
that cooperative
Necromancer
gameplay.
was 2017. Okay, that's when I was thinking. Of
I
Diablo
cannot wait for players to get into the world. I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that
And
the
then
team
4
has
came
fit
out in
in.
2023,
There's interesting
I
things to
guess.
find
Even though
and
they were
see and
selling it
discover
years before
around
that,
every
like,
corner, and it's just a really great
I was seeing
experience getting
things
to
at like
explore how
Walmart and
to.
stuff like that in like 2020. So it's kind of strange. Maybe they're selling the DLC. and my
I mean,
brain's just
Party
stupid.
Finder, that is a fantastic idea. I mean, the amount of times I log on and a buddy's not there or whatever, now I can fill that gap. And who needs friends anymore, right? So, there was a lot in that. I want to talk specifically first about the Dark Citadel, because as a guy that's into his endgame activities, that's a really creative way to bring players together and actually work things out. So tell us, what actually will players have to do inside Dark Citadel to earn some rewards, get through it alive?
So it's really a unique model for us. And again, Dark Citadel is built towards endgame. And we're doing more in Vessel of Hatred to push players through the campaign and then into the endgame, where we think some of the best content is. So Dark Citadel will require at least 2 players to get through, and requires a lot of communication between players to overcome challenges. Every week there's going to be updated rewards, so there's always a reason to
Can't
go back
stand
and
that.
do it
It's a
again,
single-player
because there's gonna
game.
be some new stuff in there,
Unless that's
including one
considered a
very big
DLC
fan
kind of thing where you
requested
need a
feature,
second
which is our
person.
scroll of retempering. So no more brick
yes.
items.
Oh,
You'll be able
thank
to
you.
apply this scroll and get all new tempering charges on that item. So I know everyone's very excited about that, and Dark Citadel is the best place to go to get that.
Excellent. Well, there is a lot in that, but it isn't the only thing that you're launching on October 8th. So what else we got to look forward to?
Yeah, so on October 8th, we're also going to be launching Season 6 alongside Vessel of Hatred. And Season 6 is going to have a ton of content that's bespoke. It's totally separate and unique to Season 6, and it's going to be free for all Diablo 4 players, which is awesome.
Nice.
We're going to be talking a lot more about the details of the content of Season 6 in the coming months, but there's not going to just be new content coming in Season 6. Alongside Season 6 and Vessel of Hatred, we also have major character progression updates coming to Diablo 4.
I'm going to have to ask for some specifics, surely. That teases me too much. What else you got?
Yeah. So if you're familiar or you've played Season 4 Loot Reborn, you know we did a lot of itemization changes that kind of fundamentally altered a lot about how you're playing the game and how you're getting rewards. The scope of the character progression changes that are coming in Season 6 it's the same. Like, it's the same grand scale. There's a lot of changes coming to character progression, a lot of improvements coming. I'd love to talk a little bit about the goals and also a little bit about some Paragon changes that are coming with the character progression updates. Yeah, so really when we were thinking about these changes, we took a bird's eye view and we wanted to think about how can we make put the power in the player's hands of how they want to interact with the challenge that Diablo 4 provides in the game. We wanted to make sure that you could opt in to your challenge level that you're comfortable with so that you can set your own pace in any activity throughout all of Diablo 4. And so we've applied, basically, if you've played Season 4 Loot Reborn or you've played some in Season 5, you might be familiar with the Profane Mind Cage. That's an item that allows you in the Hell Tides to up the level of the monsters, up the difficulty, but you get more rewards as well. And we've kind of applied that philosophy throughout all of Diablo 4. You can kind of opt into your own challenge and then get more stuff because of it.
Sick.
And then alongside that, we also have a lot of changes coming to Paragon. We wanted to add depth and choice to the Paragon system, but we know that it's pretty daunting for some people, right? So we wanted to make sure that while we were doing that, we weren't increasing the complexity, right? We want to make sure that it's still very, that it's an approachable thing, but there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. And I could go on forever and ever and ever about this for hours. But we're going to have a lot more details in a developer live stream on August 29th. We're going to have a campfire chat where we're going to be talking all about the specifics of these things.
Awesome. I'm absolutely buzzing to see it.
I mean, the best way to phrase it is like what Season 4 did to loot, Season 6 will do to progression.
Excellent.
And the thing too, but just go back to the Party Finder, like there's things that people look at, like what's part of the expansion and what's not. Party Finder is coming to the game, not just to the expansion. So,
oh, great.
And what's great about it is not only can you access it through the social menu that you can see, or you can access it through your remote wheel, you can actually access it from the map. So when you say, oh, I'm going to go do this dungeon, you can say, and list it as a party that people come join me in this dungeon. So it's a feature that's going to apply to the entire game.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I should also mention, in addition to Dark Citadel, we have another mode that we're bringing to the table, which is called Undercity. And Undercity is a time dungeon where you want to beat it before the timer runs out. And that mode has modifiable rewards. So you get these things called tributes, and depending on which tribute you use, you can modify and scale your rewards with the difficulty. It's a really cool mode. We're really excited. And one of the reasons we built these two modes is this concept of new ways to play. Right? People love our game. They love Nightmare Dungeons. They love Whispers. They love Hell Tides. But what we really want to do is make sure we have enough canvas so that every user can find something that is uniquely suited to them. And that's what new ways to play is all about.
Me and my friends, we just love being able to have a bit of choice, which is really fun in Infernal Hordes in the current season, for example, and being able to tailor exactly how messed up we want this level to get is really fun. So the fact that it's getting applied to more aspects of Diablo that's awesome to hear. But between now and the Season 6 launch and Vessel of Hatred, what other activities can players get up to whilst they wait?
I mean, really, jumping into Season 5, like you were talking about, Season 5 continues the pace of Season 4. You can level up really fast. It's very exciting. The Infernal Hordes is a great new mode. Which
So
is like
fun.
It's basically sort of a horde mode where wave after wave are coming after you. Can go and fight the Fell Council to get your rewards from that. But that's really the big thing. And like, just even if you haven't played through the campaign yet, that's one of the nice things about on the Vessel of Hatred is that it is a continuation of that story. So where Neyrelle left at the end of the game, you can pick that story up and you get to continue and play. So if you haven't played through the campaign yet, now's a great time. And I would be, I have to also do the pitch, right? Like,
Go on.
It's an awesome time to pre-purchase the expansion. One of the things we had some great incentives before, where you get the new cat mount, you get new armor, you get pets now, you have snow leopard and the tiger that'll follow you around and pick up stuff for you. But with last night, we actually added 2 more, where not only do you have angel wings that we had before, we added demon wings last night. So if you've already, so if you've already pre-purchased, you'll get your demon wings. Are coming, or they're there. But it's a good time. And then we actually added with the deluxe and the ultimate edition, we've actually added 1 month of ultimate game pass. So if you haven't jumped in yet, or if you want to add an extra month onto your subscription, pick up the pre-purchase, and you'll get an extra month. And I already got my code last night. I watched the show, got back to my hotel room, and there was my code for a month of ultimate. So it was awesome.
Now you got to find some other games to play while you're on that as well.
Yeah, well,
in between Diablo. And,
Is that possible? I don't know if that's possible.
That's true. I mean, I've already put in quite a few hours into the current season, and yeah, it's so much fun as is, and I just can't wait to see the Season 6 drop as well, and Vessel's looking great, new class as well. I mean,
thank you so much.
I don't know what else I'm going to play in the meantime. You guys have just killed all my free time.
Well, it's great. One of the nice things is we have a demo like on the booth here. Here we have the whole Hantu corrupted, temple, and it's actually got a 20-minute demo of the Spiritborn. And what's great about it is you go in and you can pick whether you want to be a gorilla type, or a centipede type, or a jaguar type, or an eagle type, based on the Spirit Guardians. But then when it sort of clicks in after you played it for a little bit, like, wait, these aren't 4 different classes. This is one class with this amount of variety that I can apply to it. And so you can go in and double down on the jaguar. Like my shirt says, like, if you can be a jaguar, be a jaguar, right? Like, but you also can be, you can mix and match. You can be half centipede, half gorilla, and create really cool mixtures and unique play styles. And so, it's really exciting to watch people get their hands on. This is the first place that, outside of press and content creators, people have been able to play, and it's been fun just to watch them play.
Well, half centipede and half gorilla is a disturbing image to end on, but thanks a lot. You're going to stick around because we need to talk about that. Rex, Aislinn, thanks so much for joining us. Changing gears now, though, we are, for those of you who have been counting down the days to September's Diablo Immortal major update, we've got a sneak peek at the making of Immortal's hellish bosses, including the rebirth of the Dark Lord of Terror himself.
Unspeakable horrors that you are fighting.
Our boss experiences aren't something that you can get in any other game.
We are giving players this heightened sense of horror.
We have to deliver the player with experience that they're the hero.
I think the spectrum of bosses that we have definitely hit everybody's personal horror stories.
So we're like 50 bosses now. Some of our bosses in Immortal are incredibly deadly. And we're really proud to be able to actually have the ability to bring Diablo back into our universe.
Everything that Diablo does, everything that Diablo says needs to be unnerving, terrifying.
It is going to be a very, very
Does anyone
difficult
actually
battle.
get unnerved or terrified in Diablo?
The environment changes.
I never did.
And all of a sudden,
oh, maybe it was just me. Yeah, like, it was like, oh, that's neat, but, like, you were never actually scared. Hell, Diablo 2 is more scary, in my opinion, because you couldn't see past, like, the 5 feet around you.
The boss. Sometimes it starts with a cool mechanical idea.
Sometimes off-screen something will just whack the fuck out of you.
So the story team is going to have a lot of say in terms of, like, what is
I've seen
the
him
fiction
work on
behind
other
the
stuff.
boss, and so what is the feel behind the boss.
In some zones, we are going to lavish incredible build-up on a boss, especially the final boss. In Tristram Cathedral, before you fight Albrecht, the first Shardborn, there's a whole quest line that has you exploring the ruins
became
of
a
the
man.
Manor and learning about his past. And so at the end, when you face him, there's this context and kind of a richness to the things that he is saying to you.
Your flesh will hush the voices.
That if you are paying attention to the dialogue, will maybe resonate a little bit more emotionally.
sound like
Do you
a
see how
demon
much
chick.
stronger I become.
Once they have the mechanics down and how they feel the battle should go, then they get all that together and then it gets passed off to art.
When it comes to designing a Diablo boss, there definitely is a long list of visual elements that we go to. Spikes, demon horns, rotten skin, decaying skin, burnt skin, different diseased skin. How do we stretch the skin out to make it look really uncomfortable? We take different parts of the body and then we twist them in very uncomfortable, awkward ways. We love using different humanoid bodies and then almost melting them together. The intention in creating Diablo bosses is to instill a general feeling of unease. So if it starts to feel like we have pushed it too hard, that's usually the comfort spots.
We have so many different representations
You're gonna
of
push it too
evil
far.
and horror.
Everyone's
so
got
no
a
matter who
camera
you are,
above
no matter
the
where
battle.
you're
You
from,
can't
can
really
always
see
bet
much.
that there is something in our game that is going to terrify you.
It's not like you're playing Dead Space
So we
back
have
in the
many
day.
different kinds of bosses in Diablo Immortal. Bosses that are almost
I
too
guess
big
I'm
for the
just
level.
biased.
They're not mobile. You only see the top half of their bodies. We have tanks where the main goal is to just get this big, giant hunk of meat and beat it up until it dies. We have co-op bosses that are, better with friends, working together as a team to really take on these puzzles that the bosses present. And then we have mind-bending bosses that really change the way you play the game, what your perception is of the boss. But my favorite boss in the game is the Butcher.
Bringing the Butcher into Diablo Immortal was quite a journey for us because it is such a beloved character in the Diablo lore.
When I was playing Diablo 1 for the first time, there was this shock associated with encountering the Butcher. You open the door, he steps out, he's cleaving you very, very fast. You're like, I've never seen anything like this before. What the hell is happening?
Yeah, why didn't you just run straight
We
out of the
wanted
door?
The Butcher to be the real Butcher
Goofball.
from the first Diablo. So it was kind of like, how do we bring him into our game, and what can we make more special about this particular encounter?
Our Butcher is super intimidating. He's a gigantic boss, towering above the player.
This is the Butcher that was basically too angry to die. He's just shoving his guts back in. He's got the chain that he throws. He's got the rush. He's got the fire coming out of the ground. And it's just a fun, nostalgic fight. We've been building towards this encounter with Diablo since the launch of the game.
Diablo is the Lord of Terror. His food and drink is the fear of other beings.
He has this very recognizable silhouettes with his giant horns on his head and also down his back. He has this very intimidating smile that is signature to Diablo.
Diablo having a World Stone Shard means he's entering the nuclear age. He is now walking around with a weapon of mass destruction to bend reality, to perhaps create new realities.
The whole team is excited. It's electric. Getting to bring back Big Red and then unleash him, not just on one boss fight, but on an entire zone, on Sanctuary itself.
This Diablo is going to deliver a very epic experience, as good as any other Diablo games.
It's going to be the best Diablo ever. I said it here first.
It is going to be possibly the most difficult battle in the game ever.
Well, they're called Lilith's Mightiest Warriors, and no, I'm not just talking about our guests here, but joining us once again, this time to tell us more about what we just saw. We've got Diablo's GM, Rod Ferguson, and please welcome Diablo Immortal's executive producer, Pei Wen Yao.
Hi.
Thanks so much for joining us, Pei Wen.
Thanks for having me.
What the hell was that all about? Are you kidding me? That's got huge implications for the lore of Diablo, because you're bringing him back.
Yeah, well,
Tell me about this.
I mean, it's a thing that I don't think everybody really knows what Diablo Immortal is, really. So let's start with there.
Okay, fair.
Like, I think Diablo Immortal, the way to think about Diablo Immortal is our free-to-play offering in Diablo. It's a way to bring more players in. We wanted to go where the players are, and we were like, okay, not everybody is part of the mainline Diablo 4 world. So this is a way to reach players where they are. And so we have this great free-to-play, huge campaign, over 11 zones. You get 8 classes. We just added 2 over the last 2 years.
Best class.
The best, yes. So
the best class.
With Blood Knight and the Tempest, our new classes. And so it's really an exciting time. And so the story, the campaign, which is, again, over these 11 zones, is basically you're working with Deckard Cain to beat this demon Skarn. Now, what's happened is that this takes place between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. So that's why Deckard Cain's still alive, and we're able to bring Diablo back. So it's a really exciting time, and this is what this whole year has been leading up to. This is the age of unmaking. This is the return of Diablo, and they've been building towards it for like over the last couple of years now.
Yeah, totally. I think you can tell Diablo is very, very major character in the Diablo franchise, and we have that on our splash screen all the time. So I don't know if it's a plan, but this is truly the most important chapter of the story, that where it starts. And Diablo is very, very significant because it's one of the original antagonists. It's one of the 3 prime evils. So I think in the history of Diablo story, Diablo world is Diablo has this reputation of corrupting people's minds, corrupting humanity, and twist people's minds. So when it comes down to the word, that means something is really going down.
So what does that mean for the people who are here at Gamescom? Do they get to experience that now, or what experience have you brought for them on the booth?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we're really honored to be here at Gamescom. Like Rod mentioned, Diablo Immortal is our first take of mobile version of Diablo world, on the phone, on the smartphone. So our mission is to reach more audience, and that's why we come here at Gamescom. Today we brought into a beautiful booth right here.
That's great.
Yeah, this is one of the most important content and gameplay in our game called the Heliquary Boss. So Heliquary Boss in our game is basically it represents your power. It represents your power progression because all those bosses are your power gates. You have to beat them in order to get to the next difficulty level. So as you go through the game, you will feel you're getting stronger, and you're going to more difficulty level. You get more stuff, the loot and the dungeon and the zoom. Most important thing about Diablo Immortal is that we want to create this social, very sociable, very lifestyle kind of gameplay. So for Heliquary Boss, you can actually you can either play a solo, or you can bring your friends over there. And that's what we bring here. We built a tournament that 4 players come in to the booth and they can play, and you can just rank on the leaderboard and get awesome rewards.
Yeah, you have to beat 2 bosses, so there's like the 2 phases. You have to beat 2 bosses, and right now the fastest is about 2 minutes 45 to get through.
Think I got a shot?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thanks.
No, I know you play a lot. That's
yeah,
good.
That's right.
But anybody can do it. But it's really interesting, like that what Paywan is talking about. There's been over 50 bosses made in this sort of these Heliquary bosses, and it's really exciting to see. It's part of the progression. So it's always fun to have these new and interesting and different types of fights to have. And the fact that it's on mobile, but also on PC, like you can play free to play on PC today, and it's a great experience.
So players at home can also still experience the Heliquary bosses right now, or is
yeah.
Same content, same game, and cross progression, cross play.
So tell me about then the build up to Diablo's return. What can players expect to? What kind of content can they get into right now and in the lead up to that content dropping?
Yeah, so next few months is going to be, like I said, it's going to be the most exciting story chapter of Diablo Immortal. It's going to divide into, like the main quest line, the storyline is going to divide into 2 parts. So we're going to keep some in the future, but the latest one that is going to come up is in September. It's a release we're going to call, we call it Crucible of Justice. This is where the story, we're going to review a very, very powerful weapon. It's called the Eldrim. It's a holy sword, and the player is going to go through the mission, the quest of purify that sword, and that sword is the secret weapon to kill Diablo. So you have to find the sword and purify it, goes through the ritual. And for player, the ritual, I think if you play Diablo Immortal, player is the hero. You play the hero, you save the sanctuary, you save the humanity, but the sanctuary is corrupted, it's dark, and that darkness casts into players as well. So the ritual of purifying this Eldrim is actually a symbolic move of player that they willing to sacrifice themselves for the humanity, and they want to prove themselves to be worthy to use the Eldrim, the holy sword, to kill Diablo. So that is the first part of the September release, and then we're gonna save the second part to the December, our holiday time, and we're gonna release the second part, which is the most exciting part, that you're finally gonna face the Diablo. And with the Diablo boss itself, we also introduced a amazing zone. It's called the War's Crown. You know, zone is one of our very, very important content in the game as well. It's beautifully designed. Not traditional concept of beautiful, but it's...
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard the word skin used so many times. I'm a little concerned, but I'll trust you guys.
It fits the word. It's beautifully designed. It's very dedicatedly, you know, created, and it's icy. It's barren, and it's that way is because Diablo travels through that continent and transforms the place. So it's like very depressing. You know, all the cast coming down to the earth. Well, that's why, you know, players are here to save the world. Yeah, and when player travels through this War's Crown, you're gonna encounter a lot of enemies. You know, you're gonna defeat them. Eventually, you're gonna encounter Diablo as the final boss.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know Tyrael. Like Tyrael is like, when you think about like recognizable characters in the Diablo lore, Tyrael, the Angel of Justice, is one of the top ones. And so this is what's really neat about the story, is that it takes Tyrael's sword, Eldruin, and that's the sword you have to use to defeat Diablo. And so that whole idea of, hey, while I've been fighting Skarn and getting these World Stone shards, I've become corrupted and I have to get purified over in the Cold Isles so that I can actually be worthy of this sword. And taking that sword and then being able to use it against Diablo is just a really cool moment.
I mean, you said in the video as well that this fight with Diablo will be the toughest fight players have ever. I mean, is that true?
I think
what
one
are
or
you, what are
two
you
end
possibly
up
throwing
fighting
out? Because you
Diablo,
also
I
just showed
can't
us like a
remember.
20-foot
Maybe
butcher.
both.
So, well, I mean, what's Diablo? What's he going to do to us? Anything you can share there?
Yeah. Oh well, I'm gonna see how much I'm gonna spoil here, but yeah, Diablo boss is going to be the hardest one that the player gonna encounter, because Diablo is such a classic character. So we still take a lot of, you know, the classic skills from Diablo. So, you know, it's still featuring fire, lightning. So if you go to the battle, have some equipment, have some gears that with the fire and lightning resistance will be helpful.
During that fight, they make his hair long, which is
bring
funny.
the Eldrim to the battle, right? So when Diablo calls all his Diablo soldiers, and they will swarm over to you, and you have to beat them really, really fast. And that beat up of those enemies actually gonna recharge your Eldrim. It's gonna make the Eldrim ready to, you know, make it good use. So yeah, and by the end, hint, the real end.
Oh, come on.
The real end, you're gonna see this beautiful cinematics. It shows how player take Eldrim and eventually kill the Diablo. So
That's all so exciting. I can't wait to. Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to go and set a time on the booth to make sure I get a chance at that leaderboard. But I want to thank you both.
So we have the Inaria statue, you know, the really big one that's the size of the
Yeah,
you know, I want it.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna fight me for it. I'm taking it.
I can't. They're gonna kick me
That's
out.
what we're doing straight afterwards. We're all going down, yeah, and I'm going to come out on top, all right? Well, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Gamescom as well. Coming up, though, the team from Stalker 2 is here with the latest from the sequel, Heart of Chernobyl.
Yes.
Plus, we've also got a look
Finally
at the
a game
newest
I
Xbox
can get
accessories
behind.
that are enabling players everywhere to play the way that they want. And later on, we're going to explore the newest Starfield expansion, Shattered Space, and find out why fans everywhere are setting aside gigs of space to explore even more this epic open world. But first, do you know what's great? Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, take a look at this.
Welcome to the gameplay commentary of our new game, Lonely Mountain Snowriders, which is the spiritual successor to Lonely Mountains Downhill. It's a skiing game in which players need to find their own way down the mountains in a wild and beautiful mountainscape. Our most important new features are a real-time online multiplayer in which up to 8 players can play cooperatively or in a competition, as well as a new trick system that allows you to pull off awesome-looking flips, spins, grabs, or super cool combinations of them all. We focused a lot of the development time on the controls and to make the feeling of
Waiting to
carving
see
down the
someone just
slopes
eat
as
crap.
smooth and fun as possible. Skiing is all about using the terrain in your favor. You need to gain the maximum momentum to do the longest jumps and use the best shortcuts. On top of that, You can also do tricks, ride backwards,
Oh no.
or cross rivers.
I heard the break. Their fucking leg. Just straight
The
ate
game
shit.
features 4 different game modes. The online multiplayer racing mode is all about crossing the finish line first. While in the team mode, you and your team members have to ride and do tricks together to ramp up the highest score and beat all the
Reminds
challenges.
me of like SS Tricky
You can also
and all
pick
that
each
stuff
other
in a
up
way.
after a crash and place checkpoints as a group.
Pretty neat.
In the solo mode,
Not really
you
my
have to beat
kinda game,
challenges
though,
to
but
unlock
that's
new
okay.
mountains and trails. You can also try to reach the top of the leaderboards, or beat your own ghosts. This is the mode that will be most familiar to players of our previous game. And last but not least, there is the new Zen mode. Here, you can ride all trails without any kind of pressure and freely explore the mountains to find secret spots or just enjoy the beautiful landscape. Whether
That's
you're
fun.
playing multi or single player, you will gain experience to level up your profile, unlock new ski types and trick poses, and a large variety of customization items. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video.
I like it. I'm a cut loose if I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm not a carbon copy. I'm the original. I'm dropping these like heartbeats. I like it. I like it.
I really can't wait for the Indiana Jones game. It's gonna be so fun. Like, it looks like they did a really good job with it.
The Xbox Game Pass hype is real, and right now it's easier than ever to join the party, especially if you play on PC. Why? Because PC Game Pass is designed for PC players. Get new games on day one like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th. Play some of the biggest games of the year and unlock partner benefits from Riot Games and EA Play. And if you're not already a PC Game Pass member, join now and get your first month of PC Game Pass for $1 or €1. This offer won't last long, so act now. But first, this post-apocalyptic horror action title is set against 64 kilometers of eerie, explorable area. It's also one of the most anticipated games of the year, and here to bring us back into the zone with some never-before-seen gameplay of Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, please welcome game director Eugene Grigorovich. Eugene, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting.
No, honestly, it is
He
so
looks
exciting.
exactly what I thought he
We've
would
got it
look
on the
like.
booth here at Gamescom. I've been able to get hands on. I'm so excited for you to take us through what you've brought with us today. But how's your first Gamescom?
The previous was a year ago when we bring our demo, which was shown just on the PC.
Yeah.
And today we are bringing another demo, which we launch on Xbox Series X. And from our experience, it's looking very good. And we are happy for what we bring here and what we get the first impression from the players and the press. And for now, I'm happy from what they are telling us about the Xbox build.
Yeah, I got to have hands-on with it, and it is so
I like that
much
everyone's
fun.
using the mouse and keyboard,
Because
no
what
one's
we're
using the
gonna do as well is
controller.
we're gonna hop straight into the
I don't think
into
I
the
saw anyone
gameplay.
using
You're
it
going to
anyways.
talk us through. So anyone watching who's excited to see Stalker 2 for the first time, if they haven't already, can see what they're going to be getting their hands on. So, what are you kind of? So, are we going to bring the gameplay up? So we've got it on our screens. So, as we go, if you want to talk us through this gameplay, so we can know what we've got coming up.
Yeah. I'll take this part. So here the player is doing his first quest, and he got a scanner, a device. Player at this point doesn't know a lot about how it works and what it's for. He just gets information that it somehow recharged an artifacts that's put it inside it, and that if it got successful, it's gonna bring a lot of let's say money. Maybe something else. So at this point, players don't know what is the goal of the character, why he's doing it, and he's learning the story about your character also by doing this
looks so
quest line.
Because the last time we had a
because
soccer,
this is
it was
actually
like
the bit that they've got on the show
2009 or
floor
some
here,
shit.
isn't it? At the start of the game. Because I had so much fun. I get what you mean as well when you're just trying to discover what exactly it does, and the storyline sets that up. But what about the combat in the game as well? Because we can kind of see our first fight here.
Yeah. So it's a group of bandits. They were resting just nearby in their camp and doing their cheeky-breaky stuff. And then they saw that something happened. A wall was destroyed with a huge noise. They just turned up, going to see what's happening, and found you, a player, and
it's amazing as well, because I found myself when I was playing this, I was like the flashlight turning on and off, and like you can also like lean around corners, can't you, to kind of like engage fights from like a bit of cover.
Yeah, so it's very important.
They
in
really
this game
changed the way the healing works
have a
too.
proper tactics. You should hide a lot. You should use your med kits. You should survive grenades, because AI is very pushing and challenging. They trying to outcome
kill
you, to go from other side, and it's pretty stressful. So it's a first fight. It's very simple fight against 3 bandits, but as from what we can see, it's often lead you to several deaths.
It's very unforgiving as well, and we just see as well. I found that it's like a big part of the game is like looting. So what kind of things should people be looking out for when they're looting?
Yeah. So the part of the game. So while we are fighting, we are losing our resources, consumables, food, ammo,
nice.
and after the fight finished, we have to get through the dead bodies'
Like, still
pockets
eat
to
and
find
all
some
that kind of stuff.
ammunition, maybe loot their camp to restore what we just spent. Because without it, we just run out of ammo, and the player would be like stuck.
Because that's the big thing I have. I am very trigger happy when it comes to first-person shooters. Like, I fire way more bullets than I should. And then I found myself as well. I was like, I need to go check every building that I can because I need more ammo. Like, what kind of advice would you say for players hopping into Stalker 2 to spend their time in the world?
So the reason why you should discover and look for some stashes in locations is not because you just want to find some items, but because it's interesting to discover this abandoned place where was some living some time ago, and where is some story behind it. And when you are just walking around and looking for the corners, and it's beautiful there, you can surprisingly find something.
Dude's trying so
stashed there.
hard.
Because it's an stalker
poor
stashes.
English.
They use some stashes for their next
He's doing such a good job,
journeys,
buddy.
because they can bring like hundreds of thousands of kilograms. They have to make some stashes for there, and players
Like, I
sometimes
feel
find
bad.
them,
He's so nervous
and
too,
it's
which is
often
probably affecting the
rewardable,
language a
and
little
often
bit.
it's very rewardable, because you can get
I like how
huge
breakable things
equipment
are
boost
now.
by just
That feels
going
good.
to some building you didn't expect to find anything there, but it could be there.
That's what I found. I found myself like an assault rifle when I just had a pistol to start with. I was like exploring buildings and found that. But the game also, it looks amazing.
I think one of the things I need to start doing is like a
start of the
spreadsheet
next
of
fight.
games coming out and dates
The
and
player,
stuff.
we have some
So I can make a
stealth
proper
mechanics.
list.
So it's not very as you used to have a stealth in the game. It doesn't offer you like ability to be invisible for enemies. No, they will see
Good.
you and shoot you. But at least it allows you to
It'll be
get
closer, yeah.
slightly closer, to find better position to start the fight, and or maybe to initiate the fight with a grenade, so it would be easier for you, and then the fight is pretty challenging.
Yeah.
And you have to watch your hit points and your state, because you could be bleeding, and you have to use a bandage to
Is he
stop the
speaking
bleeding. 'Cause
English?
It's
I swear he
not-
said grenade
It's
out.
gonna last for long, and you're gonna lose a lot of.
So they
hit
might have
points if
actually
you
dubbed
not
it this
stop and
time
use the
with
bandage.
English.
Yeah, because you have multiple ways of healing, don't you? You've
Yeah.
got like the bandages
Because the
to stop
last
bleeding, but
game
there's
it
like
was
different types of
all in
medkits that you
Russian.
can find
Yeah,
as well.
you can have a regular med kits and medical
Move into
med
position.
kits,
Cover
and
me.
an army med
Dies.
kit. And they provide additional boosts, but mostly it's restoring the hit points.
The subtitle just
Also,
dies.
if you are not in the fight and you
It's
are
so
just need
good.
to recover a small portion of health, you can just eat, and it will also bring you a small portion of hit points.
See, that's
Oh
what I
my
loved
God.
as well. I found like there's so much resource management that you have to like pay attention to as Stalker, which really gives you a different challenge. So it's like you said, if you don't eat, you're going to perform worse in gunfights.
Yeah, so you have to watch about your state, just like you're watching about yourself. So we try to bring this simulation or atmosphere as you being the real human that goes to Chernobyl exclusion area with your backpack, with some food, and
Hey, gun.
you just have to do the same things to survive in the game as in life, because you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to.
Yeah, that's one of the things I
like
love
you
about
fall,
Stalker.
you broke your leg, you have to use some.
It's like
medkits
playing,
to survive this.
Daisy
And that's
without
what we are doing
zombies.
here.
Yeah, no, I honestly, like, it's one of those things. I'd recommend it to anyone if you haven't had the chance to just play the original Stalker as well, because when I got to play here, you just think and approach gunfights so differently, because there is that like risk element, and some of the enemies. Like, I was jumping out of my skin because I was like a camouflaged opponent.
one person playing on
that
the
I came
controller, there you
across in
go.
the demo here at Gamescom. And, like, can you tell us a little bit more about the enemies that we're
I
going
can't
to
wait
face?
to see the mods for it too.
Yeah, so the zone is inhabited by different factions. There are factions that came from the first Stalker trilogy, and there are new factions, and they have a story behind them of how they appear, what is their goals, and for the player, it would be interesting to uncover and discover these stories. And it's important to mention that from one walkthrough, the player
Because before
won't
that,
know
you
the
didn't
whole
really
the
learn
story.
about the
So
factions
you
all
have
that much
to have several
until
walkthroughs
like
to
way
get
later.
all these pieces together, or you could discuss.
So you didn't
it with
really
your
know who to
friend
shoot and who not
choose
to
some
shoot.
other paths, and you can share the information about what you see to each other. And
Like,
you
I
uncover,
often just
"Oh,
waited for people
I
to
didn't
shoot at me
expect
first,
that
then
it
would shoot 'em in
happen
the
like
face.
this." So it's for me, I find it should be interesting for people to discuss their experience with each other.
Yeah, we also saw just beforehand, right, we can actually see the scanner going on right now. Can you talk us through this?
It's
Oh,
echo
hey,
scanner,
it's
it's a
the
simple
thing.
scanner, you just
Yeah.
beep, and the faster it beeps, the nearer
Yep, there it
is an artifact.
Yeah.
You can collect an
Nice.
artifact just by using scanner, and
Oh
at this
no!
point,
A
player
blood,
faced
what you
the
call it?
Bloodsucker. It's a
Bloodsuckers,
canonical enemy
yeah.
in Stalker series.
Fuck it. They can
it
go
has the
invisible
ability
now.
To become invisible for player, and we found that.
Shoot
from
it.
the
Kill
feedback
it.
of the players and
Fuck
from-
that
from
thing.
What we see that he's doing quite challenging thing for the players, and
Behind you.
but also it's very rewarding
There you go.
because when you start playing the game
See, there he
and
is.
you start facing some challenge for the
You're
first
so
time,
blind.
you may die, second time you may die, but after and after it becomes easier for you, and at some point you become master of the game and everything is easy for you, but it takes time to
Aim for the
learn
face.
the game.
This terrified me. Like, honestly, I was there going like, wait, at first I was like, what's attacking me? And I was like, how do I counter this? And I was like, suddenly realized I was a camouflage
Shoot it
opponent
hard.
attacking me.
Yeah.
It's like, I love that in this game though, is there are so many challenging enemy, like components, whether you're fighting bandits, whether you're like fighting these sort of enemies. And then I was like looting everything. I became like a loot goblin, where I was going into every building and just trying to find.
Yeah, he's
as many
speaking
med
English.
kits so that
Okay,
I
that's
could stay
cool.
alive.
So you don't exactly have to
And
read
there is
subtitles
also,
all day, every day, but
a
still.
lot of
That's cool.
pieces of content just near the locations. This is not a main quest. It's
dig that.
Often not a side quest. It's just some encounters or narrative little stories to bring you an experience of discovering this real location, real zone, and it's not a fake world. It's full of small pieces.
Yeah.
And for me, I find it very interesting to discover. Even if I know the game pretty much, it's still the world map is so huge.
Oh, so they're
even
not
for
going to
me,
translate stuff like that,
going
though?
back to some locations make me.
What does it say,
I
precious?
didn't expect to find it here. Oh, they bring something here also. So for me,
November.
it's also.
It's like 6 games coming out in the next like
same
3 months
wow
that I need to
effect when
play.
I
That's
discover
definitely one of
something for
them.
me.
You really get rewarded for spending that time to look around the world and kind of try and find those caches, and it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, it's one of the.
I think Fall 1 is
main
going to be
goal
pushed
of
back.
making
We'll,
this game
we'll
is
be
to
playing
bring
that while we're
as
doing other
much
games.
freedom and
Stock is going to be
allow
one that's going to
player
take a while.
to be
I
as
think
he
I put
wants
like
to
100
be, or
hours
she
into
wants
it the
to
first
be,
time I played it.
to play the role they feel that works for them, and the player could like start being very rude and cruel, and they can act totally different in this game as like a player who wants to be on the friendly side. So
one of the good things
there
about
are a lot of freedom.
the first,
and
the
it's
second,
rewarding.
yeah, the
So
first
even
game
being cruel,
was the
it's rewarding,
feeling where it
but
felt like you're fighting
there
other
is a
players.
balance.
They weren't
The
dumb.
game will also punish
Like the
you
way
for
they moved
something.
around, the way
And
they
I think
reacted to
one of the main
things.
things
It actually
is
felt
for
like
everyone
you were
who's been
dealing with
watching
other
and wants to get their hands
people,
on the game,
which
when
was
are they gonna
very
be able to
unique.
play?
It's November.
Compared
so
to a lot
it's
of
not so
other
time,
games.
Not so much time.
Especially
left.
from the time that it
And,
came out.
For us, we are
Here.
like every day counts.
When was
We're
Stalker
doing everything
released?
possible to bring this as polished gameplay as possible, and I hope you enjoy it.
Well, honestly, from what I played at Gamescom,
When was the video
I can't
game
wait to
Stalker
play it more.
released?
But thanks so much for stopping by. You can get Stalker 2 Hearts
2007
and Oval
even.
on November 20th. And of
It's
course,
such a classic
it launches
game. It's like
day and
Metro.
date on Xbox Game Pass as well. But now to a new line of Xbox accessories, making a splash here at Gamescom. Take a look. But thank you so much, EJ. I appreciate
Thank you.
it, mate.
Thank you.
Play video games.
Good job.
Nice.
Leo has issues with his motor ability. He doesn't have access to a lot of things.
There's so many disabled people that deserve a shot to be like everyone else.
I want to be a part of this world.
So this is my Xbox adaptive joystick.
It allows her to use the controller without using both hands.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of this stuff over the years.
This is a
but
joystick. I'm
really
going to be
cool.
the character, and this is how I'm going to move myself.
And yeah, you can set your own stuff, which is really cool. Xbox has been really good about adaptable stuff.
This is my thumbstick topper.
It's so cool.
You can get different sizes, and this is what I use to make it easier to maneuver. You can get bars from the Xbox lineup. Then you can go somewhere else and get it printed.
Be yourself, design it how you want. You're playing with your Xbox controller.
Right side, right side.
With the Xbox controller assist, when he needs help, when he gets stuck, I can at least hit the gas for him.
Oh, he's got
and
like
he
a
can
whole
control the
system
rest.
going, like, of stuff. That's
Having the
cool.
joystick levels the playing field for him.
Your character, you can fly. You can do everything you can't do.
He enjoys winning and will definitely let you know when he does.
Get wrecked. That's what he said.
Big news for all gamers everywhere. We've got some new accessories designed to give
I've been looking
gamers
at that
more
stuff for
ways
a
to
while, though.
play.
Like,
And
I might
here
get
with
rid of
all
my
the details,
keyboard for
please
gaming and
welcome
start
Xbox
swapping to
principal
like one of those
designer
where
Chris
it's just one hand.
Kudrowski and senior accessibility product
Because,
manager
as you can
Caitlin
see,
Jones. Welcome to
The
Gamescom.
trembling ain't exactly
Thank you,
new,
Maxie.
but it's
Yeah,
got
thanks
the
for
voice.
having us. How's Cologne treating you? All good?
I love it here.
Yeah.
Getting knocked in
First
the
time in
brain one too
Gamescom
many
is pretty
times in the
exciting.
army.
Oh
I'll do
wow,
that to you, I
first time.
suppose.
Okay, the full week ahead of you. I can't wait for you to see it. So I can't believe the Xbox Adaptive Controller launch is 6 years ago. But you didn't stop there. So what's new in the world of gaming and
It's been
accessibility?
6 years already?
Yeah, thanks, Maxi. So as you saw, we just announced our Xbox Adaptive Joystick. It's a wired controller that is designed to be a companion for our Xbox Adaptive Controller as well as other Xbox controllers. And that will be available to customers in 2025 early
That's
on.
all like 3D printed.
In 2025.
So you can do it yourself.
As well as our Xbox Adaptive toppers that you can create with Xbox Design Labs. And these are really great, I think, especially for players who might have some difficulty using the thumbsticks on their controllers. They can choose from different shapes, customize the sizes, the height, and the width, and attach them to their adaptive joystick as well as their Xbox Wireless or Elite Series 2 controller, and really customize the way that they interact and grip with those thumbsticks on those controllers to meet their unique needs. So overall, we're just really excited to continue to expand the ways that players can play the games that they want to play and also how they want to play. But it doesn't just stop with our Xbox accessibility offerings. We also have some really fantastic partners through our Design for Xbox program, including BioWave and 8bit2, who are also announcing some exciting accessibility news today.
And with everything in your line of work, the feedback from the community is crucial. And the gaming and disability community was also instrumental in feedback for creating the joystick. Can we hear more about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And certainly at Xbox, we are firm believers in the saying nothing about us without us, meaning we do not create accessible devices or features for the disability community, but rather we need to create them with the disability community. They are collaborators and they're the experts in their own experiences.
Yeah, they've been really good about
that. So from very early on with the adaptive joystick, we had our disability community be hands-on with early designs and functional prototypes, and I know Chris will share a little bit more about that on the hardware design side.
Like one of the ways I knew about
even
it
from
like
a software
so much is because of a
we
lot of
really
disabled
heard from
veterans
our
end up
players
using them.
that they wanted an affordable joystick for their adaptive controllers.
That
They
too.
can easily
They weren't
find
trying to
that
spend
and have that as a
$100.
resource to them, but also something that fit in seamlessly with their existing setups. So we knew it was important to create something that was highly customizable. You can remap all of the buttons on the joystick. You can create different profiles. You can connect it to your Xbox Adaptive Controller for a full adaptive setup, but you can also use it without your Xbox Adaptive Controller. You can plug it directly into your console or PC and use it alone, or employ Xbox Controller Assist to link it with another controller and kind of play that way. So all in all, the disability community's involvement is absolutely critical in everything that we do, and we're so grateful to have them as co-collaborators and designers in these processes.
So many options. So how did the community feedback inform the final design of the adaptive joystick?
Yeah, like Caitlin mentioned, we're always looking for that feedback. And for this device in particular, we actually visited a hospital in Seattle that uses gaming as therapy for some of their spinal injury patients. So what that means is we went there with a box of prototypes, got feedback on the grip size, the shape, the number of buttons, where the buttons were located. They liked some of the stuff.
Okay, it's
they
called
didn't like some of the stuff,
Asron Cyborg
and that's exactly why we're
controllers.
there. One of the most important
They're
things
3D
that we
printed,
took away
but like
from
it's
that,
all
from
in
that
one
meeting
hand,
was the
which I was
importance of
digging.
having the controller be mountable.
So it's got like
lets you put it in a lot of different
button
positions.
here,
Hold it
a
stable
button
if you're not
here,
able to hold
and then
the
like a
controller in your
button
hand. So we
here,
added
you just
this
tap,
threaded
tap,
insert here that's the same
and
one you'd
you
find
can
on your
get
camera
all your
tripod
keyboard
or
stuff,
actually
but
on
you
the
just bind it to
adaptive
that.
controller as well.
I thought about
and so
doing
that really
because
allows you to
it's
use
like, the
non-hand
only problem
body
is it's like
parts
$240
with the controller easily. So we took that feedback and then
that's the
used it
part
to
I was
iterate on the
less
design.
enthused about.
Wow. And just curious, how does that process look like of creating? Do you 3D print prototypes? Do you mold? What do you do?
We do both of those things. Usually, I like to start making something that goes in your hand by making it by my own hands. So we'll take a block of foam, carve that away. We'll take a 3D print, add clay to it, and then sand it away. And I'm doing this in the design lab, in the workshop in my garage. And we're just really iterating constantly to get the feel right, to get the ergonomics right, the position of the buttons right. We usually start with a very primitive form and then add those details throughout the design process. One of the other things that's really important from my perspective as a designer, and this maybe sounds obvious, it's an Xbox controller. It should look like an Xbox controller. So many of the adaptive products that gamers have to use, they might look like hospital equipment or something you have to use rather than something you'd want to use. Like Xbox makes cool products. We want our gamers to want to use the products, and so using the same form language, the same color, material, and finish really helps it feel like a part of the Xbox family, and that goes a long way in removing some of the stigma that's associated with using adaptive products, and that's a really important thing that I think design and Xbox brings to the table here.
Yeah, it looks very well next to the adaptive controller, traditional Xbox controller, so good job. Good job. One question. So I heard the rumor that the idea of the 3D printable topper files came from an internal hackathon event. Is that true?
That is true. Very similar to the Xbox adaptive controller years ago. The adaptive thumbstick toppers were born from a hackathon project. So hackathon is a week where Microsoft employees get to take a break from their day job and work on a passion project. And this particular team was inspired by really the high cost of adaptive accessories and doing custom setups like that. So knowing that 3D printers are a lot more available for at home or as a service, they combine these two ideas to create a great range of products that offer gamers a lot more options to customize their setup just to exactly what they need.
And so much goes into the creation of these accessibility offerings, and especially what did the development for the 3D printable files for the adaptive thumbstick toppers look like?
Too.
Who did you work with?
Yeah, very similar to the adaptive joystick and all of our other accessibility offerings. We, again, partner directly with the disability community, specifically a lot of hospitals and gaming accessibility charities that were doing a lot of 3D printing work. So we worked with them directly and kind of just asked, what are the most common shapes and designs that you all are creating or that you find work best for your players, and that's actually what informed the final 6 shapes that we have available today. So very direct, working with them and getting that feedback. Something that we also learned, though, by working with them is that, not everyone needs a full-on adaptive setup. Sometimes just minor modifications to how you interact with your thumbstick can be the difference that allows someone to play longer, more comfortably. It can also be the difference whether you can play all together. So based on that, we did want to create something that was available, discoverable, and easily customizable for customers, because through working with our disability community, again, more and more learnings nonstop, always coming in. We did learn that, not everyone has access to easily connect with these hospitals or these more tech-savvy maker communities or charities that are customizing these designs and printing them. And also, not everyone at home knows how to 3D model and customize their own shapes at home. So with the Xbox Design Lab platform, it's as simple as picking your shape, using sliders to adjust the height and the width of those shapes, and you're given a free 3D printable file that you can then take to a printer if you have access to. You can use a 3D printing service, and it's as simple as customizing from there with no 3D modeling knowledge required.
I love that. But what I love more is that you not only support the community with creating accessories, you also support partners, third-party developers in bringing their designs to life. So can you share a little bit more who you're partnering with?
Yes. And I will say I am just personally so grateful and excited that we do have so many Design for Xbox partners who are just really committed to making gaming for everyone. Some of the specific partners that we've been working with recently on the accessibility front are BioWave. So back in May, they announced their Proteus controller, which is a modular controller that allows you to really build your own unique setup that works best for you. And very exciting today, that controller is now available. In addition to BioWave, 8-Bit Do is both announcing and available today their Light SE wireless controller. So all in all, when it comes to accessibility, a rising tide floats all boats, and we're just excited that our players have more and more options within the Xbox ecosystem to really choose what works best for them.
That's a lot of great news that you have today. So is there any place where we can look up all of the accessibility offerings?
Yes, to find out more about any of this accessible hardware that we've just talked about today, you can see the Xbox Wire blog post. Or if you happen to be here at Gamescom like us, you can visit us in the Here to Help area in the Xbox consumer booth. You can get hands-on with any of the products, do some live demos. And if you're here on Friday, you can see Caitlin in a discussion panel in the community area as well.
Thank you so much to both of you for coming. And also I want to say thank you so much for making our booth accessible so everybody feels welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Maxie.
Yeah.
Coming up, we'll get a look at the first expansion from Starfield, find out what happens when nuclear disaster and the quaint British countryside converge in Atomfall. And Age of Mythology fans, stay tuned. We'll take a look at what you can expect from the latest in the series. But first, it's time to explore AR 126
almost $300 for that.
in
Holy
Revenge of the
crap.
Savage Planet.
It is very cool controllers, though.
With nowhere to poop. The juiciest burgers in the galaxy. Burger Square.
Wacky Extreme Learning Smartbot from Hot Whiz.
Radical. I smush it down my throat.
Our new Ding Dong.
I wasn't paying attention. What is
Greetings,
this?
Brave Explorer. We here at Alta Interglobal would like to welcome you to our newest venture, the colonization of space. You've spent almost a century hurtling through the universe in cryosleep, ready to begin your work on this strange alien planet. Unfortunately, changing market conditions have led us to the realization that space exploration is far too costly and unpredictable, and Alta has decided to cancel all future plans in space. I regret to inform you that you have therefore been made redundant. Your final check has been sent. We thank you for your service, and we hope you eventually find a way home. Good luck.
Revenge of the Savage Planet. Wait, don't I know Savage Planet from something?
What started as a journey to the Savage Planet has turned into revenge. Here with more on what fans can expect from Revenge of the Savage Planet, please welcome producer Noémie Lecourier and creative director Alex Hutchinson. Thanks so much for joining us.
We're very happy to be here.
Thanks
you.
for having us.
Thank you.
How's your Gamescom going so far?
Very good.
Very good. Busy.
Yes.
It always is. There's so many games to play, so many things to see. But Alex, it's been a journey getting here, and not only to the sequel to fans, but also to evolve the game as a whole. Can you unpack that for us?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty crazy half a decade for not only us, but for the entire games industry. So we originally began as a studio called Typhoon Studios. We made Journey to the Savage Planet. We were acquired by a large multinational. The pandemic happened. We updated the game, and on the day we shipped, that same multinational made us all redundant. So we found ourselves sitting around trying to figure out what to do. But luckily, we decided to reform. So we're a new studio, Raccoon Logic. And we've made this new game, Revenge of the Savage Planet.
Yeah, and Noémie, can you kind of talk about the world that we live in with Revenge
yes.
of the Savage Planet?
I'm having
got
trouble
the
hearing some of
gameplay
these
that we
people,
can
but the
push
thing
up.
they didn't put on closed caption.
But before that,
I think Alex is going to talk about
yeah, so
it.
before that.
Yeah.
So obviously some of the big changes are that we've switched to third person in this one. It's still,
Why does this guy keep having to
a game
tell
about
them,
exploring
hey,
the
put
world,
up the
interrogating everything that
gameplay?
you see. It's filled with wonderful, wacky, weird creatures. It's 4 planets now instead of 1 planet. So there's lots more to do and lots more to see.
Yes, so we basically can survey, scan everything. in collect and catalog. Here, as you explore the world, you're going to discover rewards, things to collect as well. The rewards are blocked by encounters with alien creatures, as well as puzzles and navigation challenges. So lots of fun here.
Yeah. It looks so cute. Like even the trailer, but in the trailer beforehand, it's like all the creatures. It's like adorable.
And you know it's a sequel when you're swimming.
Just it happens every single time.
Every
You've got to add water in. If you go in, no water.
Exactly.
Second time thing. But Alex, there's obviously a ton of creativity by the team to produce an incredible world. But perhaps players' take on its obstacles can be equally as creative. So in the world, like how are players going to approach the obstacles that they face?
Yeah, so we've taken a really systemic approach to open world design. So it's still a Metroidvania. You're still being blocked by different obstacles. You need to go back to your habitat and upgrade your tools to get through them. But what we wanted to do was have a Metroidvania where there's a single lock, but multiple keys. So you see different types of objects. Say if it's a cracked wall that you need to blow up, you could do it with a grenade. You could find a creature that explodes. Anything that generates an explosion will get you through. And so hopefully, as you see in this video, there's a little bit more systemic chaos than most games of its type.
So there's lots of creative ways to kind of like solve the problem.
Exactly.
So you can have a bit of fun with it, and every time you play it as well, you're going to get those different experiences.
Exactly.
Another way players can make their game their own is through customization. You know what I mean? Can you talk us through customization?
Yes, absolutely. So we've added tons of new outfits in the game. You can mix and match between the different outfits. So whether it's the helmet, the boots, or the gloves, all the outfits are inspired by sci-fi themes, famous like Star Trek. Here we can see some of the suits here, as well as like Power Rangers. So
if you put on the red shirt, you get killed immediately in the game, but you reprint.
What have you got wrong with the red shirt?
It's just a trope. It's just a trope.
You also have a habitat where you will find all the main modules, like you see here, the PC that you will use throughout the game. But there's also another section that you can fully customize with lots of things. So as you explore the world, you will find Alta crate containing Alta bucks that you can spend in the Alta store on furniture, accessories, and basically a lot of useless junk to really make the space your own. So I hope players have a lot of fun with that.
It's like my own flat all over
there
again.
You go.
Just lots of stuff from Gamescom will kind of like come with me, and by the end of it I'll have plushies for days. But co-op is such a big part of the game as well. Can you kind of talk us through that, Alex?
Yeah, so a lot of the team members have worked on different two-player co-op games, whether it was Army of Two or Far Cry 4. We've had a lot of success with it. We think it's an intimate way to play with your best friend, your partner, your kid. And this time we've made sure you can do it in any way you can imagine. So there's not only network co-op, but there's split-screen co-op. You can play on the couch, and even cross-play. So you can play on any system with any other system.
I love playing split-screen games as well. Like I grew up playing with my brother. Like every single game that we get our hands on to do split-screen, that was always the way I went and played.
Perfect.
Yeah, also, it's so good you've been able to return to this franchise and bring tons to the fans. This game looks so fun, it feels like fun, and went to create it. Alex, can you tell us what you think the magic is for this game and what makes fans love it so much?
I think it's humor. You know, you see a lot of games that are very gray, very brown, very serious, and we wanted to get back to a world that was fun, that was upbeat, that was optimistic. We like the idea of exploring space because it's fun, and you're going to find something exciting. You're not going to find Matt Damon on the moon, you know, eating poop mushrooms or Mars. So, like, hopefully people see that the humor in this is in the gameplay as well as the script, you know? That the joke we always tell is that, you know, I can write a one-liner that's funny once, but slapping your best friend to their death off a cliff is funny forever.
Yeah, you can just kick him off in as many creative ways as possible.
Exactly.
Like, just trying to get through that cracked wall. But also, really importantly, when a player's going to be able to get their hands on the game?
So it's going to come out sometime next year, 2025. For more info, you can go on the website, Savage Planet Game, and the wishlist as well, now.
Please wishlist.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't wait to come and have a go with it as well. So thank you so much for joining us as well. And have you got any final words as well that you want to share with fans?
No, we just please wishlist on whatever platform you like, and we'll show you some more gameplay soon.
No, honestly, thank you so much. But coming up, we've taken a spin in some new wheels and a turn with a new story in Starfield's first ever expansion, Shattered Space. But first, check out an action-adventure game about hope, robots, and the power of words. This is Dustborn.
We need to stick together. We need to be a crew.
We're on the run from people with space guns built into their Rise.
Isn't this that game where
Dustborn isn't about making the big and immediate choices. It's about the little things that add up over time. The words spoken that affect relationships and moods, the decisions that stick with you and play out when you least expect them to, the actions that push your relationships in new directions.
I guess this explains why you're suddenly so eager to chase after the robots.
Oh, keeping secrets again, huh?
It's about making tough choices, about how to deal with the people in your crew, how to manage them, and pull them together to do the job, and to make the compromises necessary to reach the end of the road and your own personal goals.
We'll be taking a different route north, through Liberty, Oregon.
Liberty? I would actually like an explanation.
I concur.
Think of the game as a way to write your own comic book as you play. Each chapter or issue starting with a new cover displaying what you're about to experience, and each of them ending with a comic splash screen. These pages present key choices made in the previous issue that could have an impact later on. Whether a dialogue line or event plays out because of a choice made by the player, an icon will appear in the top right corner of the screen, allowing you to really get a sense of what could have gone differently.
Stop it!
Yeah.
What the hell?
I got like little superpowers and shit.
In the comic splash, you'll have access to more data, such as global stats about how many other players received this particular consequence, allowing you to gauge how popular this choice was. Some choices lead to crew mood change, which can have an impact on your relationship with them, but also on their personal endings.
Are you just gonna hover?
We didn't finish our chat?
No, we were finished.
I'm worried about you, and I had more to say.
I'm sure, but I was done.
Every key crew member in the story receives one of 3 endings, or codas, based on choices made and actions taken by the player and PAX. Each coda is illustrated by a comic book style splash screen, along with unique dialogues and events reflecting each character's current status. The player can at any time access the character codex to see which coda is the current favorite.
The crew respects you. When you're unhappy, they feel it. I'll keep that in mind.
Whenever a dialogue choice or action affects a coda, the screen will display a coda emoji, along with an animation that tells the player how important this choice was. It'll be up to you to decide how the road trip goes and how your relationships will evolve. Will Noam break away from their on-again, off-again relationship with Pax, or embrace it? Will Theo loosen up with the crew, or favor his boss status? Will Ziggy resolve her sister issues with Pax? Discover how it all unfolds in Dustborn. Available now.
What's the name of your band?
We're the Dustborn.
There is a dream that haunts me.
It looks like OBS
a most
symbol.
dreadful nightmare, truly.
Like, what the fuck?
It tears me.
You know, source, but wouldn't that still be
the
making
fortress
their
of stone
thing
and valor, which I struggled to build, is now slowly crumbling into ruin. The land caught in a perpetual autumn.
Is this what's it called from Amazon?
A futile sacrifice remains ensnared.
Immediately,
deep within
it was
the
like,
horns
no.
of the surf. A shield, now weakened and cracked by time, fails to protect my people.
Looks fun.
A profound betrayal.
Not enough fantasy FPSs.
Yielding only despair. I am left paralyzed, powerless. Not more than a witness.
Kind of gives me that old Skyrim Oblivion kind of vibe.
My legacy. Everything is collapsing. They hailed me as the once and future king. Only now do I understand.
Never understood that phrase. The once and future king. What do you mean the once king? Like, the phrase always sounds so stupid. Spoken by people who couldn't read. Alright, I will be right back.
It's one of my favorite massive open world space adventures, and it's just got its first ever expansion coming up. Here with more on Starfield Shattered Space, please welcome lead creative producer Tim Lamb. Hi Tim, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Nice to meet you, Bex.
Awesome, it's lovely to speak to you today. So let's chat opening night live. We had a really fun look at a very vibey trailer about some vehicles. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
I can. So we released the Rev 8, super excited. The team is so happy to have this new element that adds to planet exploration in the game. So, you know, we have these dynamic worlds with, you know, dense terrain, lots of very interesting obstacles, and like now those worlds are our playground to drive around on.
Heck yeah.
We have a lot of, in navigating that, we have vertical boost, forward boost, we have a weapon on there. It's like a lot of different minute to minute, just like fantastic gameplay opportunities for players.
Yeah, super exciting. And Vasco looked like he was having a good time as well in the back there.
Yes,
love that, love that. Now, let's talk a wee bit about the story in Shattered Space. It's very dark and mysterious. Could you tell me and everyone watching a little bit more about the story?
Yes, so I think there's a hopeful optimism in the giant sprawling adventure of Starfield. You go to a lot of different locations, you meet a lot of different types of people, the cast of characters there, and Shattered Space, that tone, that mood, we were able to sort of distill it down and focus it into a location in the game around Dazra City. So like we get to meet that new House Faroon, the people there. There's a moment of strife that they had. We get to experience that with them now.
Yeah, they sounded a bit intriguing, shall we say, in the footage that we saw last night. So can you tell us a wee bit more about the House of Faroon and kind of who we'll be coming across?
So I don't want to, no spoilers.
Sure.
You encounter a derelict star station, and this starts you on your adventure to meeting the Faroon. You end up in their home world, Varun Kai, in the city of Dazra. There's been a catastrophic event. You deal with the minor houses of the faction of House Faroon to sort of uncover the mystery of what happened, and then, you know, resolve it as you do as a player.
Nice.
There's lots of choices in there for you.
Okay, very interested to find out what that story kind of leads us on to as well. Very good. Along with that story that we've been chatting about, there are some new game features as well as a huge new planet that we can explore. Could you tell us a bit more about those too?
So we have the city of Dazra. We focused, all of our effort has really been focused on the area around the city. So I think the beauty of it is that there's exploration, that you can find nooks and crannies in the game or little secret discoveries or locations you feel like, I know I'm coming back here. So there's like an excitement there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that, yeah, I'm so excited about it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited as well. I mean, even in the trailer, we saw kind of a very summery, beachy vibe cruising around on our Rev 8 too. Have you taken it for a spin?
I have, no, I do. And I think Shattered Space is like a fantastic playground for it. Now, you can take the Rev 8 to any planet.
Yeah.
You can take it into Varun Kai, Faroon's homeworld, and drive it there as well. But like we support, I think that's one of the great things about our games is we always support any type of play style. So it's like you can play with it, you can play without it, you can take it to Varun Kai, you cannot take it there.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll definitely be taking it for a spin as well when Shattered Space releases too. Was there anything else that you wanted to chat to us about for Starfield Shattered Space coming out? Anything we can look forward to?
You can. I think you can look forward to an interesting story, a handcrafted world, new weapons, new gear, new items that sort of alter the way you might think about Starfield.
Amazing. Well, Tim, I cannot wait to play it as well. And everyone watching at home as well, be sure to check out Starfield Shattered Space, launching September 30th with Xbox Game Pass. Thanks again for chatting with us.
Maybe eventually.
Now, next up,
If that's
we're
it,
exploring,
like the last thing
scavenging,
we're doing
and
for it, I
hopefully
might actually
surviving
play
the
it now.
harsh world of Atomfall. But first, let's build a dungeon.
Because it was such a not good launch, I didn't end up playing Starfield. That's cool. It's like games within the games. Those are usually fun. Let's build a dungeon. Game Dev Simulator. Actually looks kind of fun.
Hi there, I'm James, the designer of Let's Build a Dungeon, a game development simulator that's coming to PC and Xbox next year. We previously brought our game Let's Build a Zoo to Xbox Game Pass, so it's exciting to be back here sharing news of our next game. Today, we want to share a closer look at our multi-layered management sim, and also reveal some brand new features that we've never talked about before. Let's Build a Dungeon is designed to simulate every aspect of running a games studio, and that starts with designing something your virtual players will love. You get to decide which quests to put in the world, and whether you want to focus on a traditional RPG built around magic and combat, or something more cozy like fishing or running monster farms. And if you want even more control, we have an exclusive new mode to share with you. Creative mode is our sandbox, but it's a sandbox quite unlike any other. Not only do you have access to literally thousands of assets, buildings, and characters,
Someone's
in
gonna
Let's
make
Build
Doom
a
in it,
Dungeon,
calling it
you
now.
can also tell your own story. We are developing a series of easy-to-use tools that lets you create almost anything. From a production-level dialogue editor that lets you create branching conversations, events, and rewards, to a full AI editor that lets you adjust anything from attack
people actually
probabilities to
play?
spawn rates and weapons. We even have a tool that lets you draw your own
Other people's
pixel art
worlds or something?
characters, which will
That'd be
then
cool.
automatically animate them for you. Our goal is to build a suite of tools that gives you as much control as we have when building our games. Games made by the community will be available for download,
cool, yeah.
along with some titles made by
Very neat.
developers like us here at Spring Loaded. Adding these tools felt like the natural extension of our game development simulator. Why stop at building the most detailed game dev sim ever created when we can add elements of a game engine to give you a full, authentic experience? Hopefully, this short overview has given you an
Very
idea
cool.
of what to expect from Let's Build a Dungeon when it ships next year.
Windscale, the pride of Britain. Nestled in the picturesque Lake District, the state-of-the-art atom plant has transformed this rugged landscape into the envy of its northern neighbors. Scientific progress waits for no one.
Windscale. Everything changed when that bloody atom plant went up in flames.
Citizens of Wyndham, there has been an increase in bandit activity outside the village walls.
Temporary quarantine, they said? It's been bloody years.
They're hiding something from us. Something terrible.
My name's Molly. You got out to trade? I got bits and bobs for sale.
I don't know what it is, but I want to play it. What can I say? I'm
Please
easy.
be careful. is more dangerous than you can possibly imagine.
Just like the effigy umpire and call it a day. Ooh, that was fun. I like the little, I forget what they were called in Doctor Who. Little eyeless dudes.
It's mystery mixed with folk horror weirdness, all set in a not-so-idyllic post-war British countryside, and believe it or not, it's based on a true story. Really? Well, here with more on Atomfall, please welcome Creative Director for Rebellion, Ben Fisher. How you doing, pal?
How you doing?
Oh, it's Rebellion. I love it.
First time here, or?
I've been here for Gamescom before.
Yeah. But not with a game quite like this, right?
No, let's talk about that, Ben. Actually, you're right, Henry, because this is a huge departure from Rebellion's most famous series, let's call it Sniper Elite. Can you tell us about this sudden change of pace here?
Sure. I mean, it's similar and
Do we get to kill Hitler in it and shoot him in the balls?
So
like
we
we
always
can in Sniper
value
Elite.
sandbox exploration and giving the player lots of freedom in their objectives. But at the same time, this is a survival action game with some sort of RPG-ish elements. There's skills, there's crafting. The story of the game unfolds as you explore. It's kind of a mystery game, so tonally quite different to Sniper Elite.
I love the exploration side of it. I mean, from what we just saw,
I was getting so irritated before when I went to the bathroom. I realized my beard was starting to do the curve under thing.
There's a lot to unpack, so maybe as we're checking out some gameplay,
it was starting to get the COVID crease again.
Some of the influences that have made it into this title, because, like I said,
it's 2 years since I had to wear a mask, and
so let's check out some of this.
You know, for work and all that. So now it's like. Whole reason I shaved was to get rid of that crease that I just couldn't.
I mean,
knock
it's
it
on your
out no matter
T-shirt
what I
as well.
was doing.
It must be quite a core feature of Atomfall, I assume.
It is actually.
Ah.
So, as you explore the world of Atomfall, you're uncovering a mystery. You're discovering what's happened in this post-apocalyptic quarantine zone in 1950s north of England. Different characters will ask you to do things for them, and they might help in return. And one of the characters that you can interact with is this mystery phone voice. You don't know who they are, you don't know what they want, and you have to choose which characters you trust and don't trust in exploration.
Kind of like Bosley, Charlie's Angels vibes coming through the phone.
Yes, exactly.
I like that. That's cool. You know, speaking about the story, and Henry, you mentioned it earlier. True story.
Bases are
like,
looking
what
good,
is that about?
Yes. Well, it's based on real-world disaster that happened. The first major nuclear disaster in the world was in Winston plant in Sellafield, so 1957. We wanted to use that as a jumping-off point for a story. So Jason Kingsley, one of the owners and founders of Rebellion, observed that there are lots of games that are kind of like post-atom storytelling, like post-atomic disaster storytelling, but none set around this first disaster that's happened in the world. So we took that as a starting point and then thought, what's a Rebellion kind of interpretation of that kind of event? So, like I say, we value that kind of sandbox exploration and player freedom, and then combine that with the sort of unique Britishness, and that led to the environment that we've got in the game. So it's kind of an alternate history story, and it's a mystery that you uncover what's happened. And as part of the process of building that game world, we looked back at 1950s storytelling. So references like the Quatermass series, which is one of the very earliest sci-fi serials, or like early Doctor Who, and things like that. So like UK TV Gold.
Okay, that explains a lot, because I was looking at that and like,
reference points,
you know,
that
it
even
feels
if
very
people don't
Doctor
know the
Who.
reference itself, they know the influences that came from it. And at the time, there wasn't a clear distinction between like folk horror and sci-fi and those kind of stories. So it's a blend, it's a natural blend in the storytelling style of the 50s.
And of course, you had to chuck some cricket bats in there for good measure. I mean, the combat's pretty crunchy, right? I mean, this is, like you say, a bit of a departure from Sniper Elite, which is typically long range, but in here we're getting right up.
Look, if you weren't doing close range shenanigans in Sniper Elite, you're doing it wrong.
Decisions were made, so why did it feel right for Atomfall to treat it that way?
Got to plant, you know, mines and
an
stuff
elite
and
trained
laugh as they,
sniper.
you know, blow their
Carl
fucking
Fairbairn's
feet
big
off.
human sniper rifle, right? He knows exactly how to fire a shot.
toe popper never hurt
miles
nobody.
to take out that one guy. This is a different character on a different situation. We wanted it to be a mystery. So there are no signifiers of age, race, or gender for the player character. They're wearing gloves, so you don't know who they are. Their backstory is part of the mystery that you may or may not uncover as you explore. We wanted you to feel more like it's not so much a war zone as a pub brawl.
Right there.
You're desperately attempting to survive. There's not much ammo around. The guns are all rusty because everyone's been trapped in this quarantine zone for 5 years. You're mixing melee and ranged combat. You can throw your melee weapons. You can kick people to make them stagger back. We wanted you to be constantly, desperately mixing options and scavenging desperately for resources. So there's a real kind of tension as you play, which is very, very tonally different to Carl, who's calm and controlled and reads an entire situation before he decides what to do.
I think we can definitely get on board with the pub crawl element.
My entire playthrough is like it's a scene from Kingsman basically, and it's gonna feel good. It's gonna feel great.
Talking about Kyle and that he's an iconic character. What about the characters in Atomfall? Our player character isn't maybe so much of the focus, but are there other people that we're going to meet that are going to be key?
Yeah. So I need to have the right answer that doesn't spoil too many things. But as you explore the game world, different characters will ask you to help uncover the mystery of what happened in the Windscale plant and maybe ask you to do something.
See, at least you can have 4 weapons. That's kind of nice.
If you do that for them, they might try and find you a way to escape this quarantine zone, or they promise to. So as you explore, you've got to decide who you trust and who you don't trust, whether you think they're telling the truth or trying to manipulate you, whether you believe the same things as they do. So it's all murky shades.
Games like this,
gray.
though,
There's no
do
good
need an
guys
option
and bad
to try to
guys,
kick the door
and it's all
in.
completely open to the player. So
Like
you
maybe
could
it's a
theoretically
30%
kill
chance it'll
every
work.
character in the game, and there's still a way to finish the game. You could theoretically play through and kill no one, and there's other routes available to you. So we really pushed hard into giving the player lots of options,
cool.
lots of rewards
Actually
for
just put their hands
observing
up.
and choosing what to do. So there's
I like
lots of
that.
tropish characters, lots of kind of
A little bit of a
characters that
broke
fit this
AI, but,
world
you know,
of
it
being,
is early.
North of England, and also being 1950s.
Really dig that. Like, you got a melee weapon, I have a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That. I mean, as a fellow
That's how it
Scot,
should've
really
went.
quick, are there any maybe Scottish people in there that we can look forward to meeting? I'm sorry.
Spoilers, yeah. But what we have done is we've taken like 1950s sci-fi,
Nice
1950s,
miss.
or like old-fashioned folk horror type trope characters and
I dig that. All right.
Cold War scientist trope characters, and you'll meet those kinds of people as you explore through the game, and then still decide whether you trust them or not.
Okay.
So we got pub rules, we got crazy characters. They're all living in this open world that we're experiencing. Can you tell us more about that? I mean, how did you construct it? How big is it as well?
Okay, well,
Hey,
what Rebellion
this-
excels at is
what's
these
this
deeply
nuts?
packed kind of sandbox maps. So the way that we've structured Atomfall is a series of like 5 or 6, depending on how you count, sandbox
The
maps.
stream
like
that they
just
were
now.
streaming
You can travel freely
could not
between them at any
handle
time. They're all
this.
thematically very, very different. And then there's loads of interiors and like large-scale
Like, those
story-driven
mountains are
locations
just so
that you might
blurry.
uncover, as well as bunkers that are full of loot that you might find. What we wanted to do is really lean into that densely packed kind of puzzle box. So I've spent all day watching people play the game, and no 2 playthroughs have been the same. People can approach it all very, very differently, get different experiences. As you explore the game, you'll find leads as well. So we don't have a kind of quest system. We've got leads that you piece together clues that help you understand what's happening. So we built this puzzle box, this sandbox of interconnected options for the player, and then we just let them go for it. They might find a difficult, dangerous place and die, but we
Cool.
signpost very
Nail
clearly that it's a
bombs.
dangerous
Yeah,
place,
boy.
I love a puzzle. I'm buzzing.
Yeah.
We're great at solving them together, to be fair.
Well, we could work on it. I mean, you just said that there'll be leads that players can follow. Tell us a bit about how they're equipped to do so, because we just saw like literally pulling out a metal detector and taking part in that great British tradition of finding some old coins or whatever it could be. But what are the other ways we can do that?
Yeah, so you might
The
find a
great
lead
British.
that someone's hidden in a box under the ground somewhere. They've a bit of storytelling around it to draw
Great
the player
tradition.
in and make them try and understand how it fits to the game world. But there's also characters that you might find in the world. There's friendly characters that you can barter with, and they might sell you or rather trade something with you which has a lead in it, or if you do some trade with them, they might get friendly to you and give you a lead. You can also have conversations with characters, and if you choose the right choices, you might get some more information from them. The way that we've approached those is the same kind of high stakes player freedom. So you can get the conversation wrong, right? You're not working your way down a list of conversation topics until they grey out and then moving on to the next one. It works more like a real conversation. So if you judge their personality wrong and say the wrong thing, they might shut down and stop talking to you, and you've pruned a chain of leads that you might otherwise have found something interesting in the game world. So you're always having these influences and layers that you may even not notice on there.
That sounds so smart. I can't wait to dive into that as well. That's so cool. I understand there's some crafting elements in that as well, and also, you know, metal detectors, scavenging. Can you tell us what that kind of looks like in Atomfall?
What I was going to say earlier is 5 years not long enough to rush your
finding
weapons, especially
materials
if you
to
maintain them
help
at
them
all.
survive. So even if they find a gun, there might be 3 bullets for the gun. So they can find materials that let them craft things to help them heal or help them in combat, so Molotov cocktails and makeshift grenades and things like that. So you find yourself trapped into a corner and you can make these resources that help you survive. Like I say, we're trying to make sure that we find this sweet spot where you feel kind of desperate as you're trying to survive.
But you're not looting that.
To use everything that you find.
Watching whoever's playing, this is grumping me out. There's so much area, and I know they just need to move on, but I'm looking at certain areas, I'm like, there might be loot over there, bro. Like, go look.
You want to choose the right moment and try and take
bugging the shit out of me.
Molotov. It's all really, really high stakes, but it makes it very rewarding when you manage to pull something off.
It looks like our player right now is making a horrible decision by going into a restricted area. Already seen a ribcage. I mean,
yeah. I mean, so
this is going to go great.
Like I mentioned earlier, if you're heading into somewhere difficult or dangerous or scary, we make sure and signpost it. So you know, if you go into a place like that, and then you die, you go, oh, I should have guessed. Yeah, there was a skeleton outside.
Yeah, that one's on me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
To be fair, I'm very good at
nice flashlight.
so we'll see about that.
And in terms of the player's progression then, so you're making all these decisions, you're making friends with everybody, you're crafting your gear. What about skills, anything like that in the game?
Sure. So there's a range of skills that help reinforce the player's ability to survive in this dangerous world. So there's a chain of skills that are for melee combat, ranged combat. There's sort of durability skills that mean you can take more damage and survive in dangerous areas. And then also abilities that help your overall survival, like disarming traps and things like that. So really we wanted to keep it grounded so that there's always that sense of threat and pressure, but we wanted to give you some advantages. So you might learn a skill that lets you throw a melee weapon, and if it's bladed, it'll stick in targets and things like that.
Okay.
Just to help give you that edge over the course of the game.
You missed.
As you can see in this location here, they're in a kind of dark and then scary interior.
The fuck
so
is
we've got
that
the
thing?
player's progression, but then there's also a kind of game
human,
world
I guess.
progression where they're uncovering a mystery. So quite literally, they have to push deep into the world and into the underground of the world to find these dark and scary places. We try and keep it tense the entire way through the game.
I was going to say, because there is the sci-fi element, but there's a bit of horror vibes I'm getting too. Like, so with us competing with people maybe on a top level, and now we've got into this bunker, there must be some monsters of some kind.
Yeah, we just saw a little glimpse of something scary and monstrous. And as you push into the mystery, you will find more elements influenced by what happened. But yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said earlier, the storytelling style of the 50s and 60s didn't really have a division between folk horror and sci-fi. There was like a blend for a certain kind of story that was addressing the Cold War, but in a way that wasn't too political, I guess. So, you know, folk horror stories are about the division between rural and urban civilization and how there's a tension between them, and Cold War stories are about fear of the outsiders and others and that sort of thing. And there's thematic resonances between all of these different storytelling styles, which make it really easy for us to push into these otherworldly horror elements as you push into the mystery.
Nice. That's so sick.
We've got quite an atmospheric bunker, like you said, as well. Have you got a favourite part of the maps that you can share us with? Again, nothing. I'm really pushing it here, but any favourite place to maybe have a picnic or anything like that?
Well, actually, there is a favourite secret place which I can tell you about a little bit. So, as the player is starting the game, they're given one lead. A person tells them that the heart of this mystery is a location called the Interchange. So to begin with, you're trying to find this place, and as you
Beat his
make your
ass.
way in, it's all
Break his
unpowered,
knees.
It's been shut down. It's been
Or
quarantined.
takedown.
And you
Hell
push
yeah.
into it and open it up more and more, and it's like an unfurling flower as you find all of these leads that are the heart of the mystery. And the more you find, the more leads there are to find. So you end up in this kind of like snowball effect.
He's just picked up a Cornish pasty.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Stunning.
This is pre-Greg's era, I suppose. So we'll take all we can get for now.
That's brilliant.
Just don't
Oh my
ask what
gosh.
meat's in it.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
It's really fun for me to see like the contrast between that dank bunker we just came out of, and then like the overworld is so lush and vibrant. And listen, I've been to the north of England. It's not always this green, so sometimes, yeah, exactly. I mean, I live in London, and it's just grey all the time. So any green I can get is good. But
It's the Lake District on a good day.
yeah, exactly. So, will we see many other types of biomes or environments in the game as well?
Yeah. So one example would be there's a woodland nearby, but it has more of a kind of spooky folk horror-ish tone. As you get into it, it feels more mysterious and occult. And there's a group of kind of pagans that if you tread wrong, they'll cut your face off with sickles, you know. Or you can find a friendly character who's sort of part of that group and talk your way into their compound. So we give you all these different options to, you know, for whichever faction there are, ways to befriend them or get in a fight with them. Yeah,
I like that as well. Very good. I mean, I think we, especially at Xbox On, are super excited for Atomfall and to check it out and maybe even come across ourselves, because Henry and I and Charlie have actually been scanned into the game, which we're very excited to maybe come across ourselves. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
There's Henry getting his wee...
Yeah, I have to say it's maybe not the most flattering, methods of doing it, but what are you actually doing to me there? Because I just signed something and agreed to show up dressed as a big baby, and apparently that's for something. But
yeah, no,
what
this
did
is
you
all
guys
just a
do?
massive scam.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought so. Yeah, thanks. What is it that you guys have to do to get someone scanned into your games? Because the realism is quite impressive.
Sure. So we go through a highly detailed scanning process of every angle of your face and different configurations. So we get wrinkle maps and things like that.
What do you mean? I'm perfect.
Of course, yeah. So we didn't bother with the wrinkle maps.
Oh, great.
So they're all assembled by character artists and rigged so they can animate. And then we, in the case of Atomfall, we then put that in a sort of character builder system. That means we can put costumes on the characters. We might grub your face up a bit because, you know, they've been surviving for 5 years without washing machines and soap. And then we just find exactly the right spot for each kind of memorable face in the game.
I'm definitely looking out for where I am. If I'm on an enemy, that's okay. I've always wondered what I'd look like if I had a cricket bat to the face. So this is great. And you're going to be getting scanned in pretty soon.
Yeah. I can't wait. As long as you put some fake eyelashes on me as well, then make that.
I'll make a note. Yeah.
Are you in the game as well? Have you been scanned?
No, I haven't been scanned yet.
Okay.
No. You have to shave a beard off if you want to get.
You had to do that.
That was fun.
Yeah.
It was just the beard that we had to shave. Right.
Yeah, the rest was optional.
Oh. Whoops. Honestly, I cannot wait to play this.
But no,
game.
they could definitely scan you in without that. I have a 3D scanner right over there, and it can do your beard too.
Thank you so much.
Maybe they're just trying to get something
Enjoy
very
the rest of
specific, which is why you have to shave it.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And we are going to be
so they know where your chin is, I
taking a
guess.
little look at some other games, but your game's coming out in 2025 on Xbox Game Pass, which is great. But next up, we're going to be throwing it back with some Age of Mythology retold. But before we do that, we do want to check out some new gameplay.
That's something I've been waiting for.
Oh yeah, Sparking Zero. It's back. Check this out.
I don't know. The Dragon Ball games over the last decade have just been the same thing over and over and over again. Nothing really different for the most part.
Hello everyone, I'm Marco Rizzo,
Just
product
retelling
manager
the same
of Dragon Ball
stories
Sparking
and stuff,
Zero.
not really
Thank
adding
you for
much.
joining us today in this exciting
Maybe just
showcase.
the overworld is different.
Today we will show you some new and exciting gameplay footage featuring characters that we have revealed during the opening night live. But before that, let me give you a reminder on the 2 single-player game modes that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero has to offer: Episode Battles and Custom Battles. First up is Episode Battle. In this single-player mode, you can take the point of view of 8 different characters, including Goku and Vegeta, and enjoy famous battles from the anime. For each stage, you'll be playing through an introduction before heading into some of the most iconic fights in Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. The number
It's kind of lame that
stages
they don't
and
really
battles
touch Dragon
vary
Ball
by
these
character.
days.
We're here to take you down. Simple as that.
Next up is Custom Battle. In this mode, players
It's always
fight
all
in
about
battles
Z.
that each have their own
Super.
original scenes. Some battles will also have different victory condition, and some might even have event cutscenes pop up midway, so you'll be able to enjoy battles different from the norm. Using Edit mode, you'll be able to freely set the characters to be played, as well as the pre-battle and post-battle cutscenes, in order to make your own original battle. What you've made will be able to be uploaded and viewed online for the whole world to play, so hope you enjoy sharing the battles and situations that you have created. Now, the moment you've been waiting for. Coming straight from the Majin Buu saga, Ultimate Gohan is our latest addition to the roster. After his rigorous training, he is ready to show his power in an all-out fight against Kefla in her Super Saiyan 2 form. Enjoy!
And they use the Japanese voice actors. Lame. Where everyone sounds like they're kids, even if they're 40. Dude's like 30, has like 1 or 2 kids, and literally sounds like he's 12. Like she sounds like more of an adult man. It is cool that you can actually move around like that now. Yeah, still, it still looks like the same shit, different day though. Pretty cinematic though. The pain sounds are really annoying me. Like, the fuck, dude? It's the same 4 sounds over and over. I'm so glad the English voice actors actually put some fucking work in on that shit when they do that. It's kind of cheeks. Why didn't he go in Super Saiyan or anything? It seems really odd that he's just staying regular. Didn't even feel like that good of a fight. Like, what the fuck? Come on. That's why I don't play them. I haven't played since Budokai 2. Maybe it's Budokai 1.
Now, there is nothing like enhancing a classic with modern graphics and gameplay mechanics. And if that classic feature can feature, you know, new expansions and a remastering of the multiplayer experience, well, in my eyes, it's even better. So here from World's Edge even, to give us the latest on Age of Mythology Retold, please welcome Senior Director of Production, Ernest Yen, and Senior Game Designer, Kristen Perillo. Welcome and prostagma to you. Thank you so much. Now, Age of Mythology, there's loads going on here at Gamescom in general. there's loads
I
going on
still
anyway.
say
But you also had a
Frostdogma
pretty
now and
epic
again,
opening night
like-
live, so I want to hear all about that. I want to hear
And then
all
when you
about
tell
the
them to
booth.
go
I wanna hear
do
everything.
something, they'd be like,
So
"Voulme."
first, thank you, Jeff
Me.
Chili, for showing the awesome premiere trailer that we just showing in opening the live last night, and it showed the story of Athena talking to like the young hero, and in this case, like one of them is of course the key characters, Arcantos, and about this really.
They're bringing
really
it back
epic, like, story
Arcantos
that a lot of
from,
our fans remember really fondly. So
Atlantis?
over multiple campaigns, over 50
That's
missions.
awesome.
It is epic, amazing.
Oh,
And
the
of course, trailer
Colossus
also
and
show off, like
the-
the new graphics we have in the game.
Hell
looking
yeah.
really pretty. It is just like really.
I
good to
wonder
see.
if they can bring back the old custom
and
games
the
we used
trailer's
to
been
play.
fantastic because it really showcases
Like, we used
how
to play,
diverse each
Lord of
civilization
the Rings
is
in
within
it.
myth.
So
we
they had
have our
Helm's
Greeks,
Deep.
we have Egyptians, Norse, and Atlantean. They all have their own gods.
Helm's
their
Deep was
lore,
so
the way
fun
that
in
they
Asian
play.
mythologies.
There's just so much diversity within the gameplay. It's been really exciting.
And talking about the booth, yes, we are here, so like people can actually come.
Did
and
you
they
go
took
to the back?
sodies.
Yeah, you're
there's
like
like
tucked away
right-
over that
right
way.
there,
If
go
anyone's planning on
over.
coming tomorrow, they're just over there.
And if you come, you can get like these awesome lightning bolts, like, and also
Very
take
demure.
pictures. So that's like really cool. And by the way, this is not the only thing that we have here. So on top of Age of Mythology Retail, we also recently announced Age of Empires Mobile. And then, like, if you come by the booth, you can get this like awesome like pop socket. It's like amazing. So highly recommend.
I'm going to be
everybody.
first in the queue to get one of those as soon as possible.
It's so cool. And the game is actually, we just announced that it's going to be available globally on October 17th. So it's a very different, very new experience that we're expanding Age of Empires to the mobile audience. So it's a game built with the awesome Team Studio Group, and they have crafted something that's amazing for the mobile gamers.
Oh, how exciting.
So-
I can't wait to see it. Amazing. Right, so I know you have more news to come as we're talking here today, but the first thing I want to talk about is that this is more of a...
I still remember Asian mythology is the reason why I know what
it's different
Uber
to
means.
a sequel, right? So
I had to
don't know,
look it
what are the
up
name
because
of
there was a
gods
version of
does
Arcantos
Retold
from
actually
Get Me Out of There that was
Right,
Uber
so
Arcantos from the
For a few
campaign.
years now, our fans know we
I
have
was
been
like, what the
building
fuck
these
does
things
Uber
called
mean?
like definitive editions.
It was literally him,
And
like,
what- there's
overpowered
only-
by the
There's one
gods.
key goal that we have,
It was
which is
awesome.
we want to build the title that's in your head, right? Not because when you actually think about the games that you grew up with and play, like you remember fondly, and so like
nostalgia
it's
of it all,
amazing,
yes,
right?
yeah.
So, but when you actually try to play the original for real and look at it and say like, that's not what I remember like at all. So we want to build the one that's actually in your head and how it looks like, how it feels like. So that's the goal. So. And yeah, really want to thank the fans for supporting us for so long for all the different editions. But for Retold,
Yeah, I
and also for
remember
Retold,
the
we are
Meteor
doing
Strikes.
beyond
It was
what
so
we have done
good.
in developed editions. So on
It
top
used
of all
to,
the
like, I
graphics
swear it would
and all
hunt
the
the actual,
gameplay from the
like,
original, we
dudes.
actually
It wouldn't just land in
tweaked it
random
and added
places.
a bunch of like new things to it as well, and it is just amazing. So
Yeah, I mean, from the design side, from the get-go, we really asked ourselves, how can we maximize our mythology? And so we've, we've got reusable god powers, which you can actually see. We've got our, approachability features like our VPS we brought in from other titles.
Got a heavy
We've
priest.
got, a more favor-based economy.
Like now and
so you
again,
can
I
build
would just
more
get bored and
monsters,
make
our
like a
population cap
army
is
of like
much higher
5 to
now,
10
so not only can you
priests.
build more monsters, you can just build
And they
more
would
of
just
everything.
go
Yeah,
around
me and
and
more
like
monsters.
take everyone
It
else's
feels like
army
it
from
feels
them.
like a love letter, really.
They'd be like,
Everything you've
nice,
learned so far, you're
new
bringing back.
dudes.
And I love the idea of taking out what you see in your head and then making that version of the game. I think
Right.
it's absolutely wonderful. So you mentioned a little bit about god powers, actually. I heard we have our very own gods wandering around at Gamescom, by the way, while we're on the subject.
yes, we have invited them to the booth, so you also can actually see them. We have Athena and Zeus here in our booth, so come by, see them. Like, you can see them on screen. Like,
Hell yeah.
Zeus is loose.
Goodness me, where did you find that?
They
Zeus?
are amazing.
Dana
That is
looks
so
good too.
Nice. Oh my
Yes.
goodness me.
Please come by.
I need to
It
lift
takes-
more.
It takes a lot of work for us to invite them to the booth. So,
A lot of convincing.
a
Love
lot
it.
of convincing.
Beautiful, awesome. Okay, back to the game now. Sorry, tangent. So, seeing
loving
gameplay
the
that we
goddess
just saw
of
just then,
war.
it's really clear that the team has been hard at work on the visuals. I think you both mentioned it already. So, what can we expect? What exactly does that mean?
So for graphics, we actually have redone every
Well, Goddess of
single
Wisdom,
graphics
but, you
that you
know.
actually see
Okay,
in the
it's
game.
been
So
busy.
like every single 3D asset, every single animations, like effects, all of them are completely rebuilt. So
Should-
just
they
for
should
this
have got
game.
like
And it's
the
amazing.
buff
the team did
dudes.
really, really
One
good
is
work, but
Zeus,
we
and
want
then
to
have
make sure
another
that
buff
they also
dude
keep
is
the
like
flavor of the original,
Of course,
because
yes.
again, we want to build it that
Ares,
people
and then they could do
remember.
the.
So it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a labor of love. I will say that much. So we've gone asset by asset. And we've just made overall improvements. We wanted everything to look and feel mythical. And so we have, you know, our destruction effects, we support ray tracing. But like Ernest had said earlier, you know, sometimes when we've gone back and looked at these assets in 2024, we realized that
they were
we
really
had an
hard
image
for me
in
to
our head
play
that
as
was
for
very
some
different
reason.
than blurry pixels, you know, wrapped around a sphere. And so we had a lot of philosophical discussions because, you know, the dev team were all major fans of the original. So, I mean, Arcantus was a big one where we were like, would he have a dimple? Or would his chin be more square? Would he have
please?
They've been really fun. You know, it's part Rorschach test looking at some of the assets, and then it's like labor of love, and it, you know, it all comes together to make that game that we remember loving and playing.
Amazing. So if I've got everything right here, so Age of Mythology retold as complete visual
It's a
overhaul,
mythology.
updated god powers, and larger-than-life myth units. Now, small enough to keep me interested, but is there anything else?
Wouldn't they
that
bring
you
back
have
the
to share?
Canadian
Yes,
bear and all that
definitely
crap?
want to say
The old
that
cheats were
remind
fun.
people one of the coolest thing that we have done for here is that we are releasing on PC and Xbox with crossplay, like at the same time.
Oh, with
we have never done that
crossplay.
with any age games, so it is the first time we're releasing on multiple platforms at the same time. So
All right, it's been a
really,
while
really
since I
happy
played
to
an
be able to bring
RTS
the
on
game
stream,
to not
but
only
that's
to
going to be the one
keyboard
I'm
mouse
going to
player, but to
definitely
controllers
dominate.
players as well. Because the game people really remember, beloved it. We want everybody to be able to play
Absolutely.
together.
And you've had some
I haven't
fantastic
played
versions
any,
on
I
the
don't
console
think,
recently, so those players
RTS
want to
on
absolutely join
stream,
you. Now,
as
you
far
also
as
have
the
some other
age
really exciting
series
things to
go.
tell us today. I know I'm really gripped for this, but what can you tell us about the Freya Gods pack?
Oh, I am so excited to be able to talk about this.
Here we go.
So the Freya God Pack really is kind of like a new DLC type for us. And what we really wanted to do was offer the players a new strategy type for the Norse, which is, you know, a beloved civilization from the legacy game.
You can hear
that
him screaming in the
sometimes
background.
be
Like,
very
what are these people
offensive in the way that
screaming
it plays.
about?
And so
Jesus.
with our Freyr God Pack, we wanted to offer a defensive skew to it. So with the Freyr God Pack, players will be getting 4 new god types featuring Freyr, who is the god of fertility and kingship.
Oh, so they are
And then
bringing back the
3
Vikings.
minor gods, as well as all the things that they come with, like their myth units and their god powers.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. That's insane, by the way. 4 new gods. Amazing. Are you able to talk us through each one? Can we do that?
It's interesting that they're not making you build the
So we
damn
have
places
Uller, who
with
is
like,
the god of
oh
archery,
wait,
and
they
his
are.
myth unit is a Draugr, which you may see in the film here. The Draugr is an awesome myth unit. He's an undead archer, and his arrows can pierce multiple targets, whatever is in his line of sight. We have Aegir, who is the god of storms, and his god power, he has a horrifying hailstorm that will slow everybody down, and it's very frosty. And he is one of the best myth units, which is a rock giant, and if you upgrade him, he can eat buildings, and he will.
God, I love this game.
And our Mythic Age god is Vidar, who is the god of vengeance, very appropriate for the Mythic Age. And so his
This
god
person
power,
doesn't
he
use
calls
attack
upon
move
Fenrir,
at all,
who's
and
a
it bothers
mythological
me.
wolf. And Fenrir is interesting. He has a path of destruction. He'll light forests on fire, and the wolf comes up in a very scary, ghostly manner. And then his myth unit is actually my personal favorite. Another famous character from mythology, Fafnir, who is a very greedy dragon. Everywhere he goes, he leaves like a trail of poison.
Love it.
And if you slay Fafnir on the battlefield, he actually melts into a pile of gold coins.
Oh, wow.
So it's been very fun to make.
I really
and very
love
fun to
how
play.
much you've fleshed out each of those. Like, yeah, that one's going to eat buildings, isn't he? Love it.
It's
So
amazing.
good. Wonderful.
It's amazing. Just want to do a quick reminder
It
that
seems
the
way
Freya is
bigger
going to
and
be part
better.
of the premium edition of the game. So if you want Freya and all the people, the major and minor gods, so definitely get the premium edition.
But yeah, the
And by way, if you
Vikings,
get the premium
the way
edition
they
of
would
the game,
build up
you
their
also will be
worship
able
is
to
by
access the game
fighting.
earlier. So like the game is
And so if you
coming out
didn't do a
September 4th,
bunch of
but,
fighting
if
right
you have the
away
premium edition,
and
you can
throughout
start
the
playing
game,
on
you
August
were really
28th,
behind.
7
And
days
so I was
early.
bad
Deal
at
to
using
me.
them.
Love it. Awesome. So
I was also
as well
like
as
8
choosing your
when I
god and
played,
battling
so.
across this frozen north, what other new content can we expect from the Freya Gods pack?
Yes, so with the Freyr God Pack, there's also a new playable level called Regenleaf Rally, and I won't spoil it. It's very fun. You'll get the chance to play all of the fun new myth units and god powers and techs I just mentioned. And really the best part of this level is that it does feature one of our villains from the Legacy campaign, Gargarensis, who
okay.
is just a peach. And it's a great experience.
Stuck on Peach there. I can't wait to unpack this expansion, but I need to ask you both, Ernest, Kirsten, what dates? I know we spoke them a little bit, but let's go over it one more time so everyone's got them written on the calendar at home.
Yep, September 4th is when the game is coming out. So, but I do want to be clear
Wait,
that
September
the way that we
4th,
like
like,
to build our
next
game,
week?
September 4th is really just the beginning.
Ah.
So we will continue to support the game. We'll continue to do updates, balance, listen to consumer feedback, and honestly, our players are amazing. They give us really good feedback, and then we
They
can
do.
continue to improve the game.
Yeah.
So.
And part of that is, yeah, we have 2 new pantheons coming with playable civilizations, and then we also have a new game mode, Arena of the Gods, which we're excited to talk about soon.
Ooh, how exciting. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to make sure I get the pop socket. I'm going to make sure I get whatever these things you're wearing. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to get them. So thanks so much for stopping by. There are loads more Age of Mythology stuff going on for all types of gamers. But first things first, as Erson said, if you haven't already, make sure you pre-order Age of Mythology Retold Premium Edition to get the Freya Gods pack, 7 days early access, and so much more. You can play early from August 28th, and that is only 1 week from today. And that, my friends, is a wrap on day 1 from the Xbox Gamescom booth here in Germany. Join us tomorrow for Star Wars Outlaws, the latest chapter from Fallout 76 Milepost Zero, and then we'll dive into the most ambitious story arc that World of Warcraft has ever seen.
Oh, no,
and
2 weeks.
There's probably going to be so much more too.
Damn,
so until tomorrow,
so many games
have a
coming
great
out
day.
like within like
Auf
2-3
Wiedersehen.
weeks. Like more like the next month is just covered in new games. Wait, so okay, so there is more going on.
Gamescom has begun. Hello, everybody! It's the biggest gaming event in the world, and Gamescom Studio is your one-stop destination for all the excitement. It's awesome to be here at Gamescom. Coming up today, some of the most anticipated games like Monster Hunter Wilds, Avowed, Civilization 7.
I've been waiting on Avowed for a while. I kind of forgot it
Games
existed.
that already have us hooked, like Diablo 4 and Starship Troopers Extermination.
Yes,
Plus,
more
we'll take a look at what's
extermination
happening
shit.
around the Gamescom
Speaking
show
of,
floor,
if you
bringing
play Extermination right now, Casper Van Dien's been playing the shit out of it lately and nonstop talking about it, and he's having a really good time with it. And you know, he's playing at home, like with the community, talking on comms and being, you know, fucking Rico in games. So if you play right now, you good chance you're gonna run into him. Like he's great.
Sights, sounds, and maybe some surprises. So get ready, because Gamescom Studio live on IGN starts right now.
Hello and welcome to IGN's live coverage of Gamescom 2024, the biggest video game convention in the world. I'm your host, Stella Chung, along with Max Scoville and Brian Altano. Welcome to Gamescom, guys.
Welcome to Gamescom. The Gamescom floor is officially open, and for the next 4 days, IGN will be bringing you non-stop coverage of everything going on here, right in Cologne, Germany. We'll have interviews with game developers, voice actors, and the people working on the coolest upcoming and ongoing games. Plus, we'll also be showing you around the absolutely massive Gamescom show floor, which is packed with booths, activations, and probably something really wild, like a 70-foot tall dragon that's fighting a tank, or maybe just like a regular-sized construction vehicle that's there to promote a very specific game about doing construction. Probably. It's all happening here at Gamescom. Lots of cool stuff.
So right now, Age of Empires is only $25.
Tons
That's
of
pretty
surprises
good.
you won't want to miss. Brand new gameplay trailers, exclusive reveals, and more. And hey,
Oh, sorry,
the biggest video game
$29.
event on the planet
And
also
then-
cares about the planet. Thanks to the Gamescom Goes Green initiative, Gamescom runs on 100% renewable energy. In addition to participating
for the
in
actual,
Gamescom's carbon
premium
offset
edition. That's
program,
pretty cool.
exhibitors are also doing their part by building more sustainably,
Good.
reusing
As it
portions of their
should be.
boots, and avoiding single-use material.
What happened? What was that?
We'll be bringing you non-stop developers around the It's all
as the biggest video game of Gamescom runs on offset program, exhibitors are also doing their part by building more sustainably, reusing portions of their booths, and avoiding single-use material.
It's quite amazing. The Gamescom force continues to grow, and more trees have been planted thanks to
Damn, so it
donations
just
from
kept going.
attendees. You can find out more
Maybe
about
the
Gamescom's
stream just
sustainability
ended.
efforts and find out how to do your part at gamescom.global. And speaking of global, if you can't make it to Germany this week, don't worry, because Gamescom has actually gone worldwide. Gamescom Asia will be taking place in Singapore October 17th to 20th, and tickets are on sale now. The first ever Gamescom Latam took place in Brazil back in June, and it was a huge success, so much so that it's actually returning back in 2025.
All right, I'm excited to go back there. As for what's happening today right here, though, we've got Dragon Ball Sparking Zero up next. followed by a look at Diablo 4's Vessel of Hatred expansion, and later on, Monster Hunter Wilds and Starship Troopers Extermination.
Yeah, and if you think that's a lot, that's just what's happening here in the studio. So let's actually see what's happening out on the show floor.
Oi oi and welcome to Gamescom 2024. We're going to be out here on the show floor today checking out some amazing stuff. We're going to have a look at Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Later, X marks the spot. We're going to have a fantastic look around this, quite frankly, massive Xbox booth. And then later on, when the sun goes down, as does the Dying Light, we're going to take a look at Dying Light, The Beast, the new game announced last night at ONL. So it's going to be a good time, I think. I think you should stick with us, really.
Dragon Ball fans are counting down the days to the release of Sparking Zero, and last night we got a brand new trailer celebrating the fact that it is only 50 days away, but I guess that's 49 now. Here to answer some of our burning questions about Sparking Zero is the games producer Jun Furutani and Mark Karstens, who will be translating. Hi. Welcome. Thank you. People are really excited for this game. People are extremely hyped for it. The new trailer looks awesome. There's one specific shot that I want to call out that people have a lot of questions about. There's a bit where Mr. Satan, or Hercule, is running away from what appears to be Vegeta in his giant Uzuru ape form. How does that fit into the gameplay? Because I feel like the rest of the battles are pretty straightforward. It looks like a fight in Dragon Ball. We get it. This is kind of one-sided. Where just, I guess, some context, both in terms of maybe story or maybe gameplay.
まあここに見えるように前のトレーラーでこういうサタンが悟空かベゲタのゴリラフォームから逃げてるところがあるんですけど。まあ別のトレーナーの別の部分はまあファイトとかそういうのは分かるんですけど、これはちょっと
so now they have
何で
closed
すかっ
captioning.
て、まあストーリーとかゲームプレイに関してこれはどうやってゲームのに入っていますかって。
そうですね。これは普通に対戦のワンシーンを切り取った映像にはなっています。かなりサタンなんかは空を飛べないキャラクター、武空術ができないキャラクターになっているので、地面をこのように走るような形で動くことができるキャラクターになっています。それを奥から大猿が接近して攻撃を畳みかけているっていうワンシーンをちょっと切り取ったシーンになりますので、お客さんの中でもプレイしている中でこういうちょっとリアルに本当に逃げ回ってるシーンみたいなことはリアルタイムに起こりうるものとして、こちら見ていただければと思います。
So this is actually a battle scene because you know you can play Mr. Saturn and Mr. Saturn can fly. So obviously you know if you're trying to get away from your opponent, then he has to run. And this is basically a character of Saturn running away from Vegeta who's trying to attack him.
I think running is probably a good solution in that scenario. The other thing that people have really latched onto is there's a brief glimpse of Goku wearing his Yardrat outfit, which I think people are really excited about the prospect of character customization, different outfits. It's already a massive roster. Can you talk a little bit about sort of different outfits or accessories?
まあもう一つのシーンはその悟空がヤトラットの服を着てるんですけど、まあ大きいロスターなんですけど、そのロスターの中にやっぱそういうカスタマイズがあるっていうのはファンが結構嬉しくて、そのコスチュームとかについてもうちょっと教えてもらえますか。
そうですね。結構悟空のこの衣装とかってその原作のストーリーの中でもやっぱり出てきていた衣装だったりもするので、今回お客さんの方でもこのような衣装の状態で戦っていただく、遊んでいただけるような形で実装させていただいています。まだお伝えできないキャラクターだったり、そのお伝えできない衣装とかあるんですけど、まだ他にも一部のキャラクターではこのように原作で登場した衣装で遊んでいただけるようなものはございます。
So basically, I mean, this is a scene from the story. This is an outfit that was in the story, and as we're trying to revive the story as much as possible, there will be multiple costumes for multiple characters. We cannot go too much into the details right now. We're sorry about that, but certain characters will have multiple costumes to choose from.
Glad to hear it. That's very exciting. I know people. You know, there's some iconic ones. I want the Piccolo in the Post Boy shirt when he's doing the driving test. Now, it's been a long time since the last Budokai Tenkaichi game. A lot has changed since then. A big thing is obviously the fighting game community, competitive esports. Can you talk a little bit about how sort of that change has influenced Sparking Zero?
まあ前の舞踏会の時よりやっぱそのファイティングゲームのコミュニティが結構大きくなっていろんなトーナメントも出てるし e スポーツが盛んになったんですけど、そういう e スポーツの盛んの中新しいスパークゼロはどういうふうにそういうフィーチャーとかあるんですかと。
そうですね。この作品で申しますと、その他の作品でいうドラゴンボールファイターズとかみたいにその e スポーツ的すごい競技性が 高くて公平性が高いみたいな形ではなくて、どちらかというとドラゴンボールらしさ、ドラゴンボール的な体験をすごい楽しんでいただきたいなということを念頭に作っている作品になります。なのでキャラクターごとに全員が共通して同じ強さであるっていうのではなくて、原作で描かれていたようなその強いキャラクターはより強く、なかなか苦戦したキャラクターはちょっと苦戦を強いられるような、そういった形でキャラクターの強さっていうのは調整させていただいていますので、基本的にはそのようなドラゴンボールキャラクターのドラゴンボールのキャラクターのまさにそのキャラクターになりきる体験というか、キャラクターが味わえるこの、より自分が強ければより強い体験、なかなか難しいキャラクターであれば難しい体験みたいなところを本当にキャラクターになりきって遊んでいただけたらなというふうには思っています。ちょっとプラスであるんですけど、ちょっと一旦ここまでで。
So, first part of the answer. I mean, there are other Dragon Ball games where they have like very good balancing that is important for esports to have like characters that are well balanced so that everybody has the same chance. But this game is more about enjoying being a character. So in this game, strong characters are stronger, and you can play very strong, and characters that are weaker in the story are also weaker, and you can enjoy gameplay where you struggle a little more and it's a little more challenging. So the focus is different. It's not really balancing and having a fair esports fight, but more about being the character and being the story.
いいですかね。でその上で一応キャラクターごとに、コストみたいなものが割り振られていまして、強いキャラは多くコストを消費して、弱いなかなか苦戦したようなキャラクターたちは少し少なめのコストになっていて、その一定のコストの上限の中で、チームを組んでいくっていうような遊び方をすることができて、そうすることで一定程度バランスを取った対戦ができるような形にしています。
So on top of that, there's like a point system or cost system for each character. So for example, strong characters have a higher cost, and not so strong characters has a lower cost. And as this is a team game, you can combine your team with like stronger or weaker characters and have the same cost to balance the odds.
Nice. Now, obviously, games have changed a lot since the last Budokai Tenkaichi. Can you talk a little bit about how Sparking Zero has kind of modernized
version I bought.
Old experience? Like, what will longtime players immediately find familiar? And what's something new that might surprise them just in terms of how it plays?
前のゲームは結構前に出たんだから、その時のファンが今の新しいスパーキングゼロをゲームするときには、これは昔のようだと考えるところとか、これは新しいなと考えるところが、そこら辺はどうですか？
そうですね、おっしゃる通りシリーズ作品になっていて、それこそ前作17年前に出ているというところもあって、かなり時間が空いてしまっている。だからこそ我々としてはそのシリーズならではのこのアクション性、ゲーム性、そのバトルシステムというところは基本的には踏襲をするような形で作っています。かなり昔遊んでいただいた武道会展開地3と近い操作感で遊んでいただけるようにすごいチューニングしていますし、基本的ななんでしょう、吹っ飛ばしてから追撃をするだとか、相手の攻撃をうまくカウンター、タイミングよくボタンを押してカウンターするだとか、そういった基本的なシステムはもうこれまで通り踏襲させていただいているというのは大前提やらせていただいています。これはシリーズ正当進化というかシリーズの作品であるということをお客さんに分かっていただきたいというのでそうさせていただいていますし、そこに加えてさらに武道会展開シリーズならではというか、ドラゴンボールらしいアクションというのを楽しんでいただけるように、よりなんでしょう、リアルタイムの中で攻撃を食らいながらも反撃できる新しいリベンジカウンターのシステムを入れたりですとか、中距離からでも一気に瞬間移動的に攻撃を仕掛けることのできるバニシングアサルトみたいなですね、新しいシステムをどんどん入れていくことで、よりドラゴンボールらしいアクションを自分の手で生み出せるような進化というのを今回途切れるような形で作らせていただいています。
So of course this is an old IP, and the last game is 17 years old, so a lot of change there. But as this is a part of a series, we're very focused on making sure that the experience is the same. So we have a quite similar battle system, and whoever played the old games will be able to control it and have a similar feeling of fighting and how to attack, like punch him and throw him away, and then you dash to him, or like you counter timings, and so will be similar to the old games. But of course, we added a lot of new stuff to make it more Dragon Ball-y, let's say. So there are some real-time actions like now while you're attacked, you can revenge counter. This is a new system, or you can like warp, or like it's vanish assault we call it, like when you immediately teleport to the enemy and then can attack and stuff like that. So we increased things that we know from the Dragon Ball universe that weren't in the previous game, to make it more accessible and a better experience.
Awesome. Well, I'm dying to find out more. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is out October 11th on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Right now, though, there is lots more Gamescom Studio coming up live on IGN, so stick around.
Now look at how good that looks.
Hello and welcome to Gamescom
can't get
2024.
over it.
I am Simon Cardy with Matt Purslow for IGN, and we have seen an extended look at Indiana Jones and the Great Circle gameplay, a full 15 minutes, couple of different levels, a little look around some of the mechanics, and I think so far, you know, you'd be expecting from Machine Games something that has the essence of a bit of Riddick, a bit of Wolfenstein in there, which you're definitely getting in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. But I think the surprise we got is there's quite a bit of the Hitman games in this, not only
like 4 or 5
in some of the
games.
stealth systems, but the way the levels themselves are designed.
Yeah, so as we know, kind of like Indy does disguise himself in the films to get into certain areas, and we're actually seeing a bit of that in the mechanics of the game. So there will be areas that are off limits, and you'll have to get a disguise, very much like Agent 47, and then you'll go in there, and there are actual enemies that you have to be wary of because they might be able to see through your disguise. And then as you're working through those areas, you've kind of got to do stuff that makes you seem like you're part of them. You know, you might want to have to pour a bottle of wine in one instance to make sure that the Nazis don't think that you're anything more than a humble waiter.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of my favorite parts of the Indiana Jones. I'm a huge fan of the films. I just love how funny they are, especially in The Last Crusade, where Indy himself disguises himself as a Nazi, mistakenly gets really close to Hitler and gets him to sign his autograph book. It's a very funny moment. Don't know if we'll get any of that quite in the game, but yeah, as you said, I like the disguise elements that we've seen so far. There's one bit where he's disguised himself as a member of the clergy in the Vatican City to sneak into areas he shouldn't be. I just love that element of it, that sneak into areas, and there's a good level of stealth to this game, which is kind of what I want, because the Uncharted games, which are obviously inspired by Tomb Raider, which in turn inspired by Indiana Jones, very gun heavy. They kind of take the more action hero approach to Nathan Drake, whereas I kind of like that this is more India's core. He's a professor, he's an archaeologist, he's not a super soldier, and we're getting that. And that's not to say that there isn't combat in this game. Outside of stealth, he does like to get himself into a fight, and I know you in particular are quite impressed by the melee system they seem to have in this game.
Yeah, so as you were saying with Uncharted is very gun heavy, and kind of like Nate has lots of different weapons that he can use. It seems like Indy's kind of doing the inverse of that, where he's got his revolver, but actually a lot of the combat seems to be fist fighting, and there's actually, it seems to be, at least what we've seen, a reasonably deep fist fighting system. So you've got your usual left and right hooks, but there's also like a dodge and parry system, and obviously you then combine that with the whip, so you can kind of like whip them from the ankle and pull them over, or you can knock their weapons out their hands, so then you can like dive in to get like your strong right hook in. And so yeah, it feels like definitely it's going to have a little bit of that Uncharted, as you say. You can't escape that because Indy is the start of that genesis, but I like that they're focusing on things that are very not like what other archaeology-style adventure games have done in the past.
No, and I also like there's a great deal of puzzle solving in this game. Like in that 15 minutes we saw, there was at least 3 or 4 different types of puzzles we saw. Of course, you're going to get like the light and mirror puzzle that you kind of see in all of these types of games, but there was also just a good amount of kind of outside of the box puzzle solving. We don't know to an extent how many different ways you can solve certain objectives in this game yet, but a key tool that Indy has is his journal and his camera. So he'll go around levels and take photographs of clues, and then that'll help him not only solve puzzles and work out ways of completing these levels, but also for everything you successfully take a photo of, you get things called adventure points, which you can then use to unlock perks. We've only seen one of those, I think, so far, but I know it was one that you are also a big fan of because it plays into the films in a very funny way.
Yeah, so there is a perk called True Grit, and this is, if you've played Borderlands and you know what the second wind sort of ability in that game is, when you go down, it allows you to come back. It's a second life, essentially. But True Grit, the way it does it, it's perfect. He drops the hat, and then you pick the hat up and put it back on your head. Hopefully it plays the music sting, and then yeah, you get your second life and you get to carry on. I think that's just a perfect way of knowing what the tropes of those films are and finding a way to turn that into gameplay. I think that's super smart.
I think they're doing a lot of things to play on your expectations and what you want to see from Indy, which is obviously going in, finding relics, like going into tombs, finding all these historical secrets, but also kind of subverting your expectations. Right at the end of the demo is a funny moment where they drop down into this tomb and you're expecting snakes, but it's actually scorpions. A fun little twist. I mean, he's not a fan of bugs either. That's more a Temple of Doom. A lot of bugs in Temple of Doom. But you're expecting snakes. I'm sure there will be snakes in this game. We haven't played it yet. We don't know how it feels. I'm hopeful about it, but they really seem to have like cracked the essence of Indiana Jones. And it does, like, and I said cliche, but kind of does feel like you're playing an unofficial, well, almost an official film of Indiana Jones. They've got it spot on, and that includes even Troy Baker's impersonation, which, you know, if you squint your ears, if you can do that, I don't know if that's the thing, isn't too far away from.
I think he's got it pretty well.
Yeah. One big question people have had since the start of reveal this game is first versus third person. 95% of the game is first person. I'm happy with that. That is what separates it from the likes of Uncharted and Tomb Raider, I think. Otherwise, it would be, to an extent, a bit of a copy of those games and the Hitman games. There are moments where it switches to third person. Some of those, I think, work well. Like the climbing, that makes sense, this in third person. But then, like, every, like, whip swing you do, for like a second cuts to third person. That is a little jarring for me at the moment. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I find the kind of like, there's almost a bit of Deus Ex. If you know the modern Deus Ex games have when you go into cover, it goes into third person, which feels like very natural for it. It feels like it works for the gameplay mechanics. It is obvious in this that when he does the whip crack to swing himself over a chasm, that they want to have that kind of cinematic element of indie. But the moment is so small. It's a second. So you're going out into third person for a second and then back into first person. Whereas with the climbing, you've got a more extended period and it makes more sense of that. I hope that there's a toggle that I can switch that on and off, because quite honestly, I'd rather play the game mostly in first person. It is a game that is clearly built for first person. And I want to play most of the game that way.
Especially because, like, the details of some of these, like, levels, it's a beautiful looking game. And I kind of, you know, I think you can be immersed in third person games, but first person does give you that extra little boost to that, I think. And seeing some of these worlds and, you know, holding the journal up in first person, it all feels very tangible. And I like when games feel tangible. And it's another way they're really, like, encapsulating the feel of the films. I do want to touch on the comedy of it all as well, because I do think it's going to be, like, that's what the Hitman side of, like, Hitman is one of the funniest games you can play because it allows you to do funny things. And I think even in the melee combat, you see, like, funny little, like, slaps and stuff like that, which is very funny. And also the way you can just pick up weapons from around the world. Like, there's a shovel on the floor, pick it up, hit someone with it once, and then that weapon will shatter. So you can't overly abuse that system, but it's fun little ways you can just, like, pick up not anything in the world, but, you know, pick up little things and just use them, like, kind of a little bit like, you know, old Valve games would with their physics engine, just kind of making weapons from the world. And I know you saw a little bit of Valve design to it. We don't want to overhype how much design work's going into this, but there is a little bit of that in there, I think.
Yeah, I think the kind of like the providing as many possibilities within a space as possible. They did talk about how there's a lot of linear sections, but then there's a lot of kind of like, I guess you call them wider linear sections, which is where you get to make more of your own choices on how you progress through the mission. And that's where, we're going back to the disguise system, you have disguises that work for particular story sections, but then it seems like you get to keep those disguises, and then if you find an area that would require a similar presence, you can switch back into that. And so that
the fur looks so bad right there, though.
Like these slightly more open, a bit like what
it's like they're watching it on the lowest setting.
You're in an area, but there's sort of 4 routes that you can see that might go through it. And then
I swear I saw that cinematic before and it didn't look that bad.
To the Nazi with a rolling pin, but then I could maybe grab this guy's gun and fire a few rounds of that off. It's got a bit of that. It's not an immersive sim game in the way that kind of things like what Arcane and Ironstorm back in the day made, but it's got that freedom, which reminds me a little bit of Valve. Valve was always kind of hot on, you're in first person, as long as you can do things around with the environment, you'll find a solution. I'm hoping that's what it's going to get from. That's what it was suggested from what I was seeing.
I'm very excited for this game. Like, I was already very excited for this game as a huge Indiana Jones fan. I'm just glad now we've seen an extended bit of gameplay that there is a lot more to it. And I thought we maybe I was just getting a first-person Uncharted, but I like these stealth elements, the disguise elements, a lot more deeper systems than I thought maybe this game would have. And yeah, I can't wait to see more, really. Yeah, fantastic.
Diablo 4 was one of last year's most addictive games, and if you thought you were done, they're about to pull you right back in. Here to tell us about the upcoming Vessel of Hatred expansion, I'm joined by Brett Gibson, game director, and Tiffany K. Watt, production director. Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Let's talk about Vessel of Hatred, coming to Diablo 4 October 8th, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. And I believe at the show here at Gamescom, you're showing a new trailer for the Pale Hand Mercenaries.
Yes.
What do we need to know about this crew?
Oh my God. First off, we wanted to find a way to allow players that play specific classes to round out their builds with certain powers that you might not actually have in that class specifically. And so, like, for example, if you're playing a Sork, you might want to have something a little more tanky as a part of your kit. And so Mercenaries is a really great way of being able to hire and bring followers along that fit those gaps.
Yeah, there's a few reasons I love Mercenaries. I mean, I've been playing Diablo for a long time. Diablo 2 always had a mercenary with me, obviously, in Diablo 3. So really, really excited to bring this feature to Diablo 4. I'm personally a little scared when I go down into the dungeons, so having a friend with me makes it a little bit friendlier. And like Brent was saying, being able to customize your playstyle, and no matter what build you have, whatever class you're playing, there's going to be a mercenary that you can customize to really, I think, enhance what you're doing, and being able to switch them on the fly, and it just all the features that it brings to the table is really exciting.
So I believe there are 4 mercenaries. I have the names here. Let's see what I can do. Rahir, the shield bearer. Sly Aldkin, the cursed child.
Yes.
Variana, the berserker crone, and Subo, the bounty hunter.
Yeah.
And I believe you encounter them as you complete quests in Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah.
Is it a specific order, or can you find them on your own, or how does that work?
You can find them on your own. You're going to find one during the campaign.
Okay.
But the really special thing about this is that we just didn't put them into the game. We actually wanted to build them out as characters. So they all have their own side quests that really lean into their human story, which we won't spoil anything here today. But they're wonderful human stories for each individual one. And the character development in Diablo 4 I think is super top notch, and I'm really excited to see it in this feature.
Yeah, it's awesome that we can continue to bring the world of Sanctuary alive through these characters, and as you're acquiring them, as you're playing through the game, is learning more about them and their backgrounds, and bringing that little bit of role playing into your gameplay.
You'll just have one of them with you at a time? You're not rolling with the whole squad?
There's a couple different ways that you can bring them in. One, if you're playing by yourself, you can bring them in as a follower, so they'll be running around the world with you. But we also have a reinforcements feature, which is no matter how many people you have in your party, you can assign them to come in and use their special powers under certain conditions that you define. And so you might be in the middle of combat and say that, on basic, have Rahir come in and throw up his power however you expect him in that moment, which is really cool because you can essentially always have them with you, even if they're not on screen.
I didn't think it was going to be completely Souls-like, but
that's just to enhance on what Brent was saying.
Games are so boring to me.
Being able to trigger the reinforcements to key actions that are happening during gameplay. You can be a little bit more passive with it, like Brent mentioned, if you wanted to attach it to your basic attack.
In games.
But you can also attach it to hey, I just took a lot of damage. Now I want Rahir to come in and actually put up his shield for me. I think that's where the customization of the gameplay is really, really amazing.
Yeah. You mentioned the campaign. Can you sort of set up where the story is going in this expansion?
Yeah, it's
about 10 games.
The
for
story
sure.
of Hatred
Maybe
is a longer story that we want to tell. And so when you left off in the base game, you defeated Lilith, and Narelle had Mephisto and Soulstone. So this is really the next chapter of that. We're picking right up where we left off.
All right, so
and
we
you're
saw
gonna
this
figure out
earlier.
what the fate of that Soulstone actually is.
A new region, Nahantu?
Yep.
Is that right? What has sort of that allowed you to bring into Diablo 4 that wasn't there before?
Oh man, all sorts of stuff. I mean, you've got this dark gothic setting with the base game, and to be able to come in and bring something as fresh as the jungle is pretty amazing. And even though it's brand new to Diablo 4, there's a lot of nostalgia built in as well. And so for fans that have been around since Diablo 2,
okay, so it did finish the stream, and that's what it did.
We touched on lightly. But now we get to dive deeper in with the open world. We got a lot more opportunity to build out that space.
Okay. We also got to bring new amazing.
We literally watched it earlier in the thing. They're just saying the same shit over again. So we're going to skip forward. You want to watch about Diablo, feel free to look it up.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all.
From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning into the IGN shows
not really
and
worth the price,
podcasts you
though,
love.
necessarily.
Or cap off a long
I don't
day by
understand the
relaxing
love
to
of
soundtracks
truffles. They're
of your
not that
favorite
good.
video games,
It
like
doesn't really
Cyberpunk
make
and The
things
Last of
taste that
Us.
much better.
And the best part,
Like
you don't even need
a little
to leave
bit better,
the house
but
to
like
go there.
5%.
Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
It's not exactly
the IGN store.
MSG. You know, the old flavor enhancer. Dude learned the goon sock. I was wondering, like, what the fuck am I seeing? Like, I don't know, most cons I go to, they are not air conditioned enough. So I would never wear a goon sock if I can help it. Like, ugh. They're just too hot.
You're watching IGN's coverage of Gamescom 2024. Next year, we're getting to journey into the Forbidden Lands to meet new and old monsters in the wild. See what I did there? Today, I'm joined by Rozo Sujimoto, producer, Yuya Tokuda, the director of Monster Hunter Wilds, and Patrick Shields, our wonderful translator. Hello.
Hi.
So, first of all, I have to thank you for letting us bring 2 weapons on a hunt. So, I do have to ask, though, how will this work with the guild cards?
今回武器2つ持っていけると思うんですけど、ギルドカードに登録するの
Man, they do be asking some lengthy questions for these translators to remember.
そうですね。まあギルドカードというもの自体がちょっと
Like, I'm glad they don't have the brain damage I do, because I would have forgot what I was asking halfway through.
追加の情報をお待ちいただければ。
Or they already know the information,
Whether or
which
not
would be
you have
good.
something exactly like the guild cards from previous titles is something we'll talk about a little bit down the road, but I'm sure you'll be happy with what we've done. Let's just say that.
Yeah, that makes me happy. There's more to talk about. Lots of secrets for us to discover. That makes me happy. So then let's go back to the weapons. I'm so curious if there were any weapons that were least used that you really want people to play and try out this game.
See, I kind of want to play Monster Hunter for the story, but like, oh man, I played that kind of Monster Hunter like game so much over the years.
まあ一つはそう違います。
Like, the story's probably great, and that's what I need someone to tell me. Is like the story makes it all worth it.
どうしても出しきれなくてサポート武器という立ち位置がすごく強かったんですけど、今回は
Because like back in the day, people were like, "Oh, the story of Black Desert Online, all this stuff makes it feel good for an MMO." You know, you actually got a reason to play, but it's like.
Great for support buffs.
I played a little bit of the story, and it was like, this kind of sucks. It's pretty, but there ain't much of a story here. It probably is nowadays, but like it was when it first
Hunting
came
Horn
out.
users can also be right up there in the damage output with their friends.
I'm gonna say
I also try to
could
avoid
not get a
MMOs
handle
these
on the
days,
hunting
so,
horn. I was awful with it. So I was the worst support player. So what's something that you took from Monster Hunter Worlds and Monster Hunter
I still want a
Rise
Monster
into
Hunter
Wild?
sequel.
ワールドまたは
The
ラ
movie.
イズの経験から生かして今回のワイルズに実装しているとか
'Cause
も
I
は
actually
変えてみました
enjoyed
追加しましたのような
Could have been
要素
better
がある
though, but then again, they were trying to like introduce audiences that probably never played the game to
あれ
it.
ですけど、
The
まあ
games.
これは正直ワールドワイルズに関わらず、今までの作ってきたモンスターハンターのやっぱり経
Like
験
they
だっ
had
た
the
りとか、
cat reveal
ノウ
at
ハ
the
ウであ
end
っ
of
た
the
りとかっていう
movie.
のは
That
す
was
ごくやっ
cool.
ぱりこのワイルズでももちろん生きてるところもいっぱいあります
It was one of
し
them.、
まあそれを踏まえて今回、入れたシステムであったりとかも仕様であったりとかってももちろんたくさんあります。
Not just Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, we've actually looked further back through the whole series history and just taken a look at how our approach was on each title and what we learned from them and how the players reacted to them. And I think in Monster Hunter Wilds, we've really taken these many, many years of experience and finally been able to put it into the ultimate Monster Hunter game.
まあ一つ言うと例えばセクレトとかっていうところで言うと やっぱり今まで結構、フィールドが広くなっていく分には、やっぱり、アクションの幅も広がって、ワクワクするっていいんですけど、その分やっぱり迷いやすいとかっていう欠点があったりとか、移動までに時間がかかったりとかっていう、欠点もあったんですけど、そういうのはセクレートがある程度オートで行きたいところまで行ってくれたりとかする手助けのサポートにもなるので、そこら辺は一つの例として今までの経験が生きている要素ではないかなとは思います。
One example is that as the series has progressed, the maps
Yeah,
have
I've
gotten
noticed
bigger
that
and
the
bigger,
subtitles
and
stopped.
that has meant it's been easier to get lost on your way to finding the monster. So, bearing that
So
in
maybe
mind,
I'll
we've added the new
swap it
Sacred
back
mount, which
to-
you're able to not only get on and move faster, but it can also automatically run you towards the monster and then get you straight there in one piece. So that's one of the things we've learned from past player
Maybe
feedback
that'll
that
work better.
we've tried to improve in the new title.
That's amazing. So I can go get a drink of water and just have my mount be progressing me towards that. So with Sacred, actually, I'm curious. I know we were able to sharpen our weapons on it, but are we also allowed to do some combat, especially for a bow user?
セークレットに乗りながら研ぎ石使えたりすると思うんですけど、アタックもできるんですか？特に、弓などのユーザーは有利そうですけど。
そうですね、すべての武器がセクレトに乗った状態から攻撃することができます。ただ、攻撃の種類自体は限られていますので、本当に時間的な効率っていうのを求めるならば、やはり地上に降りていただいてアクションしていただく。
See, the combat also kind of looks really boring to me. Like, some stuff is cool, but a lot of it is just like really oversized weapons moving very slow, doing big burst damage.
DPS,
It's not
as it
for
were,
me.
I'd recommend getting off the Sacred and
As
getting
much as
into
I
the
love
battle
that sort of
proper,
shit,
but
it's
it's
just
there
like,
if you want to use it, and there's a limited number of
same
actions you
shit,
can use.
different day.
That's actually amazing. I mean, I'll take the tips from the pro, so I won't just ride them out and be scared. So we do see that monsters are going to be able to kind of form a herd and attack you. This sounds terrifying. Why did you decide to implement this into this game?
モンスターが群れて攻撃してくるようなシーンがあったんですけど、個人的にはすごく怖いと言いますか、なぜこういう要素を入れようと思ったんですか？
今回人間も含めたモンスターハンターの世界というのを描こうと思ってまして、そのためには少しその人間に対しても攻撃的だったり怖い部分っていうのもモンスターにはありますので、そういうところを強調するためには群れみたいな表現っていうのが、今回の技術を生かした形として望ましいなと思ったので今回採用しています。
We're always trying to depict a realistic ecosystem, and that means not just how the monsters or creatures in the environment behave, but how they react to people. And just as in the real world, some creatures will form packs or herds, and they might be aggressive towards humans who come towards them, or they might be scared of them and run away in a herd. So given that the technology now allows us to display so many more monsters on screen at the same time, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to implement this feature.
So if we give the monsters some food, is that something that could possibly make them, we can befriend them?
群れのモンスターに餌を与えて友達になったりすることは分離はできるんですか？
毒の肉を食べさせることはできます。
The only thing you can feed them is poisoned meat, as you.
Oh, that's not very
So they're
friendly.
probably not going to be your friends afterwards.
Okay, yeah, probably not. Well, yeah, they wouldn't be alive to really think of that. So what are the new monsters that you're very excited for players to come across?
今回、新モンスターについてこのモンスターはユーザーに注目してほしいというものは限られている中からと思うんですけど、
まだ本当に一部しか公開してませんので、これから先出ていくモンスターは本当にさらに魅力的なものがたくさんありますが、昨日の PV でもたくさん流れてきた、レダウという砂原での一番頂点に立っているモンスターは非常にビジュアル的にも、かっこよくてですね、しかるべき強さも秘めてますので、今回試作のデモ版でもプレイいただける形になってますので、なんか見ていただけたら嬉しいなとは思ってます。
Needless to say, we've only revealed a few monsters so far, so I can't really talk about monsters we haven't gotten to yet. But of the ones that we've been able to talk about thus far, Ray Dao is really exciting. You will have seen it in the trailer that we released yesterday. It's the top of the food chain. It's the apex predator of the Windward Plains, the desert area. And not only visually, but in terms of mechanics, it's a really thrilling hunt. So I can't wait for players to get their hands on it. And if you're coming to Gamescom and you're able to play our demo on our booth, that's one of the monsters you can encounter.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll stop asking questions that you can't answer, but I do have one for both of you since we are coming up to our last and final question. I want it to be a little bit fun. I love palicos. I think they are the most adorable things ever. I wish they were real. Do you have palicos of your own at home, aka cats?
オトモアイルが大好きなんで猫が好きなんですけど、猫飼ってたりしますか、2人個人で。
僕は犬です。
トカゲです。
Tsujimura-san has got a dog at home, and Tokura-san has actually got pet lizards.
Oh, okay. So I see where we're getting the inspiration.
I just got the message.
I see. Thank you so much. This has been an absolute pleasure. I will definitely swing by your booth to play. Thank you so much for speaking with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to watch us and this special Monster Hunter segment. Monster Hunter Wilds will be releasing in 2025 on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. Stick around for more games.
Saw a little bit of the Stalker stuff earlier, maybe 1 or 2 other games that I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then like most of it is like shit I don't play.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck.
You know, that's the way it goes.
I'm just like, let me look at memes for a minute or
Copa
two.
City is a football tycoon game where you
Also, I was
transform
like
an
setting up
entire city to
game
get it
order
prepped
for
to
like
host
what I'm going to be
world-class football
buying
events.
and or playing
Copa
in the
City
next
features
3
3
weeks.
meticulously
Because there's like
crafted
6
maps
games that
based
come
on
out in the
real
next 2-3
cities like
weeks.
Warsaw and Berlin, and includes
Like Star
6
Trucker comes out.
world-class
I was like,
football
oh,
clubs
okay.
like Flamengo, Arsenal
play a
FC,
truck
and
game.
FC Bayern Munich. Here's an exclusive first look.
Yeah, there's a
at
whole
alpha
movie
gameplay.
based on that whole concept from like the 90s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a fantastic fucking movie too.
Set in motion on the pitch. It's the culmination of hard work.
Oh, you get to make your own soccer stage? Or...
To captivate the fans, to ensure everyone's safety, to meet every
I'm not
need.
sure. He probably said the title and I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, right. You're doing a thing. Here I am, like,
And to ignite the city's
halfway
fiesta
through a
for the
taco
game.
Skype raid and you're talking about shit.
Oh yeah, there's a simulator, you know, like City Skylines,
Sometimes
but I think you're
it requires
your
making
own
tough decisions with lasting
Football?
consequences.
football something, yeah. Oh look, they got real faces. That's not creepy at all.
Elevate your football
Oh, is it
brand
a,
to a global stage.
is it like Football Manager 2024 or 2025 or something? 'Cause I know that's like a thing. They're like, oh,
To make your game
you guys
happen
like football so much, we took
in
the football
Copa
out of it and just made you manage the team.
That'd make me sad. Copa City.
I mean, there are people who love it. Like, I mean, the fact that they keep
Copas.
making them must mean something, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, it's called Kappa City or Copa City. First football tycoon.
The average Cinefix movie list features
Okay.
nearly 100 different films.
That's
and
interesting.
approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis.
I can see some people playing that.
To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films. And before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people. We're movie people.
We're not math
We can't even
people.
count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Alright, at least IGN's trying to be funny
IGN
these
Playlist
days.
is the best way to track your
Usually
game
their
collection.
version of being
Now
funny
you
is
can
just
even
being
import your
cringe.
entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps.
Oh yeah, because a
discounts
lot
at
of the games are
IGN store
pre-order.
and
The
with
list so
IGN
far
partners.
looks like it's gonna
And
be
best of all, free games.
Asian
Get 30
mythologies
days
retold,
of IGN
obviously.
Plus for just $1. Head to
But probably before that is gonna be Star Wars
IGN has the
Outlaws.
most thorough, easy to
And
use
then
and high-tech maps
Space
out
Marine
there.
2
IGN
comes
maps
out, but I
load
got
faster
7 days
with
early
more
access to
markers than
that,
ever
so
and are built
it's all
on
gonna be
your phone as
weird.
your
I'm gonna have to look at the
constant
dates and be like, alright, what can I play when?
So
Because
start checking
Space
off
Marine 2 is
markers for the
probably only
game
gonna
you're
take like
playing today.
6 hours to beat,
Can't
maybe
find
8.
that final collectible
Depending
you're
on
missing?
if they expanded it from like
IGN
what the
strategy
first
guides
game
and
was.
interactive maps
I've
are
heard,
here to help. IGN guides are trusted
that
by
it's,
millions,
I don't know,
easy
people
to
are,
use, and best of all, free.
people are
You can
feeling
even
pretty
track
mixed
your
about it.
progress
They're
with
mixed,
interactive
yeah.
checklists so you know
It
you
depends,
reached that
because it did look a little
100%
rough like a
completion.
couple weeks
IGN
ago.
has the very best, most
Yeah, and I was like,
complete and
oh,
accurate guides.
okay.
Every guide is tested
Like
and
they're like, we're
verified
trying to
for
patch it
you
up
by
until the last
experts.
second
Just
because
search
they
for
were having
IGN when you
everything was
search for
fine, I
guides.
guess, and then they did like one thing and it fucked everything. So they're like, oh shit. Then after that, it's like Star Trucker would be fun to try. Lollipop Chainsaw. I don't know if that's just a remaster. I want to find more information on that. Until Dawn, of course. The Quiet Place, The Road Ahead. I want more information. Never forget your first drop. And Assassin's Creed Shadows and Stalker 2.
Hang tight, demons.
Oh, okay, cool. More Starship Troopers. Here's the info about the extermination update.
Let's have a look. From the moment those doors open up.
Oh, the game that they released and no one really plays.
A lot of people play it. Even Casper Van Dien plays it. He plays it constantly.
Well,
the guy,
you know, when you've got like the one
when you are Rico.
That's like the one thing that you are.
It ain't the Federation you're thinking of. It's those who stand together.
I don't care. The game's fun as fuck. Especially, they did some new updates recently. I've been wanting to play it again. I just haven't had time.
It just kind of didn't run very well.
Stay behind.
Really off-putting.
My only problem is last time I played it, they changed up the classes a little bit too much, and I'm like, fuck, they nerfed the fuck out of everything I liked. So now I gotta relearn the game. Oh yeah, I forgot they added tankers, so that's fun.
This
tank bugs.
Is why we fight.
I got one on my shelf over there.
You know what to do.
Dude just nuked himself, that's awesome.
Third wave ready, command.
Third wave ready. That's funny.
Later this year, you can finally do your part to make the galaxy safe by battling the bug menace in Starship Troopers Extermination. If
Well, the second wave didn't kill him and they had extract. Third wave will get him.
Casper Van Dien and Gareth Woods from Offworld
This time will
Industries.
work.
Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for coming by. I see you brought some.
Oh,
some
Casper Van
backup
Dien's
here.
on.
Yeah,
Some friends of ours.
Yeah, I always travel with them.
I love it. It's. I feel incredibly safe. This is wonderful. Now we also brought something very cool, which is a brand new trailer. We just got to look at that.
No, but
I was thinking we
he
could
must
maybe
love this. He's
throw it on
getting
again
paid,
and maybe
you know.
pause
Oh,
there
that
and
too,
let's
yeah.
have some- pull
You
out
know,
some details,
just to be
pull out some,
himself.
some
He actually
from
looks
there. So,
younger than what he.
Yeah, let's take a look.
What
There
the
was a
fuck? How does he
minute
look
where
so
he looked
young?
like shit a while ago.
So
He
is
looked
it-
a little
these are
rough.
Starship
And then,
Troopers?
you know,
Is that
I guess he
correct?
just took a month to like
These are these
eat right,
people.
and then now he
Right
looks
here.
good again.
There's a drop ship coming out of here. I love the face masks that they've added in Starship Troopers Extermination. We didn't have that in the original, but we had coming out like this. That's a plasma bug, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's kind of talk about that. There's some new bugs in the game.
Yeah, we wanted to show off some of the bugs that I guess people have seen already in the early access, but I think the big reveal was
Fucking
obviously the
Casper's
tanker
just
bug,
looking
which
blown
was
away.
sort
He's like,
of
oh
teased.
fuck, the game's
People
gonna
knew
get
it was coming.
harder.
It's in the movie, and it's been a
Face
thing we
away.
try to push throughout development of the game is that you're going to get to live action role play.
I feel like
the
he
movie.
should get on
And
his
so if it's
account
in the
a
movie,
specific
we wanna
skin
put
that
it in
makes
the
him
game
look
so
like
the tanker
Rico.
bug reveal
That'd be
is
awesome.
obviously a
Just the
big
Rico
one.
skin,
Yeah,
yeah.
Only
Tiger
him
Tigers
gets to
we've
play
seen
as it,
before.
so you know it's really him.
But obviously
That'd be
the big
sick.
reveal now when the tanker bug unearths from the ground, the music's at a great crescendo. You really start getting the goose flesh.
The RTS was really
and
fun.
obviously part of extermination is extracting
That's right. I
safely,
remember that
but
was-
sometimes
I
someone has to
completely
stand
forgot that was
behind
I
in
beat the shit out
and,
of that
defend the
like
base.
in like
And,
3 days.
with
Like
the
I
nuke,
just played the
which
fuck
obviously
out
very
of it.
impressive.
Good way of handling that.
100%.
Is that the Watkins trigger?
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Yeah, but
Yeah,
with the nuke,
Watkins.
Yeah.
Well, that was he held the nuke. That was the
Who
Watkins.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fuck is
When I said
Joe
to him, "What are you
Keenan?
trying
What
to
is he
do?"
doing
Kill,
here?
and he goes, "I'm just trying to kill some bugs." That's Seth Gilliam, who was
We're
in
watching
The Walking Dead.
Gamescom.
They named it after him. These people are Offworld is so incredible. They take the time to look at all the details, and they would add these little things that people would know that watch the movie.
Yeah.
Or go back and watch.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, so Casper's even part of the meme group
I was overwhelmed with it.
for
Casper, I think you were saying this back at
Starship
IGN
Troopers
Live,
that
but
I
like
used to
you recorded
take
more
part in
lines
a
for
lot.
part
this
of a
game than
meme
for like
group.
all the movies.
Like, isn't he likes watching the memes and stuff like
it was
that,
so
and
much
also
fun. We were in there, and
commenting
they'd throw
about
something
stuff
else
from
at
like the
me, and then I'd
movies
go,
and
"Hey,
stuff.
what if we did this?"
And just
we were
interacting with the
we
fans.
played when we were in there, and that was so fun for me to have people that
So
were
it's more of a
like,
community
"Oh, I
than
got an
just
idea,"
a
and they go,
meme
"Casper,
group.
that was great, but why don't you try this?" And then
Yeah.
they'd be like, "Oh my God, that's even better."
cool.
And then I'd throw something else, and I'm like, "Oh no, that was perfect." So we
Yeah.
had so many
That's
different things
cool,
that
I
we
guess.
added.
But
So
that's
there
how
were
we
so many
found out
levels.
he was
But
playing
they'd
the
already
games.
had-
He's
they'd
like,
already
"Hey
come up
guys, I'm
with
gonna be
dialogue.
playing blah
So
blah blah," and
it
everyone's like, "Yeah,
reminded
fucking
me
right."
of
Then they
just
looked
like
at the
what
account.
Ed
It's like,
Meyer
"Oh,
wrote
it's
with
really
Starship
him."
Troopers.
Oh
And
god,
you're
that's
sort of
awesome.
playing like the general. You're like just commanding everybody, you're bossing everybody around, and then the actual.
You get your orders, and the narrative is delivered through Casper and other voice actors. But essentially, you play
Oh, so they are adding a
trooper,
story
and you've
now.
got your NPC kind of characters that join you. They've all got their own backstories. They've got their own kind of personalities.
Don't mind me while I
and you
quietly
essentially go
beat
through
my
these series of
dick as hard
missions
as I can for the
what is
next
Chapter
20
1,
minutes.
which will be available at launch.
Lied about it.
Periodically throughout the ongoing live service, going to be delivering more chapters. Chapter 2's already been recorded.
Oh, don't say live service. You're gonna kill it for my brain.
More free
I'm
DLC
gonna be like,
comes
fuck
later.
that.
Cool, and it's also like 16-player co-op.
No, that is a single player,
Single-player
but
version.
4-player
Okay.
squad.
Gotcha,
Essentially,
gotcha.
you're an elite special operations
Hell
group
yeah.
that are, Casper the
Alright,
general.
when that
has
comes
kind of
out, I'm
commanded
definitely
you and
playing the shit out of that
cherry-picked
for
you
sure.
as the best of the best to go out and deliver these special missions.
Cool. Now, so this has also been in early access for quite a while.
Yeah, since May of last year.
Yeah, which is awesome, and obviously
Early
like,
access
you've
for a
got
while. Yeah,
some
May of last year.
Extremely active
Not even a
Starship
year.
Troopers fans
Or,
around,
no, a
some of
little
them
over a
hanging out
year.
on stage with
That's
us.
not long.
What's some of the feedback you've gotten from
Like, look
early
at fucking
access, and
Star
what's, I guess,
Citizen.
what the
Fucking
community
Shop
brought to the table?
Citizen's
Yeah, I
been
think people
what,
really
early access for
appreciated
10
our
years?
obvious
More?
love of the franchise and wanting to put as much of what you see in the movie into the game. I think the particularly unique selling points of the game have obviously
You're not
been
wrong.
the 16-player element. I think horde shooters, it's a super popular genre, but no one's doing that kind of 16-player
Oh, it's Australian.
element.
That's
I think
why it
other
was
games
upsetting.
always treat you as the hero. You very
What
much
is?
can make a difference by yourself. But with 16 players, you
Oh,
have
the
to
Joe
team up.
Chimney.
You have to work
Yeah.
together.
No,
And so the
no,
unique
it's
roles
Joe.
that you play in that squad.
No,
and
this
taking
guy
from our
talking.
studio's experience
Oh,
with
like
Squad, the
literally
game, which is a
our
100-player
Joe.
game.
Okay.
We've really tried to elevate
Yeah,
that element of
motherfucker.
teamwork and coordination.
What'd I do?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. What they do is they make it.
Oh, no,
they
you
even
sound
better.
I thought you were
You get
talking about
perks
in
if you
No, I'm
help
talking about
other
the
people
person
trying
on-
to
I'm
help
talking
other
about the
troopers
person
out.
on the
I mean, they
Gamescom
they've
stream.
been very
Watching
thoughtful
Gamescom
on this,
together,
it's incredible. I go out and I play all the
Yeah,
time.
you've been
This thing
streaming
we're
by
both
yourself,
watching?
yeah.
I've been
Wait, am I
streaming
just
and also
not able
going
to see
out
your guys'
and-
chat or
Yeah,
something?
steaming it by myself,
No,
just
go
going
on,
out and
what?
I go as General J. Rico. and
No, I
people are like,
wanna
wait a minute, you sound like the guy
restart
from the movie. And I go, I am. And they're like, no way.
Yeah, great for random players.
I might have
I
fucked up
recognize
the
that voice
doc
from
earlier.
somewhere.
Yeah,
That's so cool.
He was
Now,
lost
Casper,
it.
I gotta ask. There's a lot of bugs in the game. Do you have a
official.
particular favorite
make
in
sure.
the game, or just the general Starship Troopers?
Of course, I love killing the warrior bugs. I love that new Tiger Warrior bug, and the tanker bug has always been my nemesis. So that's been my thing. So I am so excited that this has been revealed. I've been wanting to talk about it. I've been wanting to see it, and I've been wanting to play it. And you can get on top of this bug, and you can blow it up.
You do the grenade thing?
Oh,
Yeah,
they
you can
brought the
climb on it.
grenade
Yeah,
thing
that's
in.
more
Yes.
More than
All
one
right,
person
cool.
can. But I also love that it has
More than
big
one person
carnage
can.
that,
You just
the bugs
DP
start
the
piling
tank
up here,
bug
and they
from
don't
above.
disappear. You have to deal with the carnage as it comes. It's incredible. So the bugs pile up and they
DP the
crawl
bug.
over and get in, but you can also crawl up on them. You can blow them up. You can go through them. I mean, it's incredible. And they don't. You go
So
away.
yeah, you were
come
able to
back,
do that a little
all
bit
those
to
bodies
some
are
of the
still
other
there.
bugs.
They
They
don't
like made
disappear
them
when you
have
kill 'em.
physics. So if you had the
That's just
jetpack, you were able to
love
jump
it.
on top
I'm
of like
very
the
into it.
tiger and just shoot
I
the
guess
fuck out of it.
I'm just sort of.
So that was
Can you
kinda neat.
give us an idea where we're at with the single player story? Like, what's sort of what's at stake? Where does this fall in the general canon? Can you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to
It's
reveal too
Starship
much because
Troopers.
obviously
Nothing's
it's,
at stake
a
and
narrative
everything's
kind
at
of
stake,
spoiler
bro.
territory if I give too much. But
What do you
essentially,
mean?
General Rico, who's now a general again, and he's got a kind of antagonistic relationship with the rest of command. But essentially, he's.
I'm just watching back
picked
the
you
video of the
and-
guy I
and
killed
your
in
fellow troopers
Tarkov.
to kind of deliver some
And
secret,
I'm annoyed
not so
because, I
secret
mean, I killed him. He
missions,
didn't hit me or anything, but
that,
I saw him
yeah,
for
I
such
feel
a
like
long
I'm
time
walking
beforehand. I didn't even notice.
You do this so that you can move up in the game. It also gives you it's incredible. I haven't seen it yet. I've only done the voice for it. I've heard what they've said. I'm gonna go take a look at it today.
Yeah, but it's important to allow people to have their troopers experience by themselves if they want. But also, I think for a lot of people to get them ready for multiplayer, which can be intimidating. I think for a lot of people, they want to play the single player. They want to feel like they can do their part and not, be the sore thumb that sticks out.
Do their
And
part.
so-
I see what you did.
Yeah,
there.
you
I
like
see,
that.
I see what you
You're
did.
picking up what I'm dropping down. Yeah.
How chaotic does it get?
All right,
when
they
you
just
get
zoomed
60
in on
people just
Casper's
running around?
face. You're right. He looks
yeah, I
really
think
good
that's
right
the
now.
thing when you first started is
Like, I already knew he was
literally,
looking
like
good,
herding
but
cats
damn.
kind of thing. But towards the end, I mean, especially when you get
Bro
to the higher
definitely
difficulties,
definitely keeps
everyone kind of
moisturized.
knows what to do. They know their part. They know the engineers,
Same
whatever
moisturized fan.
role you're doing, everyone knows what the
Oh,
medics
same
do, the snipers
moisturized.
do, what the engineers do.
Yeah, we were
speaking
just talking
of,
about
I
this
forgot
because
to
I've been
moisturize
playing.
this
I've been going out just playing, and I'm like a
I'm, in
newbie
fact,
again.
unmoisturized.
So I'm like totally a noob, which is incredible because I was an OG in the old days, but now I'm a noob again. But I've been playing, and when I'm playing, sometimes you get, you have to have your medic, you have to have engineers, you have to have a ranger, you have to have a sniper, you have to have all the different people. If you get a whole team together,
rocking my
and they
sniper
all work
rifle just to
together, cohesive,
be a one-man
you
army.
can be successful. I had an incredible game.
I don't know
played
if I
with
can
all
still
these
do that,
random
though.
people, and we were just playing. Like, I can't believe you're here. And we just I just went in with these people that knew what they were doing. The engineers built an incredible base. They had all these things. You get all the material you need to get to to
You can't tell me otherwise.
to build and get your weapons and get everything up, and then you go out and you kill the bugs. The hordes come, you kill them, and then you have to get extracted. It's incredible.
Victory. I love it. Everybody's
Yeah, I
got to
didn't
do their
realize you
part.
would be awake this early.
Gentlemen,
Was it
thank you
early
so much
for
for
you?
coming by.
Thanks for
I
having
just didn't go to work today.
for just providing
difference.
backup. I love it. You can check out Starship Troopers Extermination right now by enlisting for Steam Early Access.
Yeah,
and
I was
the full
poking.
version will
I
mobilize on
ended
PC
up
and
posting
new-gen
that
consoles October
Glock
11th.
in bootleg, and then I happened to see your
the
message.
Milwaukee.
I was like, oh, from like an hour ago. You
Want
messaged
the
me.
ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus.
He's like, hey, T-Speak, I'll watch with you. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps,
You
discounts at the
silly
IGN
goober.
store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head
IGN
to
Plus.
plus.ign.com.
The fuck is that shit?
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection.
gotta
Now you can
monetize
even import
everything.
your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to.
Then
IGN
again, they
Playlist,
do have this
check it out.
backlog thingy I was thinking about, or playlist, or whatever it's called. I was like, maybe I do
IGN
need
Store
that
has it all.
to start ordering
From
games
clothes
like
and collectibles to vinyl
in order
records,
of when I need to play
accessories,
them.
model kits and action figures.
He was
from the
talking about
biggest
making a
and best
fucking
franchises
Excel
like
spreadsheet
The
earlier, and
Legend
I'm
of
like, I
Zelda,
hate Excel so
Star Wars,
much.
Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something.
I didn't
you
realize
love.
that earlier. She's
There
wearing
are new
Porkins.
and exciting products hitting the
The
store
best Star
every
Wars
week,
character that
like
should have
the
never
Wasteland
died.
Ready Fallout
Bro should have
Vault 33
ejected.
hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the
And done
working
what?
wearable Pip-Boy.
I
Plus,
know.
high quality
I
IGN
know.
store exclusives like the powerful and spicy
Ejected
Star Wars.
For
like
some
they're-
reason,
hot
Star
sauce
Wars
vibe
doesn't have
shop.
fucking
We've
stuff
even
set
got
up for
merchandise
that.
for you to rock
They're
and
wearing-
tune into the
But
IGN shows
the
and podcasts
Stormtroopers
you
do,
love. Or
like the
cap
pilots.
off a long day
Yeah,
by
no, but I'm
relaxing
saying
to
they
the
have like
soundtracks
the
of your
outfits
favorite
that
video
look like the
games,
rebels
like
should be able to
Cyberpunk
survive
and
in
The Last
space,
of
yet,
Us.
you know, full
And the
face
best part,
open.
you don't even need to leave the house to go there.
Like, what the
Just
fuck,
Well, I
guys?
just like the idea that they eject
IGN.com
at like,
and start
they're
shopping
doing,
today.
Mock
The IGN
Jesus.
Store.
in space. They're just gonna eject and then like
IGN has the most
pancake
thorough,
against
easy
them.
to use
Yeah,
and
that's
high-tech
the
maps.
start.
IGN maps load faster
Spread
with more
themselves
markers
across
than
3
ever
miles of
and
this
are built
stuff.
for your phone as your constant
Wait, they don't
companion
got
to the
0
biggest games.
seats or some
So start
shit?
checking off markers for
It
the
wouldn't
game
matter.
you're
It's not how
playing
space
today.
works.
No, you just have it like, you know, push away from the direction you're going really hard.
So you just have like a massive G-force people on you.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Your brain doesn't need to, you know, not be a pancake.
What's up, everybody? We are here at the IGN store, which is right next to the Gamescom studio booth in Hall 7 at Gamescom. So if you are here in person, come check it out. You will find a bunch of really cool merch that is exclusive to the IGN store. A bunch of t-shirts, hoodies, pins based on your favorite video games. We've got an exclusive Fallout
Hey,
Brotherhood
it's
of
my,
Steel pin set, which you won't find anywhere else.
That's
But
how
you-
my
if you
Geralt
are at
looked.
Gamescom,
He was
you
all
can also go to
fucking heavy armored out.
store.ign.com to grab a bunch of very cool merch and collectibles and stuff like that.
Yeah, but if you're more interested in what we have to show you,
My
we've got the
yahi.
World of Warcraft expansion
My
coming up
yahi.
next. Then we've got Marvel
My
Rivals,
yaha.
Avowed,
My
Civ 7, and
yaha.
so much more. So
Whatever happened to that guy? I hope he's happy.
World of
I'm sure
Warcraft
he's
has
probably
its 10th
doing all
expansion pack coming very soon on August the 26th this year. And
Back when
Azeroth
you couldn't
is
make
yet
money
again
off
in
being a
danger
meme.
from a new dark force.
I mean,
Joining
you
us
can
today
still
to
do
talk
it.
about The War Within, our Associate Design Director
During that
Maria
time?
Hamilton,
Nah, that was
and
like,
Associate
what,
Art Director
late
Tina Wang
90s,
from
early
Blizzard.
2000s?
Welcome, folks.
YouTube
Hi,
only
how's it
existed
going?
in the.
Hi. Thanks for joining us.
Is that a
Thanks
YouTube
for having
video?
us.
So it's
I
the
thought that
10th
predated
expansion,
YouTube.
20 years of World of Warcraft.
Numa Numa?
How do you approach
Yeah, I could've swore that
finding new
predated it.
stories, fresh storytelling this far in, and how do you approach raising the stakes?
Well, I think that
we're talking
you know,
World
we
of Warcraft.
have had, as you said, 10 expansions, and along the way we've left hints and clues and little hooks that remain that we can then pick up later and continue. And that was our goal, actually, with this 20th anniversary World Sword Saga, is to start pulling some of those
Has
threads
Warcraft
back
really been
together.
around for-
And so
I think-
it's going
oh,
to feel
yes, it's
pretty
been 20
nostalgic
years.
for some
Jesus,
folks,
fuck.
because we have a lot of interesting things. Quite famously, there's a giant sword
Numa
in the,
Numa
in the
video
desert
has
in
a
Slithis.
Wikipedia page.
So it's not
Does
too
it
hard,
really?
actually. There's
Yep.
lots of cool ideas.
I guess it has
deep
to.
mythology. And so we're able to easily
Released
find,
on
new
the song was
stories
released
to tell.
December
But
6,
this one
2004
is
on
a
the
real
website
culmination
Newgrounds
of a
under
lot
the
of
username
threads.
Gman250.
Is it challenging to find
So yeah, I guess it does
well
pretty
threatening things, or is the lore so rich that there's just hooks everywhere?
Yeah, no, there's hooks everywhere, and we've had this whole story about Azeroth the whole time. I mean, Azeroth is in many ways our main character. The world is the main character here. I mean,
in
yes, the players
2006, it was the
obviously
second
are,
most
but
watched
it's all
viral
in
video of
service
all
to our
time.
world. So
losing
it's pretty
losing
easy
only to Star Wars.
always find
Although that was
another problem
2006,
that's come up, and in this case, it's pretty
remember
epic.
Star Wars
I mean,
Kid.
it's really enough story
Early
that we
internet
need to
was
tell it
fun.
in three.
It
three
was so
expansions.
You're never short of like world-threatening dangers.
No.
Speaking of the world, Kaz-Algar is the new like subterranean
Well,
region.
seems like they're making
what
World of
led you
Warcraft
to that
actually cool
decision? Like,
now.
what
instead of,
solidified your
like,
decision to go
what they
like,
used to do, which
subterranean?
was
Why
just stick to the
underground?
games.
Well, one of the
Like the
key reasons was
RTSs.
the narrative really led us in that direction, right? The world soul of Azeroth.
It has its own direction now.
The stabbing of the world. And so this was a location where we felt there were many cultures and stories that we truly wanted to explore. For instance, Maria was mentioning, the threads of what we've laid in the past. And in terms of inspiration, one of the pieces that the art team takes plenty of inspiration from is what we've seen historically.
the closed
For
captioning keeps
instance, in our
mentioning her
expansion, Wrath of
us.
the Lich King, we saw, the
Ruby.
beginning, we saw hints of the Nubian Empire, but for the War Within, we
Hints
thought
of
how
the
amazing
Nubian
would it be to show
Empire.
them
That feels
in
racist.
all their glory. Oh, excellent timing.
What can you tell us about the new playable race, the Earthen? They look
fuck?
really incredible. They're different. They're a neutral race. You can play them as Horde or Alliance. So how's that going to be?
Yeah, the interesting thing about the Earthen is they have been isolated from the rest of sort of civilization for a terribly long time. And they were created, in fact, to take on specific tasks. They're in three different sort of categories. There's the machine speakers that were responsible for taking care of the great machinery that sort of powers everything under Kaz-Algar, and probably more of the world than we know. There's the Oathbound, who are protecting the core way, which allows you to go down to sort of the center of our world. And then there's the Unbound, who
Ghost
are the
Fury
ones
Simulator.
that have sort of begun to
This is a
doubt.
game I
Because
haven't
it's been a
seen
long
before.
time they've been here. The Titans gave them these edicts to sort of drive
Yeah,
them
they already
to
had
do these
the
things.
werewolf people, the
But they haven't
Worgen,
seen the
way
Titans in a
back.
very long time, and
For
they're
some reason,
beginning
you
to
could only play
question
as
and
human,
wonder.
though, which was stupid.
So that
What
makes it
game is
very
this?
interesting. And then
World of
and then
Warcraft.
just in terms of how they look.
Yeah, exactly what I
they're
thought. I'm
still
like,
that
oh, it looks so
rocky,
cool, but it's
crystalline,
still WoW.
gem-studded sort of
I've never
look,
played
which
World of
is
Warcraft.
really cool for
It
customization.
is
I would not
never-
suggest it. It
Knows
is
a lot
very
more about that
addictive,
part, though, than
and
I
yeah.
do.
And they eat gems
It's
instead
just
of
never
food.
interested me. I've
There's
never
definitely
looked at
hints
World of
of
Warcraft
their
and
culture
said, this
that
is
are
a game I
unique
want
to
to play.
them, right? They're made
Like
of
I said, it's
rocks, so
healthier
they
to
don't
just
burn,
don't even bother.
They, might remineralize in these little pools.
I
so
used
it's
to
really
play
fun.
the dog shit
Okay,
out
I'd
of
like to
it.
touch really quickly on like quality of life improvements. Can you tell us
Like,
about
I played
warbands
since
and how
beta.
that's going to make everyone's lives
And then I stopped
easier, maybe?
after Wrath
Yeah,
was
something
released
that we
because they
really
killed my
have been
class.
leaning into this expansion is
Womp
really
womp.
meeting the players where they're at and seeing how they're
All the
playing
work I
game.
did,
So now we see so many
everything,
players
they
playing
ruined it.
multiple
Oh,
characters.
dessert.
They have
I was
ops,
pissed.
and we're really made this huge, engineering effort to make it so that the way that they play for all their different characters combines together in a way that we're calling the war band in terms of their
took it away from
achievements.
me.
There's a shared war band
Ah.
bank, and we think this will be a huge
So they're
quality of
putting
life,
in the thing
improvement
from
for
Star
everyone.
Wars Online,
Okay, and
whatever
racing
that
ahead,
one was
because
called.
we're so short of time. I want to talk about delves. Now
We had
these are
family
Just
names.
Star Wars
mini
Online?
dungeons.
Okay.
No, the more
and
recent
you can
Oh,
game,
the Old
kind of
Republic.
Old
like
Republic,
party,
yeah.
Or you can play them solo. It doesn't matter what group of classes.
Yeah, you
you've
had your
got with you.
family name,
How
quote
is that gonna
unquote, so you
work?
can
Like,
have
what's
multiple
the difficulty
characters
pitched at for
tied to the
those?
same name.
Yeah, we're so
Sounds
excited
like a
because
bad idea.
delves are, again,
Well, it
meeting the
is. It
players
is
where
a good
they're at.
idea, but that's what
There's
it was. It's
definitely,
basically the same thing.
This
So you
flexible
can
group situation, right? So there's
have
a different
perks
scaling
shared.
difficulty. So you could choose different levels depending on the level of challenge that you want, and you could go in either solo or with up to 4 friends. And so this will be a way for a lot of players who historically have been, underserved with
Oh, when I
endgame
beat
progression
EDF today, I was
to
so
get
proud of
their
myself.
opportunity to feel
The
like
last
they're able to
7
constantly
missions
progress
was so
week by
fucking
week.
hard.
And they're super short, like what, 10, 15 minutes?
I think that's one of the key parts, is that we were trying to think of our players that don't have a big block of time to play, but they wanna jump in the game. You know, maybe the baby's taking a nap and they're like, oh, I have half an hour. I'm gonna go run a couple delves. You know, and then this gives them an opportunity too. Our Great Vault now has a row on it for doing these outdoor activities that then rewards very good quality gear. So
I have an hour.
I got a half hour. The baby's asleep. I gotta go do a delve.
Can just pop in.
We do a raid.
And then get back to what they need to do, what life is requiring of them.
Like maybe 20 years
yeah,
ago.
I accidentally introduced my uncle to it, and yeah, I felt bad afterwards.
People who are raiding.
Not quite, but you know, like when he wasn't, at least he wasn't out cheating.
Right?
I introduced my husband. I introduced my uncle to it.
Of our main story questing about a little bit of a struggle. We've seen a video that we've put out that shows how Queen Ansarak came to power. And this is where this is her palace, and we're gonna need to go in there and attempt to defeat her. So it's
why are you gonna bully her for having a house?
Raid. It's in that
fuck the homeowners.
For people that are terrified of spiders, of which there are many. We have the option to turn on
you can change the spiders.
Mode, which turns spiders visually for you into crabs.
The spiders get turned into crabs.
The queen
That's cool.
will always be the queen.
Okay, if you can handle just like
so that
one
means that C2 could play World of Warcraft now.
Unless you're afraid of crabs.
In which case, stick with the spiders.
She was very difficult to truly mistake for a spider. So we thought that, you know.
Was the arachnophobia mode like based on like community feedback?
Yes.
It was a mix there. So even our internal developers, you know, back when we.
That's why I feel bad about C2 being so scared of spiders. He can't play the majority of good games that have any kind of spider.
Well, a lot of games these days are putting like non-spiders.
That's what they're talking about. Is where it's like it turns them into crabs, but it's like still, I feel bad because like a lot of games won't tell you there's gonna be spiders in this game. So I imagine C2 just fucking panic scream, chucks his like headset across the room and freaks out and falls out of his chair.
I just
poor little guy.
I feel that
boss, who I really like him
we should
he also
not
shows
put
up in
warnings.
one of our dungeons.
Oh yeah, no, I fully agree.
And in the raid, he shows back up.
Just let people discover it on their own.
Yes, exactly.
See, that like a market. There'd be a market for someone to start a website that says, "Does this game have spiders in it?"
Yeah.
And then all these arachnophobic people can go and like have a little Google and have a dig.
Just call
and
it,
be like,
"Oh,
spiders."
Get in there and get going.
Is there spiders?
Just can't wait to see.
I would
amazing.
I would definitely support that, but at the same time, I wish that Choo Choo Charlie didn't have an image of Thomas the Tank Engine on the front with the spider legs. Like if it just had Thomas looking like Thomas, it would have been perfect. Because I wanted to buy C2 Choo Choo Charlie, not tell him that basically it's a giant spider infected Thomas the Tank Engine trying to kill you.
You wanted to give someone with arachnophobia
purposely
a game.
scared the shit out of them.
You wanna. That's you're a good friend.
It was gonna be my April Fool joke.
From the developers over at Crafton, pioneering a new genre called extraction RPG. Dark and Darker Mobile incorporates
You ever played Choo Choo Charlie, Joe?
a battle royale mode, and a medieval low
Or did you
fantasy
see what it
RPG
is?
series.
Oh, dude, it's great.
If that sounds right up your alley, well, then you're in luck. Dark and
Basically,
Darker
it's one of
Mobile
those
global
games
registration
where,
is
you know,
available
someone
now
just decided to
and
make a
is
thing
playable
because they
not just
can.
on iOS and Android
And it
mobile
was
devices, but also on PC
basically
via
Thomas the
Google
Tank
Play
Engine
Games.
with a face and, you know,
of the
scary
game in
ass
this
mouth
brand new
and
teaser
spider
trailer.
legs.
Enjoy.
Trying to eat you in your train. Yeah. It's on Steam if you want to look up the trailer. It looks really good.
How's it?
Looks like something.
Oh, is this Dark and Darker? I wasn't paying attention. I think it is.
Lag.
You know what? Let me rewind. No one will care if I rewind real quick because I do want to know.
But will now and is playable not your luck.
Wait, did you say Dark and Darker
global
mobile?
Registration is available now and is playable not just
The
on
fuck?
iOS and Android mobile devices, but also on PC via Google Play Games. Check out a sneak preview of the game in this brand new teaser trailer. Enjoy.
So Dark and Darker is so popular it became a mobile game. What the fuck?
Aren't they still embroiled in a legal battle with the original publishers? No?
They won and they're back on Steam.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Which I don't remember who was trying to fuck them, but I'm just like, why? And how did that go for you?
They wanted to slice the pie.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it felt like.
Piece of the action.
I couldn't remember what the fucking charges were even supposed to be. Some kind of copyright or something. But yeah, it felt like it was just greed. Yeah, they're back on Steam, and I think it's still free to play. Yeah, it is free to play, and then I ended up spending like $5 on it to be like, I support, and now I look like a werewolf in game, which is fun. So I can't wear helmets, but I can claw the fuck out of someone, which is neat. Or, you know, use weapons and stuff. Like, so I've been soloing Dark and Darker offline now and again. Like, not streaming it and whatnot. You know what? The mobile game doesn't actually look that bad, but it's still a mobile game, and I can't stand playing mobile games.
Who wants to play? I mean, I'm
mostly because the controls are always fucked. So if I can, like, use it as a screen, my phone as a screen, and then have a controller, then it'd be perfectly fine. I was sad that it reset my stats for Dark and Darker, and now that's back on Steam. I was like, aww. But it only took like 3 raids for me to be rich again. I'm like, feels good. That's right, I'm the top
IGN Store
bitch.
has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records.
I've never really like Dark
dropping today. The IGN Store.
But I mean, I'm also one of those kids that never really played Dungeons and Dragons either. So.
And finally find out where it ranks.
One of the things was I would compare it to is I was gonna say like Skyrim and stuff like that.
Join us as we find out on
because it kind of feels like Morrowind and all those older Elder Scrolls games. That's one of the reasons I like it. Like when I was like 8 playing Morrowind, and then you end up in a cave and shit's fucking scary, and a zombie or a skeleton comes at you, you fucking nearly piss yourself. Like it gives you that kind of vibe, but like less scary. Mostly because I'm an adult now. Still love that guy's wearing a goon sock while playing a demo. I'm just thinking though, because if you ever go to a con, it's always hot as fuck. So maybe the ones in Singapore are actually air conditioned properly. Because here, it's like 80 degrees minimum.
Hellhole, so.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying I'm in Florida and the cons are like 80, 90 degrees. Bless you.
Superheroes are supposed to fight
That came
supervillains,
through.
but as anyone who reads comics can tell you, a lot of the time they also fight each
Nice
other.
little gurgle.
So,
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bubbly.
My fucking mouth was closed, dude.
Yeah, I can tell.
Whatever you ate that produced that sound was delicious, though.
Fung, Danny Koo from Marvel Games, and Liu Dingchen will be translating. Hello.
He sounded like, no, I hated it.
Good. So we saw another 2 characters.
My fiance
force
fed me
really excited for.
cat
We've got
feces.
Captain America
Now
and the Winter Soldier. Can you tell us how they'll play?
Now I'm tasting it again.
Basically, yeah.
美国队长呢，我们在设计的时候呢，首先就是会考虑他就是 I can do this all day。那基于此呢，我们去设计了他很高的一个机动能力，方便他在敌人的战场和队友的战场中间就是来回穿梭。Again and
I'm wondering.
然后其次呢，我们围绕着他的盾牌
reminds me of
展
those
开了
fish,
丰富
you
的
know,
一个
that
设
like
计。
Oh, it's Marvel
store
Rivals.
钢铁侠的大招，
big
哥特
like
大招，
Yeah.
非常有意思的一些点。然后最后呢，就是他的大招会展
He
现
can't
他
help
的
the
一
way
个
he
膝盖
looks.
去带
No,
领
I
他的
can't,
队友
but I can
冲向
point
敌
out what
人
he
然
looks
后
like.
赢得这一场的游戏。
Is that Black Panther? Like,
Yeah,
he's
it's
got,
Captain
like,
America.
Space Black Panther?
Well, there was a Black Panther thing a second ago,
We're
and
talking
then
about Captain America.
See, it shows how little I know about
we,
comic books and
have
stuff,
the
'cause I
core
just-
I
concept
know
of
it makes me
I can do
sad
this
because
all
I feel
day.
like you would
So,
love modern comic
we
book
give
movies. They're
Captain
so
America
good.
very high mobility. So he can,
It's not the
run
old
into the
Spider-Man
battlefield
shit,
and
but
then
I think
come
you
back
like the old Spider-Man
for,
shit more than the new
I
stuff.
like the old Spider-Man.
Yeah, so I was just like, I feel
supplement.
stupid.
And for the design of his shield, he can reflect.
Yeah, Marvel Rivals is actually kind of not bad looking
Or
necessarily.
even the ultimate from Iron Man.
It's like their version
Yeah,
of Overwatch.
that's awesome.
Oh, hey, look, move spam.
And also, sorry. And also,
I mean, it's Captain America. What do you expect him to do?
Ultimate,
Yeah, that's what I was like.
can
It's
show
fucking
his
Captain
leadership
America. Of course
to,
he's gonna just keep chucking his
charge with
shield.
the entire team
Maybe
to
punch you in the face a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I just wish
yeah,
they'd
so
bring
that
back
brings
him
me
with
to the
guns.
question of how
I'm
will
Captain
the
America, and
synergies
I've
work
got
with
2
the
moves.
team-ups with Captain
In the
America?
first Captain
I'm assuming
America
Captain
movie, they
America
actually let him
and
shoot people,
Winter
and I was
Soldier will
like,
have a
yeah,
team-up.
good
No, they're
times.
actually rivals in this.
Oh, so okay, never mind.
As you can see at the trailer, Captain America say, "Hey, Bucky, stop it," and he's like, "No." Right? Hence, they don't have a team. But Captain America gonna have a synergy with Thor.
Just like how I want a really like realistic and dark Star Wars movie, I want a really realistic and dark Captain America movie where it's like just World War II, and he just happens to be there.
And for Winter Soldier, he
That's
does have
pretty
a
much
team
what the
up with
first movie
Rocket.
was.
No,
So
no, but
Rocket
good.
will supply him
It was
infinite
good.
ammo for a
You.
short duration of time, and he can do whatever he needs to do.
He
on
shot
the-
Nazis in the face.
Without
That's
like the
great.
supervillain
that's amazing.
part of it.
I
Just,
love
I mean,
that
well, I mean, I
that
suppose
I
Hitler
guess.
is the ultimate supervillain. I guess.
I was gonna
but-
say, but yeah, you had
and
megalomaniac
the
Hitler
characters. I
doing
wanted
his
to ask,
best to
since
not be a
the release
supervillain.
is this year, when you
Failed
can
at
do
it.
Best
come
to
out
not be the best. I think he was doing his
Look,
best to be
he was doing
supervillain.
meth.
So we announced that all heroes are unlocked
Like that's
from the beginning. So it's
Oh,
fun.
yeah, no,
You just jump in, pick
you
your
can't
favorite
blame
heroes
Hitler
and
for the
play, and
Holocaust.
that
He was
goes
an addict.
beyond as well.
Is that what the fucking
There's
angle
actually
is?
some people that say that dumb shit, and it's just like, what the fuck?
You gotta think of it. You know, what's what you're trying to say.
From the beta. Can you go into detail?
Oh no, he was trying
as
not to be a
how the structure
supervillain
is
while
going
being a
to look?
supervillain. That's why I said
Will
he
there be
failed at
dailies
being
and
not a
repeatables that will give
supervillain.
you XP?
We did some testing.
I'm
during
also
alpha,
like, you know,
beta, and there's,
living
some
off, what,
response,
8 hours of
positive
sleep
response
last
on the battle
night? When
pass,
I get
and
too
I
much
do
Only
sleep, I
8
get
hours
really
of
that to
stupid.
allow more
I
activities
told
for
you,
players.
man, if I sleep 4
please
hours,
look
I'm
forward to
perfectly
it.
great.
We'll
If
show
I
a
sleep for
roadmap
8
as
hours,
we
it's
go
like my brain
closer
goes
to the launch
mush.
date.
You're like, oh, man,
The
I had,
brain
like,
injuries
the-
are hard.
You're like,
Back
oh
in the
man, I had
beta,
like the perfect
what
amount of
was the
sleep. I'm
biggest
feeling really
piece
fucked
of
up.
feedback you got from the players?
It's how it works, dude. I don't know how to explain it.
Balancing was kind of an
Just don't get
issue,
knocked in the
especially
back of the head
with
too hard or
season
whatever.
bonuses that some players would
Yeah, we
get,
did.
like Venom getting 150.
Yeah, I told my mom about that
Um,
recently, finding out that I have
implementing
partially
for
detached
marketing.
retinas in both eyes. She's like,
So,
you know you're gonna go
actually,
blind,
the
right,
biggest
if you're not
piece of
careful. And I'm
feedback
like,
coming out
look,
of
I didn't
beta
ask
is
for
when
this
is
to
the launch
happen.
beta.
It just took them like 4 years to figure out that that's what was wrong with me. I was like, you know, you just get hit in the head too many times. Can't help it.
What they think is overpowered.
Best
what
way
they
to stop
think
a
is
fist is with your
underpowered, and
forehead.
we
It's
picked
great.
that, working with the design team to kind of figure out data and
Have you tried headbutting their
maintaining
fist?
the fun, but balancing the game for the player. So we make this game for the players.
So I
and
was
they tell
watching
us what
people
they want
actually
to
play this game. It looked great.
Yeah, so you
Like,
make it for the
not
players, but I feel like also
this.
if you have a favorite
This looks
superhero,
stupid.
you
This
kind
looks
of
like a
make it
bunch of
yourself,
noobs trying to
right?
fight each
So
other, and it's great.
Is your favorite hero in this
But
game? And
when
if
I
not,
watched like Angry Joe
who's
played
your
it,
favorite hero
actually
and
looked
who do you wanna
fun.
put in?
Low tier hero shooter
对于我们
lobbies
来
looking
说
like, you know,
我们
just a
所有的
classified.
英雄，我们
Is that-
每个人都
what is
非
that
常的
robot
热爱。对于
thing?
开发者团队来讲，
Probably War
因
Machine.
为我们就是需要确保每一个英雄
see.
他都是足够独特且
The
有
red
意思
one?
的，这样子玩家
It was
在
like a
游
big
玩这
like
个英
robot.
雄的时候，才
It
能
was
觉
like a
得我
big
真
like
正
red,
在
Oh,
like
yeah,
it almost looked like
Venom.
就是说
Metroid,
对我
you
们来
know.
讲，
Oh yeah, the red one.
Yeah.
私下
That
玩的时候
is
会有一些
possibly
特别喜欢
Ultron,
的英
maybe.
雄，但是你如果问我
I just
what's my
realized I'm also
favorite,
on a delay, so
I'm
I have
going to
no
tell
idea
you
what.
Yeah, yeah.
everyone.
But I'm seeing them now.
Yeah, so
Yeah, they're not looking at
yeah,
it,
just
so I
as he
can't
said,
fucking tell from the front.
for the
I'm guessing Ultron.
team, we like every hero.
I'm really trying to see it
And,
though, because
we just want to make
it's just the back
every
to the
hero
fucking
has
camera the
has
whole
its
time.
own unique point.
And then yeah, there's Venom.
Also, making players feel like they are.
I have
truly,
mixed feelings about
embodying
watching
the
superheroes
character
just
is
like
our
shoot
top
each other.
priority.
We work with the NetEase
It seems very odd. Like of
It
all the
says
things
knockout,
to turn into a
not
hero shooter.
dead.
Well, I just mean of all the things to turn into a hero shooter, you know. Like
No, I mean I get it because you know there's a lot of powers and stuff, so it's kind of an easy swap.
Over 85 years of Marvel history. history that we can pick from.
But which one's your favorite here?
My favorite's already in there.
Oh, you can play as what's his nuts, the little shark
from,
dog
from
thing.
Marvel back in 2019. So.
It's our boy.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that Jeff the Land Shark was going to be my favorite.
Yeah,
but he
Jeff.
absolutely is. I love so much that his sound design, he sings the little song as he goes into move towards you.
Yes, yes. It was great working with the voice actor as well on this, bringing Jeff from the comics to life in this 3D environment. I think the NetEase Games did a fantastic job interpret how a land shark that acts like a dog.
I've never had the cognitive abilities to sit through like a fast-paced game. Like Overwatch, I played that initially when it first came out, and I just could not.
Yeah, I played it for a little while, but not. It was like 3 months until maybe a little longer.
It's gonna be very.
And then Sarah made me play with them a little bit, and I'm like, this game is so different. I hate it. It's less fun now than it was back then. How'd they manage that? It's like boiling water with like frogs. Just if you try to throw them into boiling water, they'll jump out. But if you slowly warm up the water and make it suck, they'll just stay in.
I guess. I mean, for me, it was just a lot of it was. I had intentionally removed myself from the competitive Counter-Strike scene because it made me like really angry and anxious, and I would just get like wound up all the time over things.
He became a rage.
So going back into another.
Luckily, it's a little softer.
But all my skills had like all the skill that I had when I was playing competitive Counter-Strike wasn't there anymore because I hadn't played a competitive shooter in so long.
Nah, I can't stand being competitive these days anyways, unless it's like Call of Duty where it's not really me being competitive against anyone but myself.
And we will definitely surprise the players, and
I mean, you just have like you just dunk on some dude and you have a really good game and you go, hell yeah.
Well, yeah, but some people care too much about that, and I lost a game, god damn it, Patrick. Playing War Thunder. We're gonna lose because that guy's a dumbass and he's just having a good time and vibing.
The reason why I get wound up in War Thunder is because it's the one thing I can be super competitive in without even trying. So it's
but you know the planes by their silhouette like 8 miles away from you, where I'm just sitting there like, ah, look, there's a plane, I'm gonna go chase, and you're like, you're a dumbass, he's gonna outfly you, and then I end up killing him, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you fool, you're doing a 2-turn.
We've got more Gamescom coverage.
He should outturn me, but I just turned off my engine and chased him. It's like, why did you turn off your engine?
Let's not pull up the stats here, okay? Let's not pull up the stats on your.
Oh no, you got a better KD, like I said, but I got more planes, so I win. And tanks.
Which was recently revealed at ONL last night. Now, we got about, what,
hey, look, that grinding stone is polished now. By my forehead.
Originally a DLC pack for Dying Light 2.
Yeah, so much so
Dying
that
Light
actually
2.
if you own the Dying Light 2 Ultimate Edition,
DLC.
this game is going to be free for you. So
it's going to be
was
free if you have the
and
Ultimate
then they had like a massive leak, which meant that all the narrative kind of got spoilt for a lot of people. So they were like, what we're going to do is we're going to completely change what this is. We're going to go back to the start, and we're going to make a whole new
another
DLC
way that
then
leaks
turned into a
ruin
standalone
games.
game. And that's what the Beast is. And it kind of, if you're a Dying Light fan,
because it was
right
leaked, they actually changed up completely what it was.
Yeah, so
and then
it's
made
a
it into
return of the
its own
original
standalone
protagonist,
story.
But he's been
I mean, I wish people wouldn't do that.
by the Baron.
That's what I said. I
for
hate
the
leaks.
last
I hate
10
data
years,
miners.
But he's
All they do
escaped.
is fuck it up for the rest of us.
But he is now the
Yes,
Beast. That means he's
but
got
I mean more in
superpowers,
the
which
sense
we'll
that,
touch on a little bit later. But for the
people
first
can
part of
just,
the demo,
people want to
it
know
was
the
very much
answer, they
like
can know the
Dying Light,
answer.
business as usual.
Yeah,
but you kind of have to go looking for leaks, right?
Yeah, but in this case, they leaked the
evening.
entire story of what this
you're
DLC was going to
definitely
be.
not the character that you were in Dying Light 2, and that means there are slight differences.
So the
Dying Light
entire
2 is
narrative got
parkour,
leaked, so they
very
had to
much
change
made
it up.
use
So
of
it's like,
kind of like a
well, we got to
paraglider.
surprise them
They didn't
somehow,
show
I guess.
anything like this, I think you will be
Ooh,
completely.
that was nice.
I say boots on the ground, but the
I
boots
guess
quite
it's just
often
more for me.
aren't on the ground.
I've never
in
been
parkour,
particularly
but also
concerned
when
with
kind of like it
spoilers
came
and
to
stuff,
night,
though.
there was
I guess
no
that's just me,
suggestion that
I was gonna say that is just you thing where I'm like, I don't want to know shit.
The funny thing, leading into this whole like autism thing,
just make sure you don't get spotted.
is that
I like the way you
as
said
is the
autism.
typical thing for
He
Dying
does
Light.
have the
So
odds,
if lights
so
go out,
The inflection.
everything gets much
Yeah.
harder.
He's been he uses it as an excuse now that he's accepted himself.
And it's almost like, I guess,
is,
X-ray, so
part
if
of
you
it is
sit
like
still, crouch down,
like,
you
it's
can
not-
see where
it's
the
just one of those
enemies are
things that
moving
autistic
around,
people
and that means
tend to not
that
like
when you've got some of
surprises,
the
right? So they
really bad
actively,
freaks that you
not
want to avoid,
actively, but
Look
makes
for
it a
like
lot easier.
leaks and
You know,
stuff
But then
to
one
know
of the
the
things we
answers.
very quickly did,
I
you
get it more.
find
I get more
solace in the
enjoyment
safe
out of a
houses
show by
that are
knowing
dotted
what's
around
going
the
to
map.
happen
Obviously, it's
and
an
then
open
seeing
world
it.
game, so you got to go and
What the
find those.
fuck?
Yeah,
what is wrong with you?
Like,
Jesus.
I'll watch the show and
yeah.
Power fuse to make sure that
I like seeing where it's coming because I'm smart, not because I looked up like what's gonna happen in like the summary.
Like I've been mindlessly watching The Rookie for the last 2 weeks because it's just a stupid show that I can turn on.
I've been wanting to watch that.
And it's vaguely funny and there's the occasional serious
yeah,
stuff.
Kind of like Dying Light 2 was
by something funny
very much
right
set
afterwards.
in.
So
You started
there's like
in an
no
old
real
town and you moved
emotion
into
there.
new
It's all
town,
just
and
a
that
bullshit show,
whilst
and I
it
can
was
just
set
turn
in
it on and
Europe,
watch it.
had
It's
kind
fine.
of very elements of old
I
European
haven't
towns
Googled anything
into
that
more
happens in that
modern
show.
architecture. There were skyscrapers,
But, like,
whereas this is it's sort of set in a rural village. There's a lot
movies,
more kind of
I'll
trees.
Google a movie
There's a
before I go
railway
watch
track
it.
that runs
That's
into that
fucked.
village, so it does feel more kind of.
I
like
fully admit that
I
I'm
want to
on
know
the
the twist
situation.
ending.
which will obviously impact what parkour elements that we can use. Hopefully not too much
Shamalama
hype,
ding
and there's
dong
still
can't
plenty of
fool
rooftops
me
to run around.
because I
It
looked
certainly
up
seemed like
Google
it.
reviews.
But yeah, it had a different vibe to that environment than what Dying
Well,
Light
it's
2
like
is.
quests, quests and
And
Fallout.
then, so
and stuff.
shortly after, basically, what
I'll
the
Google
goal
that
of
shit
this very
before it
early
finishes.
mission was
And
to go and find a
to know
Baron
how
who
to
was
make the right
hiding out
decisions.
in
Not
a
always.
factory on
but-
the
Alright,
outskirts of
sometimes
town.
in Mass Effect
get
I was
there
doing
and
that because like I
there's
want the ending I
a lot of
fucking
guards.
want.
And up until this point, the game's
Or to be
very
like,
much
I don't know,
been,
I'll bump into some
go
character that I
stealth.
like, and they're in
You
some
take it
moral
easy 'cause
conundrum.
you're
How do I
massively
save this
outnumbered.
person? It'll
But it
be.
very
I
quickly
guess.
turns because
Then again, I was
you
also
take one of the
save
guards
scumming
out, you
super
grab
hard in
his assault
Baldur's Gate,
rifle,
so I definitely
and
get
then
that.
it basically became a shooter.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual direction.
I was like,
So
this is my story
Dying
and I'm
Light
gonna
2 fans
win.
will know that earlier this year they
As I
they
said,
did
I
the
freely
firearms
admit to being a
update,
freak in
which
this
brought a
situation.
variety of actual kind of like gun weapons into the game. If you
So
know
this
about
looks
those,
like
you'll
it's
be
actually
quite
gonna be
familiar
pretty
with
fun.
the guns that are in this
Dying Light 2
this
was pretty
version of
good, I'm
Dying
pretty
Light.
sure.
Yeah, I
But yeah,
played
I'd
through
say
it.
about half of the demo that we watched.
You watched me play
It
through
wasn't the
it for the most
melee
part.
kind
Did
of
I?
focused on
Yeah,
killing
whenever I was
game.
streaming
I
it,
watched
you
Dying Light.
would
I think I watched
pop
you
by.
This was a
do
shooter.
some of
They
it, but not
promised
all of
that
it.
it's not turned
Well, that's
into
what
a
I mean,
full-bore
but yeah.
shooter, but what they
So
were
I'm
showing
actually
was a
excited
full-bore
to see what
shooter,
happens
and
in
not
the-
a bad-looking
I
one.
played the
DLCs.
shit out of Dying Light 1. I thought it
There
was
was a
great.
whole section
Light
where
1 was
you're
fantastic,
clearing out
so-
the
I
inside
actually
of this
didn't play 'cause
factory
I was in the army at the
against
time.
half a dozen guards, where you've got a
I
shotgun,
don't know
you've
if
got
you
an
were.
assault rifle, you've got grenades.
Definitely
and that's
was.
very different. The crunchy melee combat is
Before
still
that, I had
there.
zero
It
monies.
feels very much
Dying
like,
Light 1 came out in 2015.
Dying Light, but once you've
No,
got a
no,
gun,
it didn't. It
there's
came
no
out before
limit
that.
on
You're
ammo,
are you talking
really, or
about
there
Dead
didn't
Island?
seem to be.
Yeah,
No,
they
Dying
ran
Light, I
out of
swear to
ammo by
God,
the
it's
end of
older
the
than
demo,
that.
but within all of the
2015 is Dying
scenarios they
Light.
were
I'm
showing
looking.
us, ammo didn't seem to be a problem in the way that I would have assumed it would be for
Oh
a
man,
Dying Light,
Pat,
but also
sorry to hear
all
you
of
were
the
too
enemies
sick
had
to go
guns,
into
so we're
work.
shifting from a game
yeah.
where
Oh, you're right.
you've got zombies
I could have
that
swore that
don't
was like a
shoot you 'cause they're
2010
brain dead,
game.
and there were kind of like
Huh,
you're
weird.
going up against kind of rebel groups and sort of scavengers, and they might have had kind of some intelligence use guns.
Then again,
but
that's the
you're
second
going up
game
against the
today where I'm like,
Baron's
no, it came out
actual
earlier than
armed
that.
forces, which means
Earlier I
that
was talking
all
about
the counter
Diablo.
design is suddenly very,
Your
very
tracking
different.
of time
As I say,
is
like,
notorious
seems
for
to
being
be
incredibly
not a
poor.
bad
So.
shooter. I don't know
Well,
what those guns
recently
feel
we
like,
found out
we've
because
not
me and my
played
mom
it,
were talking about
but
things. I'm
I
missing
would
over
hope that
7
those
years
encounters
of
felt as
memory,
solid as
so
the melee did.
shit just kind of
definitely
blends
feels
together
like
however it
it
wants
is
in my
really
head.
up to
The final encounter, which is against the new strain of the freak school.
Like I said, I got into an argument with my
This
ex-wife a while
huge
back, and she
guy
was like,
with,
"Yeah, you
you
definitely
know,
did meet a
mega
goat." I'm
muscles,
like,
he
"If
can
I met
throw
a goat
cards,
and
he
got to
can throw
pet a
rocks,
goat, I'd
he
be
has a
so
ground
happy,
pound that shoots across
and
2011
I would have
was
taken
bad.
a
and at that
picture."
point, well, you've
So
got
yeah,
a few guns.
I
a
could have
few,
swore
you know,
parkour
clips
zombies
of
happened
ammo,
before that,
But
though.
that's, I guess, when the beast finally comes
Nope.
into play. And so, we sat
Weird.
through a 30-minute demo.
That is so weird.
And in the final 5
I mean,
minutes,
Dead Island
we finally got
kind
to
of
see
had
an
that.
I
idea
thought they were
of what
around
I
the
mean, it
same
wasn't
time.
actually
is.
parkour,
And I
but
guess
it was,
it's
you know,
almost that
you could like jump around
there's a
and
slight
shit,
Bruce
so.
Banner of it, I I suppose.
Maybe it was a demo
the
I
Behemoth
played then
was very Hulk-like. It was
prior.
doing Hulk smashes.
I remember doing a demo
like,
for
the guns were reasonably effective, but once they'd run out of
I got out in
ammunition,
2015, yeah,
melee
so it was
attacks
around
weren't
the
doing
same time.
anything.
maybe. Okay,
So
yeah,
you could
yeah,
unleash the beast. Now in Dying Light 2, your
But I
character
remember
was
it being like
infected and
2010
did
or
have
something when I
beast-like
played like a
powers,
demo or
but they
whatever it
only
was for
triggered
Dying
at
Light.
certain story
And I was like,
moments.
I actually don't like this.
Seems to me
Dude,
that
How am I doing
hybrid
parkour?
And basic
time you want this time.
Dying
I
Light
guess
demo.
provided you built up a
I'm just
meter or
saying,
something,
it's
but
like,
they were
you know,
very
how am I
familiar
going to do
attacks in that you
parkour?
could
Get on top of this house,
ground
and some
pound, and that will
fucking
create a
shithead
shockwave.
zombie
You
knows
could
how to do
strike out
parkour
with your
too.
hands,
Fuck
you could-
you.
they even
And then I
showed him
decided not to
picking
play
up a
the
concrete
game.
block and hurling it
I
at
heard
the
it's really
Behemoth.
good though, you know,
And
so, but
that
I
Dying
just
Light 1's really
seemed to
good.
be
If
much
you
more
like Dying
effective
Light
than
2,
any
you like
assault
Dying Light
rifle
1.
ever was going to be against this guy.
And I guess the crowning
Never gonna
moment was when
play
he
Dying
finally
Light
saw
1
the
though,
head off
but
of the
yeah.
beast, and that was the end of the demo.
Instead, I had Panda for that. I was like, explain to me the story, Glasses Man. If there's anything that I should know. And she's like, it's nothing to do with each other except for maybe one part in the very beginning. And I was like, oh, okay, cool.
How much they've said that it's not going to turn into a gun game. What they showed us suggests that guns are much more key and integral to the game than they were before. And if all of that works, if the encounter design,
the one that I really want to play is
interesting
Days
spin on
Gone.
Dying Light. I hope it is.
Dude,
So that's everything that we know
it's
about
on
Dying
Like, I
Light.
want to mod it though.
For everything
Yeah.
else, Gamescom, keep it
There's
light.
a mod for it for Resident Evil where it turns like your character into what's his nuts, Buff or whatever his name is.
I put I put almost 20 hours into Days Gone, and I don't know, I just fell off it. It stopped being
Get ready
fun.
for the next ambitious
it got
video
a little.
game
It just
Dimensional,
became the same
a
shit different day.
fast-paced RPG
It's
that
very
delivers
samey.
roguelike
It's very
replayability
samey,
with
and
action-packed
the story
tactics.
is
Collect heroes, level them up, and build
but
a party of
obviously
three
it
to
didn't
fight
hook me
bosses
because I didn't
throughout
want to finish
different
it.
dimensions. Equip your heroes with a diverse set of skills and watch as they come together to create a barrage of attacks and
It's
Also,
not bad.
you're
Like,
on
I mean,
early
style of
Cortana.
voice-acted comic book cutscenes,
Just like I
experience
said
the
about
rush
Pat.
as you fight your way through dimensions to save the multiverse.
Oh, dude, right. Kingdom Come
Better
Deliverance
idea of
2
the
comes
game?
out soon.
Check out
Holy
this trailer
shit.
and dive
Oh
into the
yeah, I forgot about
Say
that.
soon, like it's coming.
See, I actually want to play the second one. The first one I had like some interest in playing, but it seemed like too much of a pain in the ass to play because everyone was talking about the melee combat being so hard, and I'm like, fuck it, I don't want to even bother then.
It's hard initially, but I mean, did you ever play
Yeah.
Mordhau or Chivalry
Well,
or
of
anything
course.
like that?
And that's what I expected. I'm like, I could probably eventually get good, but it's one of those things where the gameplay just wasn't gripping me.
I imagine if you can handle dark and darker's combat, it's fine.
It's dark and darkest combat, the jankiest of the combat.
There is a lot, at least from my perspective, there was a lot in Kingdom Come that wasn't explained very well. So you would you would learn stuff, and then there's all this other stuff behind the scenes that changes that they don't really explain, and then you kind of just have to figure it out as you go, or Google it. It was... I played the shit out of Kingdom Come Deliverance. I played it a lot. Yeah, 200 hours in Kingdom Come.
Oh, I thought there was like a bunch of gamers that are homeless. What the fuck? I was like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to camp around a bunch of anybody's. Like, veterans I get. When I'm camping with the other veterans, everything's good, life's good.
Dude, it's beach vibes on the Rhine.
But that's what I mean, like, I don't know if I want to be around a bunch of weirdos in the middle of the forest / beach.
Now you can even import your entire Steam library to playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive
Oh, that
backlog
war.
you keep meaning to get. IGN playlist, check it out.
Well, technically, he wasn't on the beach. He went over the beach.
That counts. He was there. He probably dropped one bomb and it happened to, or did something interesting that killed somebody.
Parachuted behind the river.
Same difference. It's called winning.
And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for
You see that Bill Burr thing? It's like someone asked him, what do you think gives Nazis a bad rep? And he's like, because they did it on video, because they thought they were gonna win.
IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever.
You can't deny that shit.
Damning evidence,
Yeah, he's like, you can't deny that shit if you recorded it.
Oh, the beard. It was on Myth, okay? He was an edit, but he didn't know it.
IGN strategy
Good
guides
callback,
and
good
interactive
callback.
maps
Yeah,
are
yeah,
here.
he was on Myth.
IGN guides are trusted by millions,
World
easy to
of
use,
Shooting
and
is a
best
game,
of all,
apparently.
free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
That's funny. I kind of don't like the blinky sounds they use right there. It's gonna fuck with my tinnitus and I'm gonna be mad. They've already done it once. At the beginning of the stream, it was like, it fucked up my tinnitus
Next
earlier.
year, Avowed is turning players loose.
It was
in a
like
whole
someone
new
yelling in the
corner of the
background or
pillars of
some shit of their
Eternity
stream.
Here to tease what's waiting for us in the Living Lands is game director Carrie Patel.
And just the
from
way they
Obsidian.
were
Welcome.
yelling or whatever the noise
Okay,
was,
so
it
the
just
first thing that jumps
fucked
out to
it,
me
but-
about this game is we've gotten a lot of open world fantasy games, and a lot of them for a long time were very sort of sepia toned, you know, a lot of browns and ochres, but this has major splashes of color everywhere. I love it. What sort of inspired this art direction? Because it feels like high fantasy.
Yeah, so big props to our project's art director, Matt Hansen. Color,
I've seen for Outer
vibrancy
Worlds
is super
too.
important to him.
I have
And it also
no
really brings to life
idea.
the fantasy of the Living Lands. And the lore of the Living Lands
It
throughout
does not
Pillars
look like
is
that.
it's this kind of larger than life
It looks like
frontier
magic
island where you've
stuffs.
got all these
Their
different
new fantasy
biomes
thing
and
is coming
monsters and
first.
kind of never before seen sights.
Okay,
and
I just saw
a
the
place
word
like that just
Obsidian and I
has to
got
be
excited.
colorful.
So
Yeah, it's got that sort of 70s album.
Though I
feel.
didn't
Yeah,
enjoy it.
yeah.
I sure as
love.
fuck didn't.
Yeah, I just want to point out
I
also the dual
didn't,
wielding
I didn't
wands
enjoy Outer
is
Worlds
really
1 though.
selling it.
I don't remember if I ever beat
What you
it.
tried with the pistols.
I found out you could beat it in 11 minutes. I was like, I don't want to play anymore.
I played Outer Worlds for $1 and I still felt ripped off.
I love exploration.
Oh wait, no, I
fantasy,
think I
love
did beat it. It
storylines.
just took me like 20 hours,
wanted
but
to
yeah, I
ask,
ended
how
up
many
beating it
different
so
endings are
fast,
there
and I was
in
like,
Avowed?
all right.
Ooh. Okay, that is very
I
hard
just
to
hope
say.
that they
I can
learned
tell you
from
that our
Outer
ending
Worlds
slides number in the
mistakes,
double
I guess.
digits. And you
I
could end up
imagine
with
they
a lot
did.
of different combinations of them. I mean,
But
this
because
is an
you can't
Obsidian
just make
game, so
New
your ending
Vegas
is
and then
really
come out with
the
Outer
sum
Worlds
total
and,
of
you
your
know, it's-
choices across the game, across
You
all
know?
of the pieces of
Like, it's not-
content,
it's
depending
wrong.
on what you encountered and what you did when you found it.
So no pressure.
No pressure.
Yeah. So, I mean, this feels like something that is specifically designed to be experienced in multitudes of ways and replayed over and over. Is that
I was
something
gonna
you're
say,
looking
this
for
combat
players
looks
doing? It's
boring
just
as
like
fucking only,
playing this
though.
game repeatedly over and over in completely different variants and deviations and stuff like that.
Absolutely, and you know we've built our gameplay around giving you a lot of options for how you approach combat, how you build out your character. You can choose one of your classic
feel lethal enough.
fighter, rogue,
Fight better.
wizard, fantasy archetypes,
it looks
or
like
you
a-
can
an
choose something
enemy. I mean,
where you
that's a
mix and
boss,
match
but the other
styles, you
enemy
mix and
before
match
that was, like,
weapons. There's
very
a lot of
spongy.
freedom in how you progress.
That's what I
and you
mean.
can really
Like,
build
yeah,
whatever
they're a
kind of
little
character you
too
want to
tough.
play. And in terms of the
I'm just like, come
storyline,
on,
there
man.
are really
Like,
a lot of
cut them
choices to
apart,
be
you
made,
shit-ass
too, about
wizard.
kind of where your true loyalties lie.
Throw fucking- yeah, there
kind of
you
who
go,
your
like
allegiance is with
Fireball
in
or
the
some
end
shit.
game. And so we're really
Grenades
excited to
work,
see
too.
players explore those
More importantly, what
possibilities
kind of
and
name
just
is
build their own
Godless
story.
Executioner?
So I'm
Well,
definitely very new
he
to
has
Pillars
no
of
faith,
Eternity universe.
and he has
It's
stupid.
Will this be very
it's
beginner
kind
friendly
of
to kind
name that
maybe
like a
spark
high
the interest
school
to research
group
more
of
about
kids
that
gives their like
universe?
metal band.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
we're
You know?
expecting that a lot of
It's
players
like-
are going to come to Avowed as their first game set in the world of Aora. So for players who are returning Pillars fans, there's certainly some callbacks, references, and cameos that they'll recognize. But for players who have never set foot in the
Something
world
Pillars?
of Aora before, they're going to have a great time too. And we've built our game to draw
Fireball,
them into this
fireball.
world. And one thing you might notice in some of the dialogue is we have these lore tooltips. So if you see a highlighted term that's unfamiliar, you can press X when it pops up and get a brief explanation of what that is without interrupting the flow of the conversation.
Oh, it's like my little ebooks where I get to
Exactly,
see
yeah.
the description.
Just watching this play out here, it seems like there's a ton of different combat options and enemies. What are some of your personal favorites, Carrie?
Oh goodness. Well, I love to hate healers because they undo all of your hard work. But some of my favorites are really the brute archetypes. They're these big heavy hitters, which you can kind of see with the Godless
Also, Soup
Executioner
has
that you're
learned
seeing
me
in
that
this
the
run.
grenade launcher has
What I love
buckshot
about
rounds,
them
and
is
they're
they have
fucking
these
gnarly.
really big heavy hitting
Yeah,
attacks, but
just
they're
like
also
real life.
super easy to read. So
We're just
it's
not
really
supposed
fun
to
to
use them
maneuver
no
and
more
dodge
'cause,
around them, and
you
every
know,
time they smack you, you're like, I wasn't
They're
paying
made to
attention, was
clear
I?
a room, but you never know if it's just
so
enemies
you
in
brought
the
up
room.
rogue as a type that you can be. Can you
That
slow
man
down
has
his
no leg
pockets?
anymore.
There are a few dialogue options that let you do that. This isn't a game where we have a really thorough crime system, because my goodness, if you tick off everybody in the
Crime
Living Lands, who do you have left? But yeah, you can make use of some of those skills.
Wait, okay. Can you actually kill a lot of the NPCs
Of course,
in this game?
Tony's juiced already.
I don't know if the quest NPCs are, impervious, but
It's a totally fair question. In
That
this
was
game, we
before
decided
White.
not to go
Oh.
with the kill everybody approach. Yeah,
That
it
makes
creates a
sense
lot of
why,
chaos and a lot of
they're-
fun, but we
everyone
thought
in
we
that
could
video is
create the game
juiced
we
as
wanted
hell.
without that.
You'll have to get your aggression out elsewhere.
I know. I'm sorry. I had to, that was a very me question.
There are plenty of other things to kill, though.
Can I kill all the harmless people in the game? No, calm down.
I want Ubisoft to make
so there are a lot of
Far
fantasy
Cry
RPGs
game.
out now. There's there's been
Yeah,
sort of a
I've been kind of feeling that lately. Yeah, but where it's not the same thing over again.
I want
I liked
So
4
I
a
think one thing
lot.
we really
4 was the
wanted to
one,
do with this
American
game
one,
is
right?
integrate the companions
No,
very
that's
closely
5. I
into the
loved 5.
experience.
I liked
of the
5.
story.
5 was fun.
was really
so
good.
the companions
6
have
was
a whole lot
kinda
of
eh.
content to discover. A
Like,
lot
had
of it really is driven by
Esposito.
the player. You know, you can
I
choose
didn't
to
like
stop
4.
and talk to them at party camp, or you can say, you know what, we're on my
4
adventure and we're
was
just going to move forward, and
alright,
that's
but
fine too.
3 was
But they
great.
will all play an
Oh,
integral
3
role in
made me want to do
society.
drugs all day.
Skills
No,
and
I'm just kidding.
perspectives. It'll help you
3,
understand
I
the
don't
world
think.
and also help you get where you need to go
is
and
one of those
survive
games that
along
I
the way.
can probably go back and play, but I don't think I'd finish it
Final
again.
question I want to ask, because you said
I did
there's
beat it.
so many
I beat
endings. Is
4.
there one canon ending?
In my
I
opinion,
beat-
there's never a
No, I don't think I ever beat
It's a
5.
pure
I'd never
experience.
finished it just
I love
because I
that.
got bored
Yeah, that's,
at one point.
you know, I will go out there and, you know, I'll be a piece
5,
of
I mean, it's very
Whatever ending you
it's
get,
Far
Sully, you
Cry.
can
They've
pretend
found a
that's the
formula that
one
works, and it just
Yeah,
repeats over and over
and
again.
that's
But
kind of what it was for me. That's
one
what
time
killed
being
it.
the
Is
main
like
character is okay.
I noticed the story
Well,
beats,
thank you
and I
so much
noticed
for
that it
taking
felt the
time to
same,
speak
and I'm
with
like,
us. I am very
Yeah.
excited to see
I don't feel
They
like
make the
playing
same
this
game
right
over
now.
and over.
And yeah, you can check out Avowed for yourself when it hits PC and Xbox Series X.
I do
and
miss
S
the
on
healing.
February 18th.
Let me just
But
rip
right
this
now, there's
fucking
more
piece of
Gamescom
metal out
Studio
of my
on the
arm
way,
and
so
tape
stick
it up.
It's like I always tell myself, "Oh, I'll go back and play Far Cry 2," and
American
like,
Health
it's kind of hard to do because you know it's an old PC port from a
Dude,
console
I
game, and it kind
tried it years ago, and even with my
If only there was
760,
some
it
sort of
just
sign
ran like
as to
shit.
where we are this
Well,
morning.
I think
Jane,
there's a
do
lot
you
of
enjoy
performance
Xbox?
issues and like a lot of stuff
Yeah.
that's tied to
And here
frame
we are
rate,
on the
so
Xbox booth.
like
There's signage,
getting higher
there's PC
frame
games,
rates
there's mobile
sort of
games,
breaks
there's
the
console
game.
games, there's your
Yeah.
next favorite game.
It
Apparently,
was
rough.
in that direction.
And I just
I've heard there's
immediately
loads of
encountered the whole.
statues, loads of photo
I
ops
can't
in
fast
here.
travel. There's only
Probably
the
gonna make
bus
a fool
stops,
of
and then just the
myself.
driving
Let's
and
do
having
it.
to go through like the checkpoints because they obviously they respawn. It's just like fuck.
Okay, so
it's
we've
That's
got
how
one
games
from
were back in like
Simon. We're going to check
2007.
out the Xbox booth.
I mean,
We've
that's
got-
the whole thing, right?
Playable
they
demos over
describe
here.
Far Cry 2 as like
Photo ops on
anti-fun.
the Elder Scrolls Online Gold
Do they?
Road. All kinds
Or
of booths
it's
happening
like
that
it's
way.
not really
Over
a
here, though, we've
game,
got World of
so to
Warcraft
speak. It's
looking
just like an
extremely
experience.
cool. There's
Yeah.
demos of the War Within up there, but down here we've got people being blasted in the face by fans. They're wearing VR headsets. That looks cool. Let's go check
I
it out.
wish.
Yeah, it's a great game. It's just not a fun game.
You're joining
wanna
me
play
at
Indiana
the
Jones
World
so
of
bad.
Warcraft War Within booth here at the back of the Xbox booth at Gamescom. And we've got the War Within, but we've also got these incredible 4D immersive rigs. The fourth dimension is air blasters. Let's go and take a look.
We have to get out of here.
World of Warcraft Escape from Dalaran VR experience. That's really cool. I would actually love that.
That was World of Warcraft Escape from Dalaran. A little taster in 4 dimensions.
I miss
of
VR.
World of Warcraft.
Lately, I've
War
been
Within.
thinking about it
My
a
hair
lot.
is a
I'm
mess.
just like, man,
My
I miss
makeup is a
playing
mess.
VR stuff.
I look like I might have motion sickness. No, only kidding. I
about
don't
5
have motion
minutes away
sickness.
from
Then
buying
it's
a
because
VR
of Escape from
headset
Dalaran. It was
a couple
genuinely
days ago,
very,
and then decided
very
better of it.
good. Like almost theme park
Good boy.
good. I wish you could join me here at Gamescom and try this out.
But if you ever do, Dragon has a headset. I don't know if he still does, but I do.
If you're going to take anything away from today, maybe you'd like to know
Well,
that
it's just
in
that,
German,
like,
Indiana Jones and the
it's
Great Circle
expensive,
is
and the
Indiana
island
Jones and the
tax kind of
Großer
fucks me out
Kreis.
too. So
But the thing I've
so
got
it's
my eye
already
on here is
expensive,
a
and it
hat
just
and a
becomes
whip.
even more expensive.
Long-time
So
Indiana Jones fan. Going to live out my fantasy.
I love that you live
Do I
in
wanna say I
like
have a
the
fantasy
tech
with a whip?
part of
I
the
don't know.
world.
This is a different
Yet
type.
you have
Not
to
really.
pay to get things imported because nothing's actually built on your island.
tech part of the world.
Because there's Japan right next to you. South Korea's
As you
right
can
there.
see,
Like, come
Carson
on.
Ford probably a little bit smaller than me, especially. when
Look,
it comes
you're
to
closer
head
to
size,
it than
but
I
you know
am.
what?
I don't think.
I'm
I mean,
ready to take on the
physically,
role.
Pretty
yeah,
sure.
but, I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
think,
what I. Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure America itself is actually closer to Korea and
You're joining me
Japan than
now
I
at the
am.
Avowed Theatre,
Is
but we're
it?
not going
I
into
always
the
thought you
theatre.
guys were
Look how
closer.
regal. Instead, we're going over
Well, it
here
doesn't fucking
to the
matter.
Avowed photo
Even
op.
then.
Join me now, if I may.
There's got to be some
I'm getting a
tech
nod,
store
we are
near you
allowed.
that has
We're
VR
going to the
headsets.
Avowed photo
Yeah,
op that we scoped out earlier because there are, are, my
I'm
friend.
9,500 kilometers away
well,
from
my
Japan.
build
You're
is kind of like a
6,000.
dual-wield microphone.
Well, you know what? I hope they invade you
build.
anyways.
Now I'm looking
Oh
at
no,
some
because they
sorry.
hate you.
They changed it from
be
kilometers to
affixed.
miles
So
on me. So actually,
on closer inspection, I'm not
when I
going to
Google
wave near
America
these
to
different
Japan,
rounds,
it's
so
6,300
what the heck
miles. When I
about-
Google
well, here's the photo
New
op.
Zealand to Japan, it goes to
Let's,
9,300
tap to
kilometers.
begin.
So which is
And
closer?
then
Do the math.
agree to the privacy
I am
policy.
slightly closer.
Oh, and
Haha.
it's like we're there.
I'm so smart.
I'm a 5-hour
dual
car
wield,
drive
microphone magic
closer to Japan than you are. Well, America.
See what else we
Still
can find
counts.
around here. I don't know.
That does count.
Oh, there's Jane. God, she is so much better at this than me. Can you tell she's a professional? Because I'm definitely not.
Pow. I am controlling this. There you
I always
go.
love those really shitty
Game of the show.
things.
Game of the show. Magic. Caster. Microphone build.
Now, Microsoft said this was
I keep
one of the
forgetting
biggest,
the
not
ESO's
the
the
biggest
thing.
booth they've ever had at Gamescom. And I think it's just like
Ooh, look at that big boy.
Massive Doom.
Hell
a lot
yeah.
of people
I've not
forget
really
that
got
ESO
anything
is a
more to
thing.
say about it
Yeah.
than it's bloody massive.
Look, it's Doom guy, but he's like gonna
Now I
literally
have Space
teabag you
Marine
to
1.
death.
It was my entry into the Warhammer 40k universe, and I'm here on the Space Marine 2 booth today, joined by none other than
Space Marine 2, finally.
How you
Been
doing,
waiting all
Demetrian?
day for this shit.
Hang on 1 second. I think he's doing well. I think he's ready to meet his fans here on the Warhammer 40k
That's next week.
Space Marine 2 booth.
Yeah, I think that's the one I got 7 days early access to.
We've been all around the Xbox booth. We're bathed in the glorious green light of Xbox branding. And for our troubles, we have won tokens, precious tokens. That means it's time for the claw machine. Let's go. Now, I hear you're very good at claw machines.
They got claw
I shouldn't have said
machines.
this, should I?
You literally said before we started filming that you're good at claw machines. So let's,
I am really good at claw
let's see
machines.
it.
Though.
Four to have
As long
one
as it's not
go.
cheating.
With our powers combined, we're going to win a prize.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Hello.
We have got 4.
We come with tokens. There we go.
Go.
Combined.
Do we play until we win, or do we just get one go? Just one go. That's a lot of pressure, isn't it?
Oh, the pressure. Do you want me to take this? You're going to need both hands.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I can do
That
this.
poor
All
woman
right.
is
I can
just
do
like,
this.
I didn't want to be here today.
What do we go?
Yeah.
This
well, you can have a ping pong ball. No, it's like a stress ball or a pop socket.
I'm going for like the turquoisey one. I like the look of that. Maybe
this
the
is
one in the middle on
strategic.
its own.
All
It's
right.
kind of sitting up nicely.
I see the one
Okay.
he's looking at. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Dead center.
I'm not feeling good about
Oh.
Oh, you didn't even try, dude.
Oh, no.
What the fuck, man?
Oh,
Is that
it's
it?
all come to nothing.
You had
here
like
on
30
the-
seconds, and he spent
man.
5
Well,
seconds being like, "Look,
know
let me
what?
just get off this
What do I
that.
screen."
get?
Much better value on
He
Game
was
Pass.
uninterested in this whole.
That's what I mean. He's like, I shouldn't have said shit.
Well, no prizes for us, but
I feel like she would have won.
The fun we had at
She
the
would've
Xbox
actually
booth at
tried.
Gamescom.
The real prize was the friendship we forged along the way.
If you say so. I mean, yeah.
All that's
Alright,
inside
fine.
there is just a
What
2-month
was
free pass
the
for Game
best thing
Pass.
you did
I was
I
thinking
had
that because
a
it says
lovely
cloud
time
gaming.
over
I'm like,
the
And
escaping down
It's
around
just
the
1
corner.
month.
If I go right now, I could
It was
probably
immersive.
get
Things
a
blew up.
like a
and I
month
got
for
windblown
$1.
events. What more could you ask for?
I don't know. That's all I want in life.
Literally nothing else. What about you?
yeah,
What
they
about you?
constantly
Favorite
give
thing
out
was
the
getting
1 month
to
for $1.
cosplay as Indiana Jones. I
And
looked like
I
an
love
absolute
that.
fool. The hat was about 4 times too
I mean,
small
if
for
you
my
just don't
head.
pay for it
But
for
you
a
know
while,
what?
they come back at you
I
and go,
reckon,
hey,
you know,
please
God
come back.
forbid,
They literally
when
do that
Harrison
to me. I
Ford
get 'em in
passes
my
from
email, like, every
Disciple
other month.
Coil.
Yeah,
maybe.
constantly.
Maybe
I'm
You're ready.
expecting
Voiced by
that I'm
Troy
going to play
Baker.
the new Call of Duty
I'm
game when
Yeah,
it comes out.
I'm doing the
It's
same
on
thing.
Game Pass,
Exactly.
I'm hitting that shit for
They,
$1.
Speaking of which,
they
I think
said you're
people are
getting
probably sick of
the.
hearing
It
about
comes
it by now,
to
but,
Game Pass day
I don't
1
know,
or
do you
whatever,
know what?
or early
Jamie's
or
a big
whatever it
booth.
is.
It's a
Yeah,
big
so I mean,
booth, big green booth.
if I can,
When does that come out? By the way,
October, November, usually, right?
This
So-
month or next
Gamescom
month
2024,
or next year?
and we've been getting so many
This
looks
year.
at so many cool games. But now we get
That's
to
not
talk
on my
about
list.
the
Let me
best one of all.
fucking add it to
I'm
the
here with
damn
Ed
list.
Beach, the creative director at Firaxis Games, to discuss my personal game.
I'll
of the
play
show,
through a
Civ 7.
campaign and play some multiplayer
Well,
for
that's
about 2
awesome that
weeks,
it's your
get bored of
personal
it, and then
game,
never
so
touch it again.
Yeah,
what
Exactly.
more could I want?
I was telling you off screen that I just got into Civ 6 and
is
now
a
I have to
bug,
relearn
I
Civ
think.
7, but I think that's fine.
We're trying to make it so
I can't tell if some of
the
these
barrier
people
of
are
entry is
just
a little
like
bit lower
jerking
than
the other
before.
person off,
Civ
or
6
they
could get
actually
a little
play
dense
whatever
in
game they're
places.
talking about a lot of
If you
times.
jumped in at the end with all the expansions and all the content there, that's actually not the
Jorking
easiest
their
place
peanuts.
to start.
Yeah.
So I think Civ 7 might be just the move I want to
Let
make.
me just say,
Yeah,
jorking
I'm
my
really excited. So
peanuts.
you kind of, you're leading me into my next question, which, so you've been consistently updating Civ 6 and there's a lot of mod support. So why is now the best time for a Civ 7?
Well, we've been thinking about
Just say
Civ 7
joking.
for quite a while. We started work on the game before the pandemic, so it's been in development quite a while. The design team had ideas that
All right, October 25th.
worked really
Peanuts,
well in
dude.
Civ 6, but had some side effects in terms of
balls.
like taking the game takes a really long
Yeah,
time
for
to
some
play.
reason the
By the time you
IGN
get late in the game,
list or whatever it
there's
is
an
on
awful
looking at,
lot of
whatever
cities
site
and
this
units
is,
and so forth to
isn't
manage.
showing it.
And
is this
we wanted
Civ
to
7?
think about that and come
Civ
up with a different
7, yeah.
approach so that we could make the game more manageable, more approachable. and actually just get players all the way to the finish line more often than had been happening in previous Civ games.
Yeah, I can't tell you the
I
amount
hope
of
the
times I've stayed
multiplayer
up till
doesn't
3
suck.
a.m. playing just one more round, you know?
And like break
it's gone.
constantly.
So Gathering Storm and
After
its global
watching the
warming mechanics were
showcase,
such
I
a
noticed
dynamic
it took a lot
change
of notes
for
from
the core gameplay. Is
EU4.
that something that's going to be implemented in Civ 7?
Such as.
So we're not talking
Oh,
a
like
lot
the
yet
the content
about
bonuses and
what
stuff,
comes
and like
after
changing it.
sort of the exploration
Yes.
age, after the Renaissance. The first age we're diving all the way into right now, and we have demos and so forth of that. We're not going to forget about climate change, though. It was very, personally impactful when we got to work on that with Gathering Storm. I was
The
the
terrain
lead
looks
designer
way
of that
better, though.
expansion. I looked up a lot of things
does,
about
a lot more
climate
varied.
change, researched it, tried to. I mean, we're not a simulator
Oh, yeah.
type of game,
Does
but
look
tried
nice.
to get some of the things
Oh,
right.
dude, the
in terms of
fucking
how
climate change shit
sea
sucked.
level rise works and storms move across the globe and so forth. So
Fucking climate change
we
is
brought a
ruining
lot of that forward with us.
Video games, dude.
and
Ruining
what you
video
can
games.
see in the game is with the
Ruining
antiquity
video
age.
games.
There's still floods. There's still volcanic eruptions.
Look, so did the
It's
nukes.
only
Still
a
have the
problem against a
storms
lot of
that
AI
sweep
because
across
they
the
never
map.
switched to
So
green
a lot of that
energy.
Gathering Storm mechanics,
Dude,
ideas,
these,
whatever,
you
that
know,
we still have those.
First they add women to my video
Yeah,
games,
that's
and now they're
really
adding
exciting.
climate
So
change.
is that
What's
part
next?
of the crises that is being
real.
implemented into this new
Next,
system?
the AI are going to
So
vote.
those are
Disgusting.
Sort of adjacent, but similar. We have several different crises. The one that we're demoing right now is an invasion crisis. Sort of imagine you're the Roman Empire and you've gotten too big and everyone wants a little piece of your action, and so those barbarians are at your gate and knocking on down the door. So that's the one that we're demoing in the build we have here
I'll
right
knock
now.
down
But we're
your door.
working on other types of crises, things like unrest in your population or plagues, and some of those systems for crises use the same random event system that we use for the natural disasters.
Oh, okay. I have been very
E-rate.
lucky and I haven't had that, so I'm going to keep crossing my fingers.
You'll hit one soon
My
in
only
Civ 6, I'm
concern is
sure.
that you
Oh,
might be
great. Thank
forced
you
to
for
switch
that.
to a new
Thank
Civ
you
at
for
the
that.
end
Sorry
of
to
an
break
age
the
rather than
news,
being
but
able
it's
to
gonna
choose to
happen.
stay as your
I'll
original
prepare
one.
myself.
Yeah.
So why did you switch from the air system to the
I'm
H
sure you'll
system?
be able to.
So it
stick
is
with
part
it.
of the trying to get people.
Although they
to
might
a game
have it
that
as more
is
of like,
manageable. 4X games have the
I don't know
problem
how,
in
like-
general that you start with just your first unit.
I don't know
you
how
get
they
one
would do that
city
for like
down, you think,
America.
wow,
I was
this
thinking,
game's
you know,
great,
if you
it's
were
very
playing as
manageable.
Egyptians or
When
something,
I
you'd
get
start off as like
tens and dozens
the
of
Mamluks
cities
or
and
something,
so many
and
units
then
to manage.
transition
Everything
into
bogs down,
Egypt,
and we wanted
as opposed
to
to
break our game up into chapters,
starting as Egypt.
very
you know?
much like maybe a long book series or TV series that you might be enjoying, breaks itself up into seasons or books. So we could have like big traumatic moments like these crises that you're
Egyptians
talking
have
about,
been
but then
around
also
for a
give
long
players
fucking
a
time
chance
to
to
the
breathe
point
a
where
little bit
like
and
2,000
reset
years
things,
later they were
simplify things, and that allows you to
checking
take
and
the player through a
digging up
long
their own fucking
experience
artifacts. So
in a more satisfying way than
Yeah,
just,
right.
I
oh,
don't
It's
no,
like-
know
it's
how
just
it'll
gonna get
work
bigger and
because
bigger
there
and
are a
bigger,
lot
and you
of
just gotta keep
civilizations
up.
And that
that
was
never
before the
changed
Greeks
into
were
anything
doing
else.
it.
New way to tackle that
That's sort of what I
problem,
was thinking.
and
Like
we're really
America's
excited
always been
about how
America.
it's
It was a
playing out.
colony, and then it's
Okay,
America.
as a new Civ
So I
player,
like
I'm
playing as
very happy
Benjamin
to hear
Franklin.
So
that.
play
But
as a native
for
source.
You can be
French players,
like-
do you think it's still challenging enough that they'll find this new system
I'm just saying,
and,
play as the
well,
indigenous and then become
The
America.
experience is still just as
Yeah, then they
long
run
as
By
it all
invasion.
So
thousands
we
of
actually
musketeers,
do
you
sort
know.
of a
I'm saying,
deeper,
like, you get
more
invaded,
immersive dive into the
and then
history
you
of each
become
historical
America.
age than before, and some of the gameplay mechanics we can make deeper changes to them. So that
They keep
unfold
making
differently,
treaties and
maybe in
breaking
our
them.
Antiquity
Those
age and in our
bastards.
exploration age.
You didn't have
like our
cities
trade
though.
systems is
Like, what
different
would
in
they
all
name them
three
after?
ages.
What would you?
So
Well, and
I
okay,
think
it's one of
there's
those
plenty.
things.
Alright, we
can
had
you really,
territories.
You know, dive
yeah, you had
deep in.
territories, but not
We've
cities, right?
recently demoed the
Could
game
you
to a whole
name
bunch of our
like? Could you?
community veterans.
Is it
They're really
fine
excited
to
about the
lump all of Native
possibilities and
American
theory
culture into
crafting and
one
everything.
like
So,
nation? I don't really
there's
think
gonna be
that.
plenty for everyone.
They are called
What was
First
the best
Nations
piece of
because they were all
feedback you got
nations.
from the community?
I think
My point being is
So you
that
had
like
Blackfoot
describing-
Nation and all that
careful
other
about is
stuff.
now that we've broken the
It's
game up,
also,
into
it's similar, and I
ages,
guess in a sense to
we
how the
make
Moldy
you,
and Civ 6
really think
are
about who
treated as a
you
singular
are,
entity.
which
Just don't worry
reality
about it.
it's like
civilizations are
functionally literally
representing
like
you in the game.
Oh yeah,
and you
different
can
groups.
11 different tribes that
Yeah,
actually
sort of
don't agree on
historical
much at all.
pathway, like
Yeah, you just don't think about it. It's a
There are
video
like
game.
5 different Native American civs.
Maybe it evolved
See,
into
that's cool.
Oh, is there?
another
Okay, I take it
European
back then.
civ, and that would get you to a Germany.
But
or
like I
a
said,
Britain
if
or
it's
France,
you know,
by
all
the end
in
of your game,
Florida
and
or in America
players
and North
like
America,
like historical storytelling and immersion.
West.
And we
Yeah,
did
you can
allow
have
some
5 big
wackier
tribes that way,
combinations,
and then go from there and become America.
Some of our fans love that because they love the theory crafting.
Like, it could
I
just
wanna
be
mix
text
this with
bullshit,
that, and I'm gonna be
where it's
super
just like, oh,
overpowered in
hey,
science. But we
the
also
French
had
are
to
here.
think
Oh,
about
hey,
what
the
those
Spanish are
players
here.
Who wanted the more historical
And then you just start,
pathway
like,
through our
becoming
game.
one group
And so we've got the game set
slowly.
up so that that's the default way that both the human and the AI proceed through the game. And then you sort of have to...
Then World
it's
War
up to the
II
player
happened,
to
or
opt
World War
into
One
that,
happens, and then you become a
wackier,
superpower.
Play style.
Okay, so you're speaking about being able to change the leaders with each age.
Yeah.
What is
I
the
do like that
wackiest
they're going
combination
back
that
to a
you've
more
seen
realistic
so far?
style. I
Well,
wasn't
we're
a
not
fan of
talking
the more
about all the
cartoonish
leaders
style
and
of
the
stuff that we have
cartoony,
now,
yeah.
But you can do things like you can have Augustus
was a
Caesar
little
lead
funky.
India. You can have Hatshepsut of Egypt lead Rome. So some of the things do strike you as a little bit wacky, but there are really good reasons and compelling reasons to try those things out, because that leader and the Civ that don't normally go together might have bonuses in the same part of the game, and you just want to explore, wow, what if I get really powerful and in culture or in my military
I just didn't enjoy
strategies.
Civ,
And so this
Civ
combination
all
is
that
really
much.
compelling. Our quality
But I like
assurance department who's playing the game
Total
all the
War,
time is like, oh, you got to try
which is
this
basically
one
the
with
same
that one
thing,
because
but with
that's
better
amazing.
battles.
So it's great to do that kind of stuff.
Okay, great. I'm
Like, it's
definitely
not
more
down to dice
military
rolls.
forward.
It's actually like lead your
So I
troops
think I
in
will
if you
try one
want,
of those
or you can
combinations.
leave
That
it up to
sounds
it,
very compelling.
stats.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for speaking with me about this. I'm very excited to
It's
Well,
not
and-
dice
start a lot
rolls
of
in
wars in
Civ
Civ 7
either.
that I can't finish.
It's a bit of a different
Well,
focus, though,
hopefully
right?
It's EU4
just
that's
draws you
dice
in and
rolls.
you just stick with
Oh,
it because
okay.
you
They all start to
see
feel
how it all
like-
ends and get all the way through.
Yeah, I don't think
But
I'm
still,
the only one
I'm
that
just
has
saying,
been
I like
caught
Total
on
War
Xbox
because you can
return, so
literally like
thank
go
you.
onto the battlefield and fuck up your
that's
enemy.
about the time that we
Like,
have
they
for
should
today.
win as far as
really
stats
excited
are
for this game. I'm
concerned, but
probably
your
gonna go run
tactics
off
were
and play
better,
the
so
demo
you
real
literally
quick.
route them and
Civ
fuck
7 is
them up.
currently slated to be released
I
in
love
When I
that
was a
shit.
kid,
But between
playing
now and then,
the
stay tuned right here
playing
for more
all the
Gamescom 2024
Total War
coverage.
games, like medieval Total War 2,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Total War Medieval 2 and Rome and stuff like that.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps
I
out there,
would.
period.
I used to never do the
And by
battles
high-tech,
because I was a
we mean
kid and I
it.
didn't get
We've
it.
recently
I
added
just
You would just be like,
personal
automatic.
notes that saved your
Then you just
IGN
lose, you're like, what the fuck?
So I would do a regular battle and just get frustrated because I don't know what I'm doing,
It's the
right?
perfect
Yeah.
system
I'm a
to
child,
get to
so
100%.
um,
IGN maps load
it
faster
wasn't
with
until
more
I
markers than ever and are built for your phone
it
as
wasn't
your
until
constant
I
companion to the biggest
played
games.
I was
So
like, I'll
start
just do a
checking
random
off
battle,
markers
fucking
for the
whatever.
game you are playing
And
for
in my
free
campaign, and I
at
just had
IGN
pikemen and
Maps
some
today.
archers, and it was a bridge map, and I was just like,
Fallout.
oh, just put the pikemen on the bridge, put the archers behind them, and I won because they just kept running into my
Because
pikemen.
you
My
use
pikemen would just-
common sense strategy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was a child,
Well,
and
that's what I
just
mean.
realized-
So you're like,
and I
ooh,
realized
I'm
I was
smart
like,
now.
Huh? I can think about this and win.
I can think longer than 4 seconds. Jeez.
It's like,
New achievement unlocked. Yeah.
I unlocked the
You're like,
section in my brain.
you're like those
Hat
preschoolers
discovers the
that.
ability to think.
Yeah, like you ever see that meme where it's,
acquired.
yeah, it's the dude where he's like, like you cognize suddenly that you're now a human being at 4 years old. All the other kids are like slapping toys together and dumb shit.
The sudden realization that you're a thing.
You're an actual human. And he's like, why are we here? And the other kid's like, I don't know. What are you talking about? He's just like eating dirt.
Welcome back. This is Gamescom Studio live
Love
on
that
IGN.
shit.
We just got brand new looks at Avowed and
Wait,
Supreme
wait,
7.
I
And guess
owe
what?
to be
There's
back
still
as
so
a
much more
fucking
to come.
stupid fucking
Okay,
kid
but
again.
first, did you know Gamescom itself has been turned into a game? Gamescom
Just in
Epics is an
preschool,
RPG
like.
built right into the Gamescom website that lets you earn cool rewards and discover what the show has to offer. You'll solve puzzles,
Ah, fuck.
complete quests, and collect digital trading
Same
cards along
shit,
the way.
death or
Head
die.
over to Gamescom.global and look for the Epics tab or scan the QR code on screen to begin the adventure.
Gamescom.global is also where you will find out more
Just
about the
staring into the
Gamescom Goes
void.
Green initiative. This year's show is running on 100% renewable energy, and exhibitors are also doing their part by building more sustainably, reusing portions of their booths, and avoiding single-use material.
Coming up next, we're checking out an extremely cool World of Warcraft 4D VR experience. And after that, we're talking to the team behind Fragpunk, a 5v5 shooter where the rules change every match.
And be sure to join us tomorrow for another jam-packed day of Gamescom Studio, starting with a closer look at Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
But right now, here's a look at a whole new way
Nothing
to
like battery
experience World
last
of Warcraft
acid
you only find
leaking
at
down your
Gamescom.
face to make you feel like an adult.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm back.
Incredible.
World of Warcraft: The War Within is the newest expansion in Blizzard Entertainment's MMORPG franchise and is the opening chapter of the
frustrated because I went to put in the battery the right way and then it did this shit where it's like, oh, it's not working, and I was like, fuck, maybe I put it in backwards. So I did the old USB thing where you go to put it in the wrong way, then you put it in the right way, then you put it in the wrong way again, then you put it in the right way.
To bring Azeroth to its knees. To commemorate the release of World of Warcraft: The War Within and usher in the 20th anniversary of the game, Blizzard assembled several teams to commission something truly special. A 4D VR experience.
I wish I could a new like. I wish I was smart enough to do 4D shit. Like that shit just looks so fun.
And what better way to break
nowadays you can also buy those chairs for movies and stuff, and they just send you the tech, like the data, and then you put it into your chair. And so you can watch movies at home and have a 4D
It's a really interesting
experience.
time for World of Warcraft. The 20th anniversary is coming up. We have the World Soul Saga. Chris Metzen's back. This is a big deal for us. Already,
Did anyone like the live-action World of Warcraft, by the way?
Someone can experience World of Warcraft, something that they've always dreamed of, but they've never
I
gotten
watched
to
it and it
actually
was
do it in real
hype.
life.
Let's move.
It was very, yeah,
Lots
it's
of people
okay.
have seen VR. Lots of people have, a lot of this technology has been around for a while. But what hasn't been done is a focus on a single person's experience and being able to control certain key sensory modalities to drive the deepest illusion.
We've flown right into the heart of the Nerubian Empire.
Normally you're in a virtual
Nubian Empire.
environment with a headset, but when the world picks up and moves in concert to what your virtual experience is, this is a completely new dimension.
It's assault on all of your senses. We have the chair movement synchronized with the VR image, where you get to fly on a mount, a mythical flying horse.
Man, I want to
invincible
fly
from
on a
through
griffin.
city of Dalaran, while it's actually being
You should be able
destroyed.
to choose your. That'd be fun.
We have a number of layers that all come together to allow us to do this experience. We have a marine fan that allows you to feel the wind. We also have air cannons. Those are basically air amplifiers that shoot puffs of air at you. And then obviously the platform itself, which has 6 axes of motion that allow us to have complete control over the way the person moves.
So sick. We used an incredibly high bandwidth 40 gigabit connection directly into the
40
headset, ported right out of a very powerful GPU.
Not only we recreated every single model from the game and made it ultra detailed, it all had to run in 4K in 120 FPS.
We knew going in, the kind of aha moment is the tower coming down at the top of Dalaran, and then the chairs moving, and you're diving down in this free fall going into the underground sewers. Like, that is just awesome. Being able to go to Azj-Kahet, one of the new zones in the War Within, and really look around and see it from a whole new perspective that you're never going to be able to do in the game is really incredible, and I think that's the thing that I'm the most excited about.
Hopefully for people that are new to the game or people that are enthusiasts, they really feel like they got a chance to live and experience 3 minutes of what it's like to be in the World of Warcraft.
Having the level of collaboration across Apex, Blizzard teams, that level of human collaboration, all focused on the sole intent of bringing the game to life in an immersive way. I've never been a part of anything like that, and I just want to applaud all the team members in this because it takes an army to put together an experience like this.
Azeroth itself will be mine.
The fact that we managed to connect it all as one experience seamlessly, that just amazes me.
I hope that people realize that, things like these, they don't happen overnight. It's a lot of passion from a lot of people. Everyone's super passionate and committed to really delivering
I
some
fully
amazing
thought he just
and
smashed his
magical
thumb
experiences. And I really do
with
hope
the
that the
hammer.
fans get on this thing and they're just, minds are blown, right? That's the dream.
We are now literally stopping this interview and heading to Germany.
We're ready to go off to Cologne, Germany, and unleash this on Gamescom, so let's go.
Be sure to check out this one-of-a-kind, groundbreaking experience,
I
which will
wish I
be at
could.
Gamescom from August 22nd to the 25th. If you can't check out Escape from Dalaran, but still want to be part of the experience, then make sure to check out World of
I
Warcraft:
wish I
The
had
War Within when it releases on
con
August
money,
26th for PC.
right? Anything like that, like Gamescom going on in the world or something like that. I could just be like, oh yeah, let me just get a hotel real quick and hop over.
It's a 5v5 hero shooter where the rules change based on the luck of the draw. And here to tell us what's in the cards is
It's gotta be
Shin-Sang,
so expensive
creative
to do
director
that
and
shit.
producer on the game, and Junwei Shir, who'll be interpreting. Hello, welcome.
Hello. Hello, Gamescom. Hello,
Yes.
hello, IGN.
So I have never seen people use well, actually, we have seen a few FPSs use cards as a system, but this is the one where it really relies on that. So can you explain the shard card mechanic and why you decided to go that route with your game?
就是我们之前有见过很多，有见过一些。
Oh, that's smart. That's how they were keeping track of what the question was.
但是我们从来没有见过
They're writing it down.
的制作以及
Fucking cheaters.
设计，能谈论一下
I thought they were just remembering it.
在设计这个碎片卡这个 shard card system 的时候的一些灵感，还有它是如何设计出来的吗？
我们的卡牌系统，它的核心点在于它要去修改整个游戏的一个规则，就是它不仅仅是去改变数值，或是去改变一些，或者是增加一些 buff， 它是要去改变整个游戏的规则。然后我为什么能想到这一点？因为其实我本身是一个设计爱好者，但同时我也是一个卡牌爱好者。
There's any calls around this area in the past hour or two? Okay, because I could be the county CAD system. And I pulled it up. I'm like, I don't see anything. Like, mind telling me why you're asking? He's like, yeah, I had a little altercation. He's like, yeah, some guy was riding about 6 inches off my bumper for a couple miles, so I pulled over and folded him.
So the shot card
system right.
Look, sometimes you gotta, especially if it's like for a couple miles. Like, fuck you, dude.
Well, apparently he did it in front of a bunch of construction guys, is what he's telling me. He's like, they just told me to go and they take care of it.
And as for the inspiration of Fragpunk of the card
it's like fucking aggravated.
Actually, I
get aggravated too. Someone was riding my ass for a while.
So it was almost an instinct for me to combine these two together. And by doing this, I believe that
look, it used to be legal to do that sort of shit. Now it's not, and that sucks.
I don't think it was legal. I think it was just the state wouldn't prosecute you.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, you used to be able to get into fights with people, like, you know, mutual combat type shit. There's actual laws about that sort of shenanigans. But, like, you used to be able to, like, punch someone out, you know, you both get out of your car, beat each other up a little bit, and then no one called the cops. Nowadays, people pull out guns, call the cops. Like, shit sucks.
Dude,
I hate when society you can't just fucking beat the shit out of someone on the street.
For real.
First they took away drunk driving, now this.
I still remember that video.
Honest to God, they took away the Great American Pastime.
Self-selecting to opt out. But then you got some of these people that, you know, can't handle the drunk driving. What the fuck's wrong with them? Yeah, I love that video from way back. It was like the 80s, and they were like, I think that's our right to be able to drink and drive. It's like, Jesus Christ. What did they say? Next they'll make us wear seatbelts.
No, it was like, first they make us wear seatbelts, now we can't have a drink in the car.
Oh, it's the other way around, yeah.
Just like communism.
Nowadays, we're like, significantly less people dying to cars, but still a lot.
Well, you know, it's like
actually, I cannot name certain games that as an example for our games, because all of our teams are avid FPS players, and we love to play all kinds of FPS games, and especially for those competitive games. And in designing the Fragpunk, what we're trying to do is to provide a very
the funny thing is, I've seen this game, many versions of the same fucking game,
and by
in the last
card
5 years.
To it, we can add the randomness and the varieties to make the game more replayable. And I believe that this was never done before, and we would like to give the players a try on our games.
There's friends
I
versus
definitely
friends,
don't
all sorts
think
of games
it's been
that do
done
this.
to this degree before. So you speak about competitiveness. We do see that some cards give a very clear advantage. How will this be balanced?
就是
It won't be.
确实
You
这
just
个是我
gotta
们
get
从来
good.
没有提到过的，但是同样的，有一些卡片可能会带来非常强大的优势。这种平衡性上面的问题，我们是要怎么解决的？
这是一个挺好的问题，这是一个非常好的问题。对，确实有些牌是比较强，有些牌比较弱，所以我们给了每张牌一个费
Looks
用，
like it's time to mass
就是你
produce
需要
fleas
去
for
投入一
huge
定的
profit
点数才能
again.
激活这张牌。
Mass
强的
produce
牌
what?
费用要求的高，然后低的牌费用要求的低。 所以你需要去，
Fleece
这
fabric
是一
in
种策略选择，
Tarkov.
就是大家的钱是差不多的，两边钱是差不多的，所以你需要去选择你是一口气投入到一张牌，激活同一个牌。
Wow, that person could shoot for
so
shit.
it's selling for like
投入2点，投入2
350k.
点，激活2张
Yeah.
稍微弱一点的牌。
Alright,
这
that's
种
Yeah, how the fuck are you gonna shoot that fucking bad and be in 1v1s?
你的
Like,
资
what the
源是一
fuck,
样
dude?
的，
Didn't
只是
even
最终选
aim
择的
at
牌
him.
不一样。
I'm a firm believer in find someone who's actually good at video games and have them be the person that makes your demonstration video.
In dealing with this, it is natural that the cards will have its advantages and
Oh my
disadvantages.
god.
But what we do
Dude,
is
hit
to
him.
give a cost to each
Hit
card.
him. Yeah,
So
see, that's
different
what you
cards will have
get.
Different costs according to their powerfulness. So that means the more cost a card will cost, the tokens,
Plus they got their
the more
sensitivity
powerful
set
it
to
will
like
be,
3.
And the less powerful cards may cost less
Oh
tokens.
fuck, broke my arm
And-
pumping iron.
And
Wait,
so
that's
this
possible?
Is kind of economic
That's so
economic
stupid.
decisions for your teams to
Drink more
make.
milk.
So whether
Oh,
you
they got a
like to
kill,
place all your
finally.
bets
Alright,
and,
cool. I
invest
feel
all the
better.
tokens in a single game, or you want to save some tokens
maybe it's
for
a different
for
player.
the next game.
对，虽然两边的牌是不
Yeah,
一样
yeah,
的，
they're
但是他
actually
们
killing the
的
shit out of
经
them.
济
Alright, cool.
是差不多的，这样保证他们对资源是差不多的，然后他们只需要去想如何管理这个资源。
Yeah, and both teams will have similar resources to invest in the cards. So all they have to do is to decide which card to use.
Okay, so is it kind of like the Valorant and CS:GO economics, where you select your weapon, but now you select cards?
就是它跟瓦罗兰特或者 CS:GO 里面的那个枪械经济系统是比较接近的嘛，只是我们这次把枪换成了卡牌。
It's
不是
like,
不是啊，
like it's not with real money, but it's with, let's say you get more kills in a game, you get more tokens to spend.
对，就是它是跟游戏里面的一个经济系统结合在一起的，对吗？
对，它确实是跟你游戏里的行为去做一个绑定。比如说你游戏里玩得更好的话，可能你的钱数会多一些。然后游戏里，但如果你可能出现连败的情况，你的钱也会更多一些。然后这个钱会反映到你最终下一轮比赛拥有的总钱数上。
And yes, the tokens is strongly connected to the in-game behavior inside one game. So, for example, if you get a consecutive wins, you will get bonus tokens. And instead, if you lose for several rounds, you will also get compensation tokens.
Thank you. That's very nice. So I personally really love competitive games like this, especially ones with high movement. And I think you did say somewhere that this was going to be very fast. The rounds are 2.7 seconds. I know a lot of people don't like high time to kill. Can you explain why you decided to go the faster route?
就是我们的游戏的 TTK 实际上是非常快的，然后可以解释一下为什么？就是虽然大家很多人可能不太喜欢那么短的 TTK， 但是有没有能不能讲一下，就是你的设计思路是什么？
对，其实我们主要原因吧，如果说一个最重要的原因就是短 TTK 它玩起来很爽。因为我们其实，在研发的时候，我们尝试了比较长的 TTK 是比现在会更长，或者长1倍、长2倍以上。但我们会发现，在长 TTK 下，整个击杀的反馈会变得比较差，就是你并不会感觉特别爽。当你完成一个击杀的时候，就虽然确实这个挫败感比较强，但是你获得击杀的正向反馈也是非常强。它是一个，对它都会变得很强。
So why we choose such a very short TTK is because we believe that the short TTK will actually give you more excitement, especially during the intense gunfight. And when we are developing these mechanics, actually we have tried the long TTKs, but however, although it will give you more time to to deal with your enemies, but we don't think that is a good idea because it will not grant you the similar amount of excitement.
Whoever your audio person is needs to figure it out.
同时还有一个原因，是因为我们其实比较希望玩家的个人能力可以比较大的影响战局。就是如果你一个人比较强的话，你可以带动全队，你可以 carry 全队。如果 TTK 越长的话，其实这个比重会占得越小，就是你越不太可能去带领团队变赢，带领团队取得胜利。对。
Yeah, and we also would like to provide a space for the very good, excellent players to show their leadership and to carry the whole team. But this was only available in the Shot TTK environment.
All right, well, I guess you're going to find out if you can actually be the one to clutch it. You can wishlist Fragpunk on Steam or Xbox Series right now. And stay tuned because there's more Gamescom Studio coming up. But right now, let's go ahead and check out these trailers.
What's this supposed to be? Thumbelina the game?
I know I'm a bit late to the party here, but I think I'm in love with the Hawk Tour girl.
What the fuck?
And not
Why?
because of like the video, but I just.
That's why I'm
man,
asking you, like,
something about
why?
the accent, man. The accent just does it for me.
That she's slightly country.
I don't know. It's pretty strong there, brother.
Well, strong for you.
Boy, do I have a state for you then.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Tennessee,
Alabama,
okay.
Tennessee, yeah.
I don't wanna
That whole area.
Hey, my name is Justin.
They'll hawk tool all day for you.
I don't want to go to serious fucking
Project Z
Grand
is a
Dragon
thrilling
neighbor,
first-person zombie
Nick of the
shooter
Woods
with
to be
robust character progression and
Catch a
weapon
bucket
She doesn't live there
of cheese
anymore.
from that
Set
girl,
around World
dude.
War II, you will
Jeez.
take on fast-paced
Ooh, what is
missions
this?
as
Wait,
one
not
of four
her
survivors,
specifically, but just
each with their own
actually
unique
really
abilities and roles.
That
in
also
combat.
requires me to go
So
to
every
America
player
and
can
also
choose
to
the
the
character
south,
that
where it's
best
just, like,
suits their
humid and
playstyle.
fucking horrible,
In
so-
Project Z, you are trying to escape the secret
Project
island
Z,
Breitbart
okay.
77,
I know.
controlled by Colonel
We aren't
Walter,
that far south.
the villain in our alternative world.
Further south
You
than
start
where I
together
want
in
to
the
go.
hideout,
Well,
a
not
central
very
hub in the
humid
game
here.
where you can accept missions, buy, sell, and customize weapons,
'cause you're in, like,
as well as
Appalachia,
upgrade your
right? That's
character.
not really,
But
like-
that's not all. You
Yes.
also have the
It's not
option
like
to design your hideout
Louisiana or
according
some
to your
shit where it's just,
preferences
like,
along with your friends,
balls stuck to the
provided
side
that
of my
you have
leg
found enough
24/7.
resources and blueprints during missions or in free roam mode.
Oh, it's like
We have also put a
Tarkov
special
with
emphasis
zombies.
on adding weapons and attachments
Or
that
something.
existed as prototypes
South?
or concepts.
No, this the game
This
on
gives our alternate
stream.
universe a fresh
Similar,
twist
I
and
guess.
offers you
There's-
the
I can see
opportunity to
similarities.
constantly discover something new. Plus, it gives you a range of weapons to kill zombies with. Project Z will launch
Look,
on Steam,
during a zombie
Xbox, and
apocalypse, the
PlayStation,
rednecks
so
are
wishlist
where
the
you
game
want to
today
loot
and
from,
follow
so
our
it
social
makes sense.
channels for all the
Yeah,
latest
until they run
Project
out
Z
of their
news.
blood pressure medication and fucking stroke out.
So you're
No,
saying
so
is that
I
have to wait a
said,
month?
yeah, you just wait a month and then go loot their shit, yeah. Yeah, Project Z Beyond Order.
This is
Oh,
Wild
project with
Bastards,
a K.
the next roguelike strategy FPS from the team here
Like
at
Melody.
Manchu. Each of our 13
Okay.
outlaws
Sir, I don't
feature
know your
unique
VTubers,
weapons
right? I
and
don't know what
abilities
you're
that
talking
can all
about.
be improved through the use
Yeah, I
of
don't know
permanent
either.
mods we call aces. Aces can be found as you explore planets, so collect them,
Even
return
you
to your
guys
ship,
should know
level
her.
up your outlaws.
Is she the one that makes the system?
Yeah,
fun
show me the
stuff?
face.
There are
brother,
three
VTubers
types
all
of
look the same.
aces.
They all do
Charged
Dolores
aces
anime
that
woman,
apply a
or
specific bonus,
at worst,
Well, that's what I
anime,
mean.
lolly, which is just, you know.
Terrifying.
Core
The
aces
VTuber
unlock
chem girl who was so
specific traits for your
successful that
character.
other chem girls were calling for her to be
The
banned.
majority of
Yeah, I
aces
don't
you
remember what she
discover
looked like,
let you
though.
choose
Oh,
one of
Project
three special
Melody, right,
traits
okay.
to level up
Yes.
your outlaw. So you might be able to leap
I
onto
love
roofs with
comic
your
book looking games like this. Like, that shit's so fun.
Oh, she's live right now.
Let's take a look at Preach. So starting at
Project
level 2,
Melody.
we have one ace, Faith.
Let me look it up on my
This
phone
takes our
so I don't
armor
fuck
to
up the
0,
stream.
but increases health by 80. This is Preach at level 2. Her Gatling gun's got a slow spin-up time, and there's a bit of spread on her fire, so you really have to concentrate on enemies to be effective. But let's see what happens when we level her up. First choice I'm going to make is Healer. So Preach is going to recover 100 health, and she's also going to give her partner 100 health after a showdown. Next, Brimstone looks great with its burning damage. Sharding, so that now she gets explosive
I
damage
do
as
not
well
care about
on
what
each
Flush
of
is
her
talking
bullets.
Oh,
about.
sharding.
Shower
I thought you
Gatling
said
to reduce
sharding.
that spin-up time we looked at earlier.
Sharting?
And
Who's
lastly,
sharting?
just to
Is
focus
Project
on the
with a
damage,
K?
I'm going to go
No.
with Shooter Plus to give me 40 extra
So it's
ammo.
not Project
Let's
Melody
take
with a
her for a
K?
spin.
No, it's
The combination
Project
of
with a
explosive
C.
rounds,
You know, the way you spell
burning,
project?
faster
Alright, well
spin
then
up,
I found the wrong
more
person.
ammo.
No, it's
means
with
that
a
I can
K.
easily handle
Is
any
it?
of these enemies.
Oh, so you're the dumbass. I'm the
I am a
genius
dumbass. No,
that can Google good.
I'm the dumbass. No, you're right.
They
I'm the
will also
dumbass.
work in combination with mods, which you
I just
collect and
typed in
use
the
per
regular
sector.
project, though,
In this
so
case,
I
I've given
guess,
Preach some
She
home
bought
edits,
that on
and
Google or whatever. She bought the things with autocorrects.
They're talking about society, and I just have no interest in listening to an anime woman talk about society.
I just want to see what she looks like.
We live in a society.
We do live in a society. Yeah.
Well, that just about wraps us up for day one
I
of
love when
Gamescom
the
here
ad
on
just
IGN.
pauses.
If you
Show you
missed
her
any of our
non-anime form
gameplay
if
deep
you'd like.
dives, trailers,
No,
interviews,
no,
all
I'm
that
literally
good
trying to
stuff, go
see
check
what her
out
stupid
IGN.com
anime face
and
looks
IGN's
like.
YouTube page and get up to speed on all the biggest stuff going on here at Gamescom.
But before we go,
fuck.
would you like to discover the contents of Gamescom and receive cool rewards at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah? All
I
right,
keep
well,
trying to
then
put a
check out
space there
Gamescom
because I'm a
Epics.
fucking
Prove
dumbass.
your nerd know-how, solve tricky
And
puzzles,
it keeps not
gather
opening
the
her
digital
page.
trading cards, and jump from level to level
Fuck
until
you,
the
app.
final boss spawns. Solve all the quests and
Switch app.
grab
Why are you
all
so
the
garbage?
fantastic rewards. Search for
You just
Gamescom
got
Epics or
updated.
scan
Just
the QR
Google
code
it.
on
Just
the
Google
screen
it. Just Google
and
it.
the
Just
event
Google
I
it.
tried that.
I can't
Oh, there
wait.
we go. Now I
And
can
if
see
you
what she
need
looks
something
like.
to look forward to,
I mean,
we've got another full day of awesome
doesn't
video
look
game
familiar.
coverage tomorrow, where we'll be sitting down with
Usually
the
I
folks
see the
behind
other
Indiana
ones you
Jones and the Great
quote
Circle,
near
plus
Yeah,
the
who's the-
soundboard.
massive
who's the
TV
The
mentally
shark
ill one
girl
that you-
and the other
Deliverance.
one with the
After
white
that,
hair.
we'll be shooting across the galaxy to check in
Fucking
on
witch.
Star Wars Outlaws.
The mentally
and then
ill one.
We're heading into the heart
Yeah,
of
that is
Chernobyl
that
with
doesn't
Stalker
narrow
2.
it down at
All
all.
that and so much more right here on Gamescom
This
Studio.
one.
But for now, thank you all so much for watching IGN's live coverage of Gamescom 2024. We can't wait to see you back here
You didn't
tomorrow.
listen when I said no trespassing, so why should
How
I
did you
stop?
have that
When
on
you
deck?
Say, no, please, don't kill me. Oh my God, have
Because
mercy. I
she
have
literally
children at
types
home. That's not my
everything or
business.
uses a soundboard.
IGN store has it all.
Just ready to
From
go.
clothes and
Yeah, she's
collectibles,
always ready to
vinyl
go. That's what a
records,
soundboard is.
accessories, Model kits, ultra IGN store.
Or this one.
Cyberpunk, just
On it, or Fix Top 100.
Yeah, that's the one I like.
A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank. Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
I like her quotes the best.
Talk
I do
about why
enjoy
it
the
belongs
sort
and
of,
finally find out where it ranks. Me crazy.
Yeah, mentally ill VTubers to a certain extent. I don't watch them, but the idea of it is funny.
Is that the end of it? No. Yeah, it is the end of it. All right, then we watch it all.
And then day 2 tomorrow.
Also, this one is extremely mentally ill. Literally been in a mental asylum like 3 times.
The mental hospital cannot stop me. The government cannot stop me. I will simply continue to be silly until the end of my days.
So stupid. All right, be right back. All right, that's going to be it for me today. Hope you all had a great time watching Gamescom with me. Have a wonderful evening. It's been Beard. Later.